Storm of Fury by McMaster. Narrated by Gabrielle Baker. 1. Find a missing dreki prince, they said. Tormund grumbled, shielding his face against a swirl of snow, seeking to drive him from this mortal world. It will be fun, they said. Come now! His cousin Håkon bellowed behind him. Don't you want to be a legend? I killed a worm, he yelled back, though the true death of the creature was still hotly debated. I am a legend. And I killed 3 dragons. I'm 2 ahead of you, Håkon said, cutting him a fierce grin as he appeared out of the snow. But if you want to find a nice warm fire and sit out the rest of this journey, then I'm sure we can find you a blanket for your lap, or a cup of tea, perhaps a cat to stroke. When I return with Prince Marduk, I'll tell the court tales of the brave warrior who doesn't like a bit of snow. Tormund shoved him onto his backside, where the bastard merely threw his head back and laughed. Håkon was a different man to the one he'd known for the past 7 years. I liked you better when you were pining for your wife. Then he reached down a hand and hauled Håkon to his feet, because he wasn't an utter wretch. We need to find you your own wife, Håkon said, brushing snow off himself. Then we might be able to tempt you out of this surly mood you've found yourself in of late. Oh no, no wives, no matchmaking. That was my task. And I've reunited you with the lovely Ardis. My mission is complete. Then why are you still here? This time there was actual curiosity in Håkon's eyes. Tormund scrubbed at the beginnings of a mighty beard. He didn't know how to answer that. He'd spent 7 years trailing his cousin in his search for his missing wife. He'd kept Håkon's head on his shoulders and out of a vat of ale, and he'd managed to help him kill 3 dragons. He'd always said he'd return home the day Håkon found his wife, the dreki princess Ardis, but that had been 2 months ago. And here he was now, still following his reckless cousin, this time in search of a missing dreki prince who hadn't been seen in almost a decade. Ardis will kill me if I don't bring you back alive, he muttered. Someone has to watch your back. Someone is watching my back. Håkon pointed up. Tormund snorted as they staggered through the thick snow. He swore his pack was growing heavier. You trust that vicious overgrown lizard? He did try to steal your princess. If Sirius returns without me, his wee pretty wife will make a throw rug with his hide. I trust his fear of Marlin's wrath more than I trust the bastard himself. Are you 2 quite finished? A massive black shape reared out of the blizzard, spreading its wings. Tormund missed a step and clapped a hand to his chest. Until that moment, he'd merely thought the shadow a part of the cliff face. Dreki were creatures of myth, and though he'd once made the mistake of calling one of them a dragon, a mistake he'd barely survived with his life, he knew the difference between them now. Dragons were larger, lumbering beasts that couldn't breathe fire nor shift shapes. They flew poorly and were widely reputed among the dreki world to be their hideous inbred cousins. Dreki were far more elegant creatures, with long, sinuous necks and wider wings. Of all the goddess Tiamat's children, they alone shared her gift for magic. And they owned a god's share of arrogance. Odin's balls! Håkon cursed. I thought you were supposed to be scouting ahead. What the hell are you doing down here? Sunning myself. The dreki prince's words imprinted themselves directly in Tormund's mind. The enormous creature had draped itself over a rocky outcropping, looking for all the world like an overbred cat. "This is the best the Zinni court had to offer me as escort?" Tormund drew himself up. "You're the best the Zinni court could send us as transportation?" "Transportation? We hunt dragons," Tormund replied. "And kill worms," Håkon added. "And you might be a vicious warlord with a reputation that could send other dreki quivering, but you've no skill in tracking down lost myths." Sirius examined his claws. "Prince Marduk is hardly a myth. He's a snivelling little coward who tucked tail and ran from the court." "I've met his mother," Håkon muttered. "I would have run from that evil bitch too." "The Queen has been dead for over 2 months," Sirius replied. "The Four Winds have spread word of it all over the globe. So where is the prince? What has he been up to? And why hasn't he returned? Marduk knows how dangerous it is for a fractured court to recover after a coup. He knows every dreki clan in the Northern Hemisphere will be eyeing our territories with a gleaming eye. And our inexperienced king with barely disguised temptation." Håkon resettled his pack. "That is the question. Ardis assures me that Marduk will know of Queen Amadea's death and the threats against King Rurik's claim." "There has to be a reason he didn't return," Tormund pointed out, trudging toward the edge of the cliff and the meandering trail that worked its way down it. "And so, to find our missing prince, we have to find the reason he didn't return." The summons came late one stormy night. Making her way to the address listed on the note she'd received, Bryn Brightfeather found herself staring into the face of a scowling innkeeper. "Upstairs," he said before she'd even gotten a word out, which meant she was expected. A swift scan of the common room showed the usual crowd of patrons one would expect to find, yet there was an enormous, cowled figure in the corner, puffing on a pipe deep within his hood, and another giant leaned against the back door, a nonchalant hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he gave the room a glance she knew took in everything. 2 guards, and not the mortal kind, judging by the tingle along her skin. "4th door along," added the innkeeper as Bryn turned for the stairs. Bryn made her way up them, considering her options. A mercenary like herself couldn't afford to pick and choose her jobs, especially when dreki were involved. But she had a bad feeling about this job, and she hadn't even heard what it involved. She paused before the 4th door. The dreki downstairs wouldn't stop her from leaving. They were paid to protect the warlord within, not to keep guests from escaping. But if she walked out that door, then she'd no longer be considered friend of the Sadu clan. And while that friendship came with a price, she couldn't deny they'd been the ones who had welcomed her into their mountain halls when she'd fallen. Dreki did not give their friendship lightly, and in this mortal world, she had few enough friends as it was. So she knocked. "Come in!" came a sharp command. The door opened to reveal a room lit by a single lantern. A figure sat at a scarred table, scratching out a missive in swift cursive. Bryn took a knee before the bed. Dreki were always prickly, and it never hurt to assuage their arrogant selves. "You sent for me, Your Highness?" Princess Solvig put the quill down and pushed away from the desk. "I did." Nobody would ever have called Solvig a beauty, and yet there was an arresting look to her hawkish features. Intense was the word for it. Here stood a woman of power, who was both comfortable in her own skin and inclined to wield that strength. And though Bryn stood 2 inches taller than the other woman, she didn't feel like it when Solvig was in the room. The princess wasted no words. "I have a task for you." Bryn caught the pouch of coin the princess tossed in her direction, slowly rising to her feet. Heavy, and if her guess was correct, heavy with gold krona, not mere brass pieces. "A dangerous bounty by the feel of it." "Correct," the princess replied, her dark eyes flashing with heat. "I want you to bring me someone, preferably in chains." That was interesting. In her experience, Solvig was cool, calculating and ruthless, yet the brief storm that crossed her face hinted at some deeper emotion. Whoever it was, Bryn spared him a moment of pity. She tossed the pouch up and down. "Not human." "Not human," the princess's eyes darkened. "He's a dreki prince named Marduk, born into the Zinni clan, though he's been in exile for years. He hasn't been seen for nearly a decade, but several members of his court came through this region 2 days ago. They're looking for him, and they think he's gone east. I want you to track them and use them to find him." She'd been right. This was a kettle full of trouble. "You want me to capture a dreki prince from a foreign court and bring him to you in chains?" "Yes." "I wouldn't just earn the enmity of a single dreki, and a prince at that. I'd be facing the wrath of his entire court." Bryn shook her head. "I may as well slit my throat now. It would be a kind of fate." "You will be protected." "By whom?" she demanded. "Does this order come from your father?" Solvig paced to the table. "No, it comes from me." Bryn's eyebrows arched. "King Harold considers peace to be his most notable achievement. This sounds like you intend to start a war." "That miserable son of a dragon humiliated me, and he will feel my wrath." Solvig snarled, snatching her knife from the table. Her black braid whipped over her shoulders as she turned. "My father will not seek to intervene, nor will the Zinni clan risk retaliation. This is personal, and dreki do not step between those that bear a legitimate vendetta." "And what if one is not a dreki? Some may dare not cross you, but they'll not hesitate to bring ruin down upon me." Solvig drew her knife and sliced a cut across her palm. "I vow by the goddess that I will protect you from the consequences of this quest. I alone will earn Marduk's enmity, and I will contain his rage. Blessed Tiamat, hear me." In the distance, thunder rumbled. Once, twice, thrice. Bryn trembled at the evidence the Dreki's goddess had heard Solvig's oath, but she held out her hand and slowly curled it around the knife. A Dreki's word was a powerful oath, and if Solvig swore she'd bear the brunt of these consequences, then she would. "To capturing wretched princes," she said. Solvig withdrew the blade so swiftly that Bryn barely felt the sting, but her smile sent a shiver down the spine. "To seeing them on their knees before us." When their clasped hands met, Bryn could feel that power, the heaviness of a storm brewing on the horizon, settle over her shoulders. This was not her goddess, but she could respect the deity. By the time she wiped her bloodied palm on her trousers, the cut was healed. "Find him for me, and I will handle the rest," Solvig replied, cleaning and then sheathing the knife. "Consider the coin advance payment. If you bring him to me, then I will double it, and I will give you something worth far more to you than mere gold." "I doubt it. I happen to quite like gold." It bought her enough tankards of ale to drown a fish. Solveig reached within her cloak and produced a scroll. Absolution. I have here the written confession of Rota, proclaiming you innocent of the charges that saw you cast from Valhalla, with your brands burned from your skin in dishonour. Bryn sucked in a sharp breath. Absolution. She'd spent so many centuries walking this cursed realm, certain she would never see the fair halls and her sisters again. Absolution. Gold. And no consequences. It was too much temptation, even for the doubt that afflicted her. Bryn finally bequeathed a smile upon the princess. I'll bring your pretty little princeling to you in chains. I'll even make him beg for mercy if necessary. Now, what were the names of the trio that are searching for him? 2. Lightning laced across the sky, lighting the common room of the inn in Groa as Tormund sank onto the bench and shook off his wet cloak. That is one hell of a storm. Anyone you know? Sirius watched the skies through the windows, the black leather eye patch he wore obscuring one eye. He'd lost it in the battle to overthrow Queen Amadea, though it did little to weaken him. The Black Frost was still considered the most dangerous male dreki in the northern lands. It's not a dreki-driven storm. Sirius's eye narrowed, as if he was seeing more than mere lightning, though I'm not sure it's entirely natural. Stay here. He pushed to his feet. I want to see if I can find our informant. Storms like that bring trouble, Håkon muttered as Sirius strode toward the door. If trouble wants to mess with the Black Frost, then my coin is on him. Do you think the old man was telling the truth? In the last village they'd stopped in, an old shepherd had seen a golden dreki fly overhead one night, and now there were rumours one had been seen walking the streets of Groa in human form. A great deal of hunting dragons, or in this case dreki, was following rumour of myths and trying to sort the truth from the lies. I think, Håkon took a thoughtful sip of his ale, that this is the best lead we've found in the past month. Ardis claims the golden scales she, Rurik, and Marduk wear are rare among dreki kind. There is only one other she knows of, and he lives far to the south in sun-baked lands where strange animals roam. And the shepherd had sworn the creature was as gold as a polished krona. But why here? Tormund mused. We're not so far from Iceland. A day or two's flight for a dreki, no doubt. If Marduk wanted to escape Queen Amadea, then why would he risk being caught so close to his own lands? Why Norway? Be patient. Perhaps when our informant arrives, they'll have the answer. I think they'll have an answer, he grumbled, with the amount of good gold you've been offering of late. I have an enormous overbred dreki working for me. Sirius can smell when a human is lying, he tells me. Håkon winked, but a commotion near the door caught both their attention. The door banged loudly against the wall, as if torn from someone's grasp. A stranger appeared, clad in a dripping cloak that covered their entire body, the storm lashing their clothes around them. Tormund wouldn't have paid them a second glance, except for the glint of a sheathed knife at their hip. Dangerous, then. But more than that, there was a crackle in the air, and he didn't know why, but he felt a little breathless. Lifting his hand and staring at the way the hairs along his arm rose, he slowly returned his gaze to the newcomer just as they flung the hood back from their head. Holy shit! His breath caught, his eyes popped wide open, and someone, somewhere, stole every thought in his head. Haakon's elbow dug into his ribs. "Enjoying yourself?" "That is one hell of a woman," Tormund breathed, eyeing her from head to toe. And there was a significant amount of woman in between. The stranger stood a good inch or two over 6 feet tall, with straight shoulders that bore an almost regal stance, and thick red gold hair that tumbled down her back in a mess of a plait. She rested a hand on the hilt of the knife at her hip as she shot an angry glance around the room, and he couldn't help noticing there were plenty of curves half hidden by the cloak. Haakon whistled under his breath. "She looks like she could wrestle a bear." "Hush," Tormund said, shooting him a glare. "That's my future wife you're talking about." "Future wife?" His cousin burst into laughter. "Or tonight's pursuit?" "Either." The woman strode to the bar, where she engaged in a swift conversation with the innkeeper. Tormund pushed to his feet, as if drawn by an invisible tether. "No." Haakon grabbed his wrist. "We don't have time for this." "You would stand in the path of destiny?" "I think destiny is about to hand you your teeth." "There she is," Sirius returned with a swirl of his dark cloak, his gaze turning narrow with predatory intent. "Who?" A breathless sensation filled Tormund, for the dreki's focus was based behind him. On the bar. On the woman. "Our informant." Sirius lifted a chin as the woman looked around, giving an imperious nod. She strode toward them, one hand resting idly on the hilt of the sword at her hip. Jesus! Tormund could barely breathe. She was pure, utter perfection. Handfuls of soft flesh molded over hard muscle. Powerful thighs were barely contained by tight leather trousers, and as she slipped sideways between 2 old men, he caught a glimpse of an arse a man could grasp with 2 hands as he buried his face between those thighs. And the way she stared at them, as if she was seemingly fearless, made his cock harden. "You have gold?" she demanded, in a voice both soft and husky, as she reached their table. The lamplight behind her softened her features, and he could just make out a set of pillowy lips. Fuck. Haakon kicked his chair under the table, then straightened. "Maybe, for the right kind of information." The woman placed both hands on their table, leaning forward with a predatory gaze. "You wanted to speak to the blacksmith's wife." "Are you the blacksmith's wife?" Tormund asked, leaning back in his chair as his heart sank like lead. It was plausible. She looked like she could swing a hammer more ferociously than any blacksmith he'd ever encountered. Those green eyes met his. "No, though I represent her interests." Thank all the gods. "What is your name, sweetheart?" Tormund offered a friendly smile. "My name is Bryn, and I'm not your sweet anything." "Tormund," he said, resting all 4 feet of the chair on the ground again. "And this is my cousin, Haakon, and our, friend, Sirius. Would you like an ale?" "I'm here to offer information, and that's all I'm interested in." Sirius snickered into his mug. Haakon splayed a hand over his mouth, as though trying to hide a laugh. "Bastards." "Then sit," Haakon directed, gesturing to the chair in front of her. "The blacksmith indicated there was coin in this job." Haakon drew a small pouch from his belt and let it fall on the table, where it chinked. "There is, provided the information is worth the coin offered." "Oh, I think you'll be interested." Bryn draped her dripping cloak over the back of the chair. A tunic of braided leather covered her breasts. He came through here. This prince you're looking for." "How do we know you're telling the truth?" Tormund asked. Because, pretty or not, he wasn't interested in traipsing all over these mountains looking for something that didn't exist. "Because he has a golden crown tattooed on his ass and the smile of a devil." Håkon considered Bryn for several long seconds, and then he opened the pouch of coins and slid a pair of them across the table toward her. Bryn sank into the chair, her eyes glittering. "He was seeking directions for the Volva of Groa." "Volva?" "She lives in the hills and practices Seder. Some say she dabbles in darker arts too, and it is known that those who seek to find her often don't return." Fucking magic. Dark magic. Tormund pinched the bridge of his nose. He knew what was going to happen next. "How do we find this Volva?" Håkon asked. And there it was. Bryn smiled a wolfish smile and swept the handful of coins toward her before making them disappear. "I will show you. I too have questions for her, and will act as your guide." Guide? Tormund bent and hauled his pack up onto his back, glaring at the sun as if it had done him a personal grudge by rising. Bryn continued buckling the enormous leather belt around her waist, ignoring the way his gaze settled on her. The second he'd seen her, he'd made it clear he found her attractive, but it was her first glimpse into those deep, dark eyes that knotted her tongue in her mouth. The man looked like pure sin poured into leather and fur. He had a smile like Loki, a set of arms to send Heimdall weeping, and a pair of thighs that would make Thor green with envy. Thick dark hair was gathered back into a leather thong at the nape of his neck, and a neatly trimmed beard lined his jaw. Every inch of him was either carved by the gods or moulded directly from her dreams. And he towered over her personal weakness. "Freya grants me strength." Bryn forced her tongue to work, but the words came out awkward and snappish. "Did you think me a lonely shepherdess or a farmer, looking for a man to warm my bed of a night? Not with that knife, no." His gaze slid to the sword strapped to her hip. "Or that sword." This was easier to counter. Bryn smiled dangerously and leaned closer. "Scared?" He closed the distance between them until his nose was almost touching hers. "Not precisely the right emotion. Besides, you haven't seen the size of my weapon. Yet." "Ever," she broke away, heading into the street. "I don't mingle when I'm on a job." "I wasn't talking about mingling." He winked at her and sent her a slow, heated smile that warmed her from the inside. Ragnarok's breath. It wasn't as though men didn't attempt to woo her on a regular basis, and if she was being honest, usually she would have been more interested in his friend, Sirius, who had dangerous written all over him. But there was something about Tormund that caught her eye. His smile, perhaps, the type of smile that stopped her heart in her chest. Or the calmness that leached off him. He radiated confidence, as if it didn't matter how many punches the world threw at him, he would simply keep striding inexorably forward. And she'd never met a man who made her feel instantly at ease. "You certainly think highly of your charm," she noted. Keeping him at arm's length was proving difficult. The man shrugged off insults and seemed immune to her cooler glares. "It's not my charm I think highly of." Bryn snorted. "Oh, I'm sure." A girl shivered on the corner of the street, holding a plate out for passers-by. Bryn's gaze slid over her, then she sighed and reached into her purse, dumping a handful of coins there. "Freya's blessing upon you," she said. The girl gave her a startled look before her eyes widened when she saw what Bryn had given her. It would never be enough. But she'd been cold and hungry before. She knew the gnawing ache in her belly the girl no doubt suffered from. And while there had never been anyone there to assuage that hunger for her, she could offer assistance now. Behind her, she heard Tormund adding a few more coins. "That was kind of you," he said when he rejoined her. "Foolish," she replied. She didn't want to talk about it. And clearly he understood her reticence. Tormund looked toward the mountains in front of them. "Dare I ask you how you know Marduk has a golden crown tattooed on his arse?" It was tempting to tell him she'd seen it firsthand, but keeping her lies to a minimum was the first rule Bryn owned when working a job. You never knew when something was going to trip you up. "The blacksmith's niece saw it," she said dryly as they reached the edge of the village. "And the innkeeper's sister. And the mayor's daughter confirmed their accounts. Needless to say, the prince left in a hurry." "Ah." His smile softened. "So you didn't personally meet the prince?" "I wouldn't be here if I'd met him." No, Marduk would be trussed up in Solvig's dungeon if she had. A small dot grew larger on the horizon. Bryn tugged a leather gauntlet from behind her belt. She slipped it on, knotting the laces. "Lucky for me, then, that you didn't." Bad. This was bad. She had to stop this flirtation right here, right now. "I am here for one thing, and one thing only. Marduk." "A pity. I could have changed the course of your life if you'd let me." Bryn held out her hand as the flash of feathers dove toward them. "Who says I want to change the course of my life?" Tormund jerked back as the merlin banked and landed on her wrist, her feathers grazing his cheek. "Jesus Christ!" The words tore from him as he clapped a hand to his chest. "Where did that thing come from?" "Is the big bad warrior afraid of my little fluff?" Bryn cooed, scratching the little merlin under the chin. Seer closed her eyes and leaned into the caress. "Did you scare him, my precious sweet girl?" "That thing nearly took my ear off." "That thing is called Seer." Bryn glanced up from beneath her eyelashes as she thrust her wrist forward and set the merlin free. Seer launched into the skies, content with her pat. "She hunts at my side, and she has far better discretion than to touch such a big bearded lout." "Then she doesn't know what she's missing out on." "Oh, she knows." Bryn tucked her wrist closer to her chest and stalked past him. "But regret is not precisely the emotion she feels." He laughed behind her, but Håkon called out, "Which way?" The road wound through the mountains ahead of them, fog drifting through the lower valleys. Sirius had vanished a half-hour ago, and no doubt he was soaring through the skies above them. He'd find them, he'd claimed, which made her a little uneasy. Double-crossing a human was easy enough, but dreki had long memories, and she'd heard plenty of stories about the dreki they called the Black Frost in the past 100 or so years. Solvig had failed to mention he was one of the party Bryn would need to track, and if she'd known, then she might have preferred to follow at a distance rather than ingratiating herself with them. Too late now. Bryn headed into the trees, leaving the road. "The prince was last seen heading up into the mountains," she called over her shoulder, "according to the blacksmith's wife." "I thought he was in disguise. How did you know it was a dreki prince if you never saw him?" Tormund asked. "How do you know so much about dreki? Most humans seem to be unaware that they're more than myths and legends, that hide up in the hills and steal their sheep. Now that she wasn't batting her eyelashes at him, he was starting to think. Usually she appreciated an intelligent man, but this was the wrong time to find one. I've run afoul of dreki several times, and my mother told me about them and their world, though she suggested I should avoid them. How did the blacksmith's wife know it was the prince? Bryn rolled her eyes. The blacksmith's wife said he had the look of the devil about him, and her cross burned cold every time he smiled at her. She was certain he wasn't human. That's ridiculous, Håkon threw over his shoulder. Crosses don't react to dreki. And in their human form, it's difficult to see the difference between a dreki and a large man, Tormund pointed out. Trust me, giant, he was dreki according to my sources. And then she waggled her eyebrows in a suggestive manner. Do I want to know? Bryn knew her smile held the sweetness of a trap about to spring. I don't know. Do you? He stared at her for a long moment, and then his gaze slid to the mountains over his shoulder. Sometimes it was almost too easy to deflect a man's attentions. She headed up a narrow track that diverged from the glade. This way. The climb turned steep and treacherous, and the three of them scrabbled over rocks and boulders. Her breath caught when she saw the side of the path drop away into an immense gully. Though the village was barely 100 feet behind them, it felt as though they'd entered an ancient world. A river roared somewhere ahead, and birds pinwheeled through the chasm in front of them. She could feel the last hints of civilization dropping away behind them with every step, and practically sense Seer's elation as the Merlin soared through the gap. He followed this track, Bryn said, pointing to the left. A plump blonde said she'd tried to tell him not to go this way, but he insisted. He wanted answers, he told her. Answers to what? Hopefully we'll find out. Bryn peered up the narrow track that diverged from the one she stood upon. It had been built for goats by the look of it, and thick weeds overgrew it. Tormund paused at her side, full of suspicion. People don't use this track very often. People don't come here at all, she pointed to a skull someone had hung on a cross stave. A pair of ram's horns had been drilled into it, but that was very clearly a human skull. Where are you taking us, woman? She called over her shoulder. I'm taking you to meet the Volva of Groa. Watch your step and keep your tongue quiet. She's guarded by Droga, they tell me. The undead were difficult to slay at the best of times. Oh, finding Marduk will be no trouble, he muttered under his breath, pitching his voice to match a female's tone. It will be an excellent adventure. What? Bryn called. Nothing, he grunted as he scrambled along at her heels. Just noting how typical this adventure is proving to be. Missing princes, Volva who practice dark magic, undead. If my luck holds its usual pattern, we'll probably find ourselves battling some monstrous beast from the underworld, or betrayed to an ancient god. Bryn shot him a sharp look, but his head was down. She couldn't promise any gods. But did a dreki princess count? What took you so long? Sirius demanded, standing at the top of the mountain track as he swiftly buttoned himself into his breeches. Some of us don't have wings, Tormund told him, bending over and resting his hands on his hips. Mother of God. His lungs were about to explode, and a twinge of pain ached in his right ankle. He didn't want to admit it, but Bryn had set a punishing pace. The only consolation had been watching the tight leather breeches she wore flex over those powerful thighs. If you wanted speed, you could have carried us. Do I look like a pack mule? No, Bryn purred. You look like a powerful dreki prince who rules the skies. Tormund's eyes narrowed on the dreki prince. Losing an eye had done the bastard little damage. Indeed, now Sirius looked even more dangerous, with a leather eye patch to match the sneering smile he frequently wore. And clearly Bryn had noticed, as she watched Sirius haul a shirt over the broad expanse of his shoulders with undisguised appreciation. Trust me, giant, he was dreki. What did that mean? He's mated, Tormund told her curtly after a frustrating morning of having his attempts at conversation rebuffed. And his wee pretty wife would rip your throat out with her teeth if she saw the way you were looking at him. I'm only looking, giant. Where is the harm in that? Shrewd eyes turned back to the black frost. Besides, I know who he is. I know what he's capable of. It would take a woman braver than I to even think of dabbling with such a creature. His mate must be a powerful warrior. Tormund considered Marlin. Short, pretty, nose buried in a book most of the time. Honestly, she's the nicest dreki I've ever met. She baked me a cake to thank me for helping her save him. Bryn blinked. I don't think she even knows how to hold a sword, he told her with a little enjoyment. But then, she doesn't have to. She's got this great big overgrown lout wrapped around her little finger. He'd eat anyone who tried to harm her. I can hear you, Sirius called. I'm aware of that, Tormund called back, without taking his eyes off Bryn. So where do we go now? She lifted her face to the skies, watching the Merlin who soared above them with a distant look on her face. Left, she finally said. Of course. Tormund sighed as he looked to the left and up. More fucking steps. Why did I even bother asking? Is there any chance you can cease your complaints for at least 10 minutes? I'm starting to forget what silence sounds like. Then she stalked to the left, brushing past Sirius as if he wasn't standing there looking like an ancient god brought to life. Tormund blew out a breath. The good ones were never easy. Bryn had spent all morning gracing him with an icy shoulder, though her laugh whenever Håkon spoke was warm and hearty, and his cousin wasn't a funny man. Though Håkon was clearly amused now, snickering under his breath as Tormund followed their guide. Enjoying yourself? He muttered as he shoved past his cousin, his shoulder slamming into Håkon's accidentally. Håkon caught himself on a tree. Immensely. How's destiny treating you? Coldly. Very, very coldly. Perhaps you should use that endless charm that has never failed before. Håkon could no longer contain his laughter. Do you remember when the lovely Ardis had such doubts about you, and I reminded her that you were worth fighting for? Tormund shook his head. I was wrong. I hope one of the Draugr eats you. 3. 3 enormous burial mounds guarded the entrance to the valley. Mist clung to the sweeping slopes, and a pair of enormous lintel stones were carved with ancient runes. Looks welcoming, Tormund muttered under his breath as he drew his axe. They're warnings. Bryn's eyes roved the shadows ahead. Gone was any sign of flippancy. Now she moved with the prowling grace of a wolf. Enter here at your own risk. May the gods be with you. I thought Volva practiced natural magics. Tormund eyed the burial mounds, sweat dripping down his spine. He'd fought many monsters, dragons, kraken and worms, but Draugr were in a category of their own. This one foretold a future once that the local villagers did not like. She lives apart from the world, and many men have tried to ruin her. They say she is nearly 200 years old. Not human, then. Human once, perhaps, though they say she turned her face from blessed Freya to grim hell and made a dark bargain in order to preserve her life. You know a great deal about the workings of these people, Håkon commented, and Tormund knew his cousin's instincts were roused. Bryn shrugged as she strode between the runestones. I make it my business to know, Dragonsbane. There is good coin in it, and you're less likely to earn an unexpected knife in the back. Come, follow my footsteps exactly, and don't listen to the voices. Voices? Jesus. Tormund watched her walk between the burial mounds with seemingly no care. Do you want me to hold your hand? Håkon muttered. My good Christian mother warned me not to get involved with this madness when I was a boy, and I didn't listen. I told her you would not lead me astray. I promised her I would die a good natural death, surrounded by my grandchildren and languishing in my bed. That's all right, Håkon said in a soothing voice. We all have fears. I promise I won't let a big bad Draugr eat you. Tormund shuddered. The thought of dying in battle wasn't something that bothered him, but being eaten alive by something that had crawled out of the grave. I hate you. I just want you to know that, he shot back before he strode after Bryn. Can you kill the Draugr, Sirius, from a nice safe distance? The black frost could freeze the heart in a man's or Dreki's chest with a single thought, and could rouse a storm to icy, chilling lethality. They're undead, the Dreki replied tersely. I can freeze them and slow them down, but I can't explode their hearts with my magic. Or I can, but it won't affect them. They're not alive. Damn it. A pity you can't breathe fire like your cousin Rurik. Sirius bared his teeth. True. All the better to roast you alive. Is that why he's king? I never did work out how you Dreki proclaim such things. Sirius hissed under his breath. Rurik is king because I do not want to sit on his throne. For fuck's sake, Håkon grumbled. Can't the two of you be quiet for once? I feel like I'm dealing with children. What is the plan? What are we facing here? Tormund knew little about Draugr, except for the fact that they were undead, difficult to kill, and best avoided. We talk to the Volva, Bryn called over her shoulder. Politely. We offer her coin for information. We leave, preferably with our heads. I like this plan, but what happens if the Volva takes exception to our visit? To his right, one of the burial mounds loomed. A shiver passed through him as he stepped within its shadow. We run, Bryn replied. Pass back through the runestones and sprint toward the village. Regroup at the church. I don't think they can enter consecrated ground. Also acceptable, he said. Every step felt like he crossed the threshold to Helheim. The temperature plunged, and he walked directly into a wet, cool mist. The sound of their footsteps muffled until silence settled over them like a shroud. Even he didn't feel like breaking it, and he was remarkably fond of the sound of his own voice in situations like these. Soft whispers seemed to stir the mist. Look at the lights. Over here, there is gold and jewels. Tormund stared steadily ahead. Don't listen to the voices, he muttered to himself. Don't listen. Don't listen. Don't listen. An eerie green light glowed to his right, like a firefly, except there was something about the way it drifted through the air that told him it wasn't. "Nearly there," Bryn whispered, and even she was stepping carefully, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Out of the mists loomed a tall, hooded figure leaning on a staff. Tormund's heart skipped a beat, and he choked down a curse as Bryn stopped. "Good Volva," she called. "We come in peace." "You're not welcome here," the Volva replied in a hollow, guttural voice that made Tormund wonder how long it had been since she crawled out of the grave herself. 200 years old? He was betting that dark bargain she'd made had cost her more than the usual gifts to the gods. "We come with gifts," Sirius called, looking as though the entire situation raised his hackles. "We seek information." "As did the other." This time there was a hint of a smirk about the Volva's wrinkled chin. "Marduk?" Sirius called. Silence. "He is the one we are seeking," Sirius added. "If you tell us where he went and what he wanted, then we shall leave, and in doing so leave our gift behind." The Volva leaned closer. "What makes you think he's not dead? My Droga are hungry after all. It takes a lot to fill their bellies." Little green marsh lights glowed in the dark. Tormund's nostrils flared, and his hand came slowly to rest upon the hilt of his axe. "They're awake," he wanted to mutter, but didn't dare. "He is not dead," Sirius gave an arrogant shrug. "The four winds would have carried the tale all over the world. Nor is he the kind who would fall to a mere Droga. He is a dreki prince with the gift of fire in his veins." Tormund exchanged a glance with Håkon. "I thought we were trying to placate the Volva, not antagonize her." Håkon winced. "Dreki," the Volva spat on the ground. "Dreki think they are invulnerable, but there are means to destroy them." "Peace, my friend," Tormund called, gesturing with his hands. "My cousin and I are dragon hunters and well know the arrogance of dreki." He ignored Sirius's sharp glare as he held up the purse they'd agreed to offer. "If we didn't need this overgrown bat, we'd have left him in Iceland. But my cousin's wife is desperate for the safe return of her beloved brother. You would be doing us an immense favor if you would tell us where Marduk was going and what he wished of you. And we have 200 kroner for the information." That caught her attention. The Volva flipped her hood back, revealing white, filmy eyes. She'd painted a black line across her brows, and the ink dripped into runnels in her aged skin. It also welled between her teeth, as if she'd bitten into the source of the ink. "Ask 3 questions, Dragon Hunter, and I will answer them," she spat. "But mind your words, for I am no mere mortal to be trifled with." "What did Marduk want of you?" Tormund asked. "He came searching for the source of the song only he can hear." "The song only he can hear," Bryn muttered. "And what did you answer?" Tormund continued. "I gave him a gift, a dwarven listening horn, which can hear the music between the notes of the world. With it, he could track the source of this music." "Sirius seems to think he went east when he left, which means he was tracking this song. But do you know his precise destination?" The Volva knelt and rested a palm flat on the ground. Closing her eyes, she cocked her head and listened. A pebble skittered across the ground. Tormund's nostrils flared. "Ragnarok's breath," Bryn said, her hand falling to her sword hilt. "What is she doing?" "Communing with the dead, I think." He'd have never said those words 6 months ago. Sometimes he wished he'd left Håkon on Iceland's bleak shores and sailed home to visit his aunt and cousins, where he could safely say he'd never met a dreki or gotten involved in their mess. Little cracks formed in the surface of the dry earth, and Tormund could sense something stirring beneath the shale. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He shifted his feet as the cracks rent the earth behind him. Why couldn't it be a dragon? Why did it have to be the dead? Instantly, the earth fell silent. The wind stopped. And as the Volva looked up, Tormund knew instantly that something had gone wrong. The prince is east of the sun and west of the moon, north of the earth and south of the ice, above the fire and below the stars. The Volva slowly pushed to her feet. But I can see what I did not see before. He searches for the world killer, for the monster with no name, and if he unleashes it, then we shall all wish for the mercy of Ragnarok's doom. Slamming her staff upon the stones, she turned her face to the skies. Instantly, a wind whipped her cloak until her matted white hair streamed behind her. My dead children whisper of destruction, and it must not be allowed to happen. Easy now, Tormund said. We're all friends here. You will help unleash it upon the world. That much is clear, unless I stop you. A hand smashed through the burial mound to his left. A high-pitched scream escaped Tormund. Fuckety fuck! How good are you with that sword? He yelled at Bryn. If I draw this sword, giant, then none of our enemies will leave this clearing alive. I like your confidence, woman. He just wished he shared it. Another pair of hands crawled from the second burial mound. Mottled flesh clung to the finger joints, but the tips were mostly skeletal. They're all rising, Håkon bellowed, and the three Draugr were between the group and the runestones. What now? He yelled at Bryn. Running doesn't seem to be an option anymore. Behead them, she roared back. Cut them to pieces if possible, or burn them. The war axe cleared its sheath. It felt good to have something solid in his hands. His pulse was still raging out of control. Back to back, then. Don't let them break through. Bryn strode forward to meet the first Draugr. I don't need you to guard my back, big man. I fight alone. Jesus. He threw her a frustrated glance, but the Draugr to his left captured his attention. Its hollow eye sockets were filled with the little green marsh lights he'd seen earlier, and it stared at him as if yearning to make his acquaintance. Judging from the rotting leather carapace that clung to its bared ribs, it had once been a woman. I'm sorry, he told it. I've already met my wife, and I prefer a little more flesh, to be honest. The creature hissed at him, the twisted tendons of what had once been a tongue waggling at him. Why do you always drag me into these things? He bellowed at his cousin as Håkon's back met his. Drag you? Håkon demanded incredulously. You volunteered to come, you fucking idiot. The Draugr swung its sword. Both of them drove forward, his axe and Håkon's sword meeting the downward blow. It should have stopped any normal creature, but the Draugr possessed supernatural strength. The jar of its strike reverberated up his arm, and Tormund went to one knee, almost dropping his weapon. For a creature compiled of rotting sinew and bones, it was remarkably strong. Someone has to save your fool head, he yelled, scrambling across the ground and swiping for its calf. Missed. Curse it. The ringing clash of Håkon's sword echoed frantically. You're the one on your ass! Muscles bunching, Tormund swung back the other way, smashing the spiked end of his axe into the creature's foot. It let out a roar, momentarily thrown off balance, and he scrambled upright. Haakon's sword slashed across its abdomen, spewing rope-like innards and a gush of green bile. Tormund's stomach rebelled the second the smell hit him, and he dry heaved as the creature roared and started growing. Frig's tits. What would it take to kill this fucking thing? He examined his axe, examined the creature who now stood head and shoulders above him, and then lifted the axe over his head and hurled it directly into the Draugr's chest. The Draugr screamed, its ribs caving in beneath the blow, but it merely staggered back 3 steps, then locked its gaze upon him. "Tormund!" Sirius roared. Tormund turned just as the dreki launched into the skies, his human arms stretching into wings. Sirius erupted into an enormous creature carved of scales, fury and violence. The black dreki launched forward, its teeth snapping around the Draugr's head. With a wrench, the black frost ripped it off, tossing it aside with a vicious fling. The body fell backwards, Tormund's axe sticking out of it. "That's one way to kill it," Tormund muttered, yanking his axe from the Draugr's chest and breathing hard. He paused. "What's he doing?" The dreki turned and shook its head. Its lithe, snake-like neck whipped back and forth, and then it retched. Scrabbling at his mouth with his foreclaws, the black frost's tongue spilled from his mouth, and then he drove his head into a nearby pool of stagnant water and shook it violently. Draugr apparently did not taste very nice. "I think that's possibly the most disgusting thing I've ever seen." Tormund shook his head. "And now I owe that bastard an ale." "Behind you!" Haakon warned. They turned to find another of the massive creatures advancing upon them. This one wore a scraggly beard that fell to its knees, and an old helmet. "Mine," Haakon said grimly, holding his sword low. "Go see how our guide is faring. Bryn's smaller than we are, and I don't know how well she can wield that sword." He turned just as Bryn darted toward him, with a bloodied knife in her hand. "Through the rune stones!" she yelled at him, snatching his arm as she sprinted past. Behind her lumbered a creature wielding a brass-bound club. "Use your sword!" he yelled at her as he ran after her. Was she mad? A knife against one of the undead? Bryn sprinted through the runestones, then whirled to face him. She glared at him, then set that glare upon the Draugr. "I need some room to draw it." It wasn't that bloody big. Tormund shook his head. "Stay behind me," he said, then turned to face the creature alone. "Come on, you big ugly bastard." He watched that club lift high, tensing his muscles. Diving beneath the swing of the club, he swung his axe at its foot, but the creature danced and avoided the blow. Tormund threw himself aside, trying not to be crushed. He hit a rock, his body wedged against it. The sole of an enormous boot blotted out the light, and he screamed as he threw his arms up and... Someone yanked aside the curtains of gloom, letting the sun's burnished rays smash down upon them. Heat washed over his clammy skin. The Draugr froze, its attention swinging toward the runestones, toward Bryn. And it was not the sun, but the sword in her hand. Light seemed to be coming from within the metal, as if the fucking thing had been forged from the heart of a dying star. Standing within a molten halo, her red braids gleaming like the wings of a phoenix, she screamed something incomprehensible at the Draugr. Tormund sat up breathlessly as the Draugr turned to face her. Instead of ducking the club, She swung her sword up to meet it. A cataclysmic shockwave of force and sound detonated out from the blow. The Draugr was flung off its feet, landing several yards behind Tormund. But Bryn stood with her feet planted, every inch of her face carved with a motley of fierce shadows. Holy shit! He tried to wave the lights away from his vision. Where the hell did you find that sword? Don't look at it, she screamed, her eyes settling on something directly behind him. The ground beneath his boot shivered. Tormund threw himself to the side, swinging under the blow of the club. The whistle of its passage whined past his ears, and then he was rolling to his feet, still blinking through his half-blindness. The stench of decay almost knocked him on his arse again. But he was under its guard for a crucial half-second. Lifting the axe high, he drove it into the Draugr's foot, cleaving it in half. If we can't kill them, then incapacitate them. It wasn't as though they could grow extra limbs. Could they? Behind you! Bryn screamed. He caught a glimpse of an enormous form blundering toward him. Bryn sprinted toward him, her gaze locked on the creature over his shoulder. Tormund recognized her intent and dropped to one knee, cupping his hands for her. Her weight met his cupped palms, and then he was thrusting her high over his shoulder. Grabbing for his axe, he rolled to the side, coming up in a fighting stance, only to realize he wasn't needed. The moment took his breath away. Bryn flew through the air, high over the sweep of the Draugr's club. For a second, it looked as though she had swan-like wings. She plunged her shining sword right into its eye, and a flare of light exploded from the weapon as the Draugr screamed. The concussive force almost knocked him off his feet. He staggered back, his cloak whipping around him as the Draugr's body slammed into the ground. Bryn wrenched her sword from its eye and hopped off its chest, her face spattered with mottled clots of dark blood. In that moment, he could have sworn he saw his future laid out like an arrow forging toward its fate. This woman was the one. He'd jokingly said she would be his wife, but he hadn't meant it until this moment. Bryn shot him a savage smile and wiped the black blood off her sword. And that's how you killed the undead, big man. 4. The Volva had fled, leaving behind the remnants of her Draugr. Bryn made short work of cleansing her sword before sheathing it and its brightness. The second she put it away, the black frost advanced upon her, radiating menace. Where did you find that sword? Dreki could smell lies, so Bryn tipped her chin up and looked him in the eye. She'd been prepared to face these questions. It was gifted to me by the Valkyrie, Kara. You're lying. Do I look like I'm lying? She laid a hand on the hilt of the sword. No one can steal a Valkyrie's sword, Milord Dreki. The powers bound into the steel will refract back upon an unlawful hand, and the consequences are dire. The black frost's lip curled back from his teeth. No Valkyrie gives away blessed steel. True. Bryn's smile slipped. Sometimes the sword chooses a new mistress. A part of her had expected the sword to cleave from her hand the moment she was cast from Valhalla. But though it had warmed to the touch, it had stayed true, both a cruel blow and a relief. She remained Valkyrie enough to wield it, though she would never be welcomed within the golden halls again. There's still a chance. Bryn's breath escaped her lungs. All you have to do is find this precious princeling, and you can return home. You'll finally be able to clear your name. Tormund stepped between them and rested a hand on the Black Frost's chest. "The lady says she's not lying. How about you give her some room to breathe and, perhaps go take a bath in a fresh icy lake?" The Black Frost turned that snarl upon him. "Don't snap at me," Tormund replied mildly. "It's not my fault your lady wife is never going to want to kiss you again. I didn't tell you to eat it." "I didn't eat it. I bit its fucking head off." "Yes," Tormund winced. "I think we all practically tasted that. And with you breathing down my neck, I can almost taste it now." He tossed the flask toward the dreki. "Perhaps rinse your mouth out." Backing away, he gave a winning smile, his hands held in the air. "And, keep the flask." Bryn let go of the sword hilt as the Black Frost strode away, bristling in fury. For all his arrogance, Tormund had a way of diffusing difficult situations. At first, she'd mistaken him for merely being the foot soldier of the group, but over the past day she'd seen him placate the others with a laugh and a jest. Håkon seemed prone to staring broodily across the mountains, but Tormund would tease him out of such bleak moods within 5 minutes. And the Black Frost, despite threatening to eat him on a regular basis, seemed to find him amusing. It was a little baffling. She'd known many a mighty warrior. She'd often carried them to the golden halls of Odin herself, but she'd never seen one who used his wit and charm to diffuse dangerous situations instead of drawing a sword. "You're welcome," Tormund said. "Pardon?" She tore her stare from the irritated dreki and met the mortal's eyes. Brown and rich and so human. "I said, you're welcome." And she realized what he meant. Spine stiffening, she turned back to the fallen corpses, ostensibly checking them to ensure they wouldn't rise again. "Do you think I needed your help?" She kicked one of the Draugrs' heads toward him pointedly. Tormund shook his head. "Prickly," he muttered under his breath. "What was this song the vulva spoke of?" Håkon demanded, wiping black clotted blood from his blade. The Black Frost paced near the clearing, examining the corpses of each of the Draugr. He poured a small pile of ash onto each of their bodies, and then, with a snap of his fingers, ignited all 3 with a white-hot fire that burned blue. "Perhaps you should ask your mate. The old stories say that the great goddess, Tiamat, forged the world out of chaos and order." He stomped a foot on the ground. "This is real. This is solid. This is order." Bending low, he picked up a handful of dirt and let it trickle through his fingers. "You can see it. You can feel it. But there is another piece of the tapestry of life, and that is chaos. The beautiful weft that binds the reality of the world together. Silent, invisible. A song of power and fury and disorder that very few creatures can ever see or hear. Ardis is one of the few who can channel such powers. Her mother was another. But Marduk never owned such a gift. It is usually only females who can sense the song of chaos." Standing up, the Black Frost let his handful of dirt fall and brushed his palms against his leather-clad thigh. "Long ago, some of the more superstitious dreki used to sacrifice chaos wielders to the gods. It's a dangerous magic, and many argued that to allow one who could wield it to walk free was to invite ruin and destruction. If anyone even thinks they're going to lay hands on my wife, then they will have to go through me." Håkon bristled. "Easy," Tormund muttered, squeezing his cousin's shoulder. "Nobody is going to hurt Ardis. Besides, she's mean enough to eat them herself. And the Zinni clan allows chaos practitioners, the Black Frost replied. It is only some of the older clans who are still steeped in tradition that follow the old ways and kill their chaos wielders. And then he frowned. Bryn barely knew him, but she could read the unease in his posture. What's wrong? There was something the Volva said before she unleashed her Draugr about a monster with no name. There is a dreki prophecy that claims a chaos weaver will spawn the destruction of the world. A very famous poem was written about it, and one of the lines says, "Destruction has no name." Could be coincidence, Tormund said. The Black Frost's brows drew together. I don't believe in coincidence. There's a cult of dreki who believe in the prophecy. They call themselves the Keepers of Order, and they believe the destroyer will come from chaos. Some of them are natural voids, which makes them immune to chaos magic. Their followers circumnavigate the world, seeking to hunt the few chaos wielders that remain. Håkon stilled. Why am I only now discovering this? Tormund settled a hand on his shoulder. She's safe, cousin. Rurik will sacrifice his entire court full of dreki to protect his sister. Nobody is going to hurt Ardis. The keepers are easy enough to avoid, as they wear marks tattooed on their faces, the Black Frost said. And for all Queen Amadea's faults, she banned the keepers from Iceland upon pain of death. They may not have realized the queen is gone. Ardis will be safe. Dreki and their plots. Bryn crossed to the burial mound, kicking at a scattering of krona. But she kept an ear open. Chaos magic was something even the gods avoided, except for Loki, and this job seemed to be getting more complicated by the minute. Ragnarok, the Volva had said. That word was enough to send a chill down her spine, for most of her life's purpose had been spent preparing for the end of the world. And a monster with no name. What did that mean? She was no longer Valkyrie, not in the true sense of the word, but she had been raised to protect the world, and that calling hadn't completely faded. She needed to know more. Tormund looked toward the east. How would Marduk hear the song if he cannot wield chaos? The Black Frost hauled his pack over his shoulder. He shouldn't be able to. Perhaps someone is using such magics, and he is searching for them, Bryn called, lifting her arm as Seer came soaring in. The Merlin landed on her glove, and Bryn rubbed her under the beak. You dreki believe in true mates, yes? The three men exchanged glances. Would Marduk have felt the mating bond? Håkon asked. Possibly. The Black Frost shook his head. If he has found his mate, then it will be next to impossible to part them. If she can weave chaos, then... He cursed under his breath. This is not ideal. Chaos magic and charming, reckless princes. Tormund sighed as he shot Håkon an exasperated look. Why couldn't you marry some plump, pretty blonde with a dozen goats? Why did you have to fall in love with a dreki princess? Håkon flashed him a smile. Because life is meant to be an adventure. Why settle for hearth and pasture when you can ride the storm? Because you live longer? Bryn lifted Seer into the air as the pair of them bickered. Hunt, she told the Merlin, and let her fly. The bird soared into the sky with her wing feathers spread. She'd scour the forest for food before returning. Today had been difficult. Håkon watched Bryn with calculating eyes, and the Black Frost was clearly suspicious about the sword, but she was one step closer to finding Marduk. And now she had to ensure she didn't get left behind. "Thank you for your help today," Håkon told her, as if he was thinking of the same thing. "We'll see you safely back to town and then be on our—" "I want to come." Bryn tugged her leather gauntlet off and tucked it behind her belt. "We will travel far before we find Marduk," the Black Frost told her. Håkon stiffened. "And this is not the type of journey for a—" "Woman?" She arched her brow. "I can hold my own dragon's bane, and there is clearly money to be earned in this venture." "I wasn't referring to your gender," Håkon replied. "You've said yourself, you're a mercenary, and we haven't offered you more coin." Damn it. She'd been too eager. "I think I've proven I'm worth the gold, and you might need another sword." Tormund shot her a slow, steady look. "She might be useful." The cousins exchanged glances. "We don't travel by foot," Håkon replied, "and this is a personal mission." "Why are you so interested in finding the prince?" the Black Frost asked. Bryn pressed her lips together. If they left her behind, she'd never have a chance to earn Solvig's reward. "You want the truth? Marduk owes me good coin, and I want it." "You've met the prince?" Tormund's eyes narrowed suspiciously upon her, and she knew he was thinking of her earlier comments about the handsome blonde prince seducing half the women in town. "Not face to face. I did a job for him up north," she lied, "and he vanished before he could pay my employer. It was a lot of coin." "How much does he owe you?" Håkon asked her, reaching for the purse at his side. "More than mere gold," she told him, staring at him flatly as her heart kicked along. She was so close she could taste it. "And I will take the payment from him and not an emissary." She tipped her chin up. "You could say mine is a personal mission too." Tormund's mouth pressed thinly together, as if he'd tasted something sour. It was probably a good thing. She'd seen him looking at her with the kind of interest she often saw in males. And though he had pretty brown eyes, a generous mouth, and a set of arms that made her look twice, she couldn't help thinking it wouldn't be a good idea to fall into bed with him. This was a job, and she was going to betray them. The stakes were so high, she couldn't risk allowing physical or emotional entanglements. "Sorry, big man. It will be better this way." "I won't interfere in your mission," she promised, then looked the Black Frost in the eye. "But Marduk gave my employer his word, and dreki must always keep their word. Is that not true? As his cousin, you owe me the chance to recoup my earnings from him." "I say nay," Håkon said abruptly. Sirius opened his mouth. "How about I sweeten the deal?" Bryn tugged a magical compass from one of the travel pouches that hung at her belt. Crafted by one of these Svartulva, one of its needles pointed north, and the other spun in slow, lazy circles, as if searching for something. "You have a set of random directions that mean nothing, so unless one of you knows where this above the fire and below the stars is, you're still no closer to Marduk." The Black Frost's eyes narrowed upon her compass. "Is that—" "Dwarven forged," she told him with a dangerous smile. "And all I need is the blood of one of Marduk's family and a chant that only I know, and I can lead you directly toward him." The Black Frost paced a small circle around her. "A Valkyrie's sword and a dwarven compass. You're starting to intrigue me, woman." "I like to be useful," she told him. His gaze shuttered. Håkon grabbed his forearm. "We're not seriously considering this, are we? We know nothing about her." The Black Frost looked down at Håkon's hand, then up with an arch of his brow. Håkon let him go, but the pair of them stared at each other for a long, bristling moment. "I have heard of a compass crafted by the sons of Ivaldi," the Black Frost said slowly. "It can lead you to anything your heart desires. It could be useful." Håkon swore under his breath, giving Tormund a helpless look. "I'm with him," Tormund said, holding his hands over one of the burning corpses as if to warm them. "She's useful. With him or with her?" Håkon muttered savagely. Bryn pretended not to hear him. The Black Frost curled his lip. "You will come," he told her, "and Marduk will pay you what he owes. But you will not interfere in our quest. You will keep your head down and your mouth quiet, and if you so much as think about crossing us, I will fly you over a volcano and drop you inside it." Bryn swallowed. "I won't interfere." She had to trust that Solvig would handle the Black Frost when the time came. Or could. "Now," Håkon turned toward the southern road. "Let's go find our precious little princeling." "And a lake," Tormund said, staring pointedly at the Black Frost. "Otherwise, he's going to have to fly downwind." The song on the wind called to him. It gusted through icy mountain passages and whispered across the snow-covered expanse of barren plains. It haunted his nights and could be heard fluting through the enormous pines that soared toward the skies. Marduk didn't know who sang it, but the song had been whispering at him ever since he was born. And curse him for a fool, but he needed to know who it belonged to. "Who are you?" he sent into the void, whenever the singer's thoughts tangled with his own. "Who are you?" she whispered back, one cold and lonely night. That night had been months ago, luring him toward the east, and it was only now, watching steam plume from a nearby mountain, that he sensed its owner's nearness. He was so close to finding her, and nothing was going to stop him. Marduk hauled his mortal body up a rocky cliff face, gritting his teeth as the strain of gravity dragged at him. He didn't dare fly in his dreki form, not here, in territories belonging to another dreki clan. Nor did he dare answer the summons his elder brother and sister sent to him, for fear another would sense his psychic thoughts. He was so close to finding the source of the song. The others would have to wait. 5. Bryn paced in front of the buster behind the tavern, her breath fogging the crisp night air. Every inch of her ached from a hard day's journey and fight, and she itched to remove the day's grime from her skin. Giving way to impatience, she hammered her fist on the bathhouse door. "Are you finished yet?" "I'm a big man," Tormund bellowed back. "I take a bit of scrubbing." He'd been in there for a good half hour. "I swear, if you don't get out of the bath within the minute, I will kick this door down." "Then kick it down," he said with a laugh. "Or you could simply use the handle. I didn't lock it." She paced. "You have 10 seconds." "But I'm all soapy." It was becoming easier to understand why the Black Frost wanted to push him off a tall cliff. "You are the most frustrating man. I want to wash. I am filthy and sore and—" "Then join me," he called. "The tub's big enough for 2. Bryn stared at the door. "I will murder him. Slowly." "If you think I won't call your bluff," she growled, shoving the door open, "then you don't know me very well." Heat and steam enveloped her the second she entered the room. The steam room was to the right, and she could scent the smell of birch. "If you think I'm bluffing, then you don't know me at all." The words came from the corner of the bathing room, where a large shadow lingered in the enormous wooden tub. Water churned as Tormund sat back against the side of the tub, splaying both arms along its rim. The only light came from a small brazier of glowing coals, but it was enough to trace every inch of muscle on him with her eyes. She'd long thought herself immune to the lures of men. She'd carried great warriors from the battlefield to Valhalla's golden halls. She'd enjoyed her fill of those who'd sought to seduce her, and she'd even dreamed of love, once or twice, before she'd consigned such foolish thoughts to the depths of her consciousness. Love was a fool's pledge and a ploy for liars to take advantage of. She'd seen it too many times. That didn't mean that Tormund didn't get under her skin like a splinter. It was the twinkle, she told herself, the twinkle of humour in Tormund's eyes, and the sudden white flash of his smile. It stirred her as nothing else would, and she realized she was staring. "Want to wash my back?" He lazed back against the tub. "Want me to drown you?" Bryn dumped her leather travel bag on the chair beside the tub. "You've been in there a good half hour." A shrug. "Water's piped in from a hot spring. I keep meaning to get out and head to the steam room, but then I feel a brisk chill from the breeze slipping under the door, and my balls threaten to tuck tail and run. You can always join me." "Would you make your cousin join you?" "Of course, only I wouldn't want to embarrass the poor lad." Bryn stared at him. Tormund stared back. "You're talking about the size of your cock, aren't you? Men always have to brag about their size, though I often find they frequently overestimate themselves." "Oh, Bryn," he laughed, "you're a hard woman, but there's room enough for two, and I won't take it askance if you want to test my claims." How typical. "I'm sure you won't." He closed his eyes, dropping his head back against the edge of the wooden tub. "Climb in. I won't look, and I won't touch." His lips curved in a dangerous smile. "Unless you ask it of me." Bryn eyed him suspiciously, but he made no move to peek. "Chivalry? I thought such a notion long dead." Tormund swished his fingers back and forth, as if enjoying the water. "My mother would cut my eyeballs out with a spoon if she thought me the kind of man to force a woman into an uncomfortable situation, and I'm not the sort of man to push my attentions where they're not welcome." Music swirled through the timber walls of the bathhouse as Bryn considered the proposition. Inside the tavern, half the village had gathered, but out here, steam curled off the water, beckoning her with wispy tendrils. Every inch of her ached. A curse of this half-mortal body she wore. She'd never so much as strained a muscle before she was cast from Valhalla and her Valkyrie side was suppressed. And she stank. "If you lay a single finger on me," she warned, "I'll do worse than your mother could ever dream of, and I won't be so kind as to go for your eyes." "Understood." She eased the laces of her boots loose and slipped out of them. Trousers, socks, and braided leather body armor went next, and then the tight linen she bound her breasts with. Tormund never so much as moved. Stepping over the edge, Bryn sank into the tub. The hot water enveloped her aching body. Frig's mercy, but it felt nice. and the tub was big enough for 4, so she had no fear her foot would brush against his. Sinking up to her shoulders, she glared at him. The man had her at odds and ends. He brushed off her jibes with a shrug and laughed when she called him an idiot. He'd made it clear he was interested in her physically, and he didn't even seem to care if her braid was bedraggled with blood or she wore half a day's sweat. "You're staring," he murmured. "You said you wouldn't peek." "I haven't. I can feel you looking at me." He swam his arms back and forth, sending ripples across the water. The lump in his throat bobbed. "Like what you see?" An exasperated laugh escaped her. "Do you never admit defeat?" "Defeat? Never heard of the word." "Nor humility either, I'm sure." A dangerous smile. "What is there to be humble about? The gods granted me the body of a warrior and the hands of an artist. I've never had a woman complain." She couldn't help examining the truth of his claims. Water gleamed off his broad shoulders. He had the kind of physique that drew the eyes. With her height and breadth, she'd never so much as glanced at a man who wasn't strong enough to handle her. But Tormund dwarfed her in all aspects. And though she'd never been partial to beards, his was well-groomed, and his smile so blinding that a part of her wondered what that beard would feel like against her skin. "You can open your eyes." She was well covered. Tormund gave her a lazy-lidded look as he blinked, as if coming awake from a 1,000-year sleep. "You're not a very trusting person, are you?" "I've known a lot of men in my time." "You've never known one like me." Bryn snorted, but he stole a smile from her. "I've met men like you. You think yourself quite the gallant, don't you? A silver-tongued rascal who can win his way into any bed." Though she conceded a nod. "One who prefers to use wiles rather than force." "It's called charm." "It's called pointless." She submerged her head, almost moaning at the feel of the day's dirt and grime sluicing from her hair. Scrubbing water from her eyes, she told him, "I will never share a bed with you, big man. You're wasting your breath." "Who said anything about a bed? I don't intend to let you sleep." She smashed a fistful of water at him, and he laughed, before holding his hands up in surrender. "Truce," he offered. "No more teasing." "Now I know you're lying. You live for teasing." He laughed at her, then examined her, though not in the way a man examined a woman. "You fight well, exceedingly well. I could barely breathe when you were flying through the air toward that foul creature. You were glorious." Though the compliment soothed her, this was another conversation she didn't particularly wish to have with him. "You're not so bad yourself. All brute strength and bravado, but you're fierce enough that it would be difficult to break through your defenses, weak as they are." "Weak?" She enjoyed the twitch of his brow as she reached for the soap and started lathering her arms. "You're aggressive in combat and fight with no care for yourself. You're large enough and strong enough that when you attack, your enemy is usually on the back foot. Today that didn't work. The Draugr feel no fear, and they were bigger and stronger than you are. You nearly died. Should you face a foe with greater experience and little fear, you would be in trouble." His eyes narrowed. "I've faced a great many enemies over the head of my axe, and not a one of them is still alive today." "Luck. As I said, you have the advantage in terms of strength and reach. If you and I fought, it would be a different matter." She considered him. "You would charge. I wait until the last second as you swing your blow down, and then I slip beneath it and—" Bryn made a sharp gesture with her hand, from sternum to hip. "Right through there. Instant death, even if it takes you a while to realize it." He stared at her for a long second, and then he laughed. "Tomorrow, we will fight then, and you will teach me how to strengthen my defenses." She didn't know how to feel about the offer. Most of the men she'd encountered didn't like to be told they owned any weaknesses. Tormund's words stroked her pride, though she called herself a fool for even thinking warmly of him at all. But there was a large part of her that did want to fight him. His strength pitted against her cunning and speed. A thrill lit through her veins, the thrill of a challenge she couldn't resist. "Tomorrow, then," she said, in the kind of voice usually reserved for the bedchamber. He shivered. "Why is it that, of all the things I've said, the offer to fight me is the one that makes your eyes melt?" "Because it's the only sincere offer you've made." Tormund shifted closer. "Trust me, sweetheart, that wasn't the only sincere offer." Bryn set her foot to his hairy chest. "No," she said, quite loudly and distinctly. "You and I are never meant to be." He clasped her foot, but he did nothing more than bite his lip in frustration. "Why?" The question threw her. "Why not?" He nodded. Bryn's gaze dipped, and she stirred the steaming waters. "I'm a mercenary, Tormund. I go where the coin is good, and I don't form connections. I'm not a nice person, and you would be wise to reconsider this foolish attempt to seduce me." "I've never been wise," he said in a silky voice, his lashes spiked together with water. "And we don't have to part on bad terms. It could be just a little bit of fun between two people who are attracted to each other." "How do you know I am?" He shot her a roguish smile. "Because I know, woman. I know when your gaze lingers on me. I know when you get that little bit of pink in your cheeks when our eyes meet before you brusquely look away. And I know because you look away all the time. You won't let me close. You won't let yourself linger. And yet, you can't resist the urge to go sword to sword with me." He leaned closer. "Tomorrow, I am going to meet you in the yard, and we are going to spar, and there's going to be no holds barred. It's going to be hard and fierce, and we're both going to end up sweaty and sore. And there's a little part of you that doesn't know who will win. It makes you wet, and I know it." She licked dry lips, stared at the foot she had planted very firmly in the middle of his chest. "Fine. There's an attraction there. I'll admit it. I like big men." His hand returned to her foot, and he dug his thumb under the arch, rubbing soap across her toes. "Then you're in luck, my love. I'm big all over." The stroke of his hands wooed her. Bryn leaned her head back against the bath and shut her eyes as his fingers caressed the lines of her foot, massaging her toes. "We would be glorious in bed," he continued. "But I'll warn you, you may be able to beat me with a sword in hand, but if I get you in bed, then you'll be on your hands and knees, Bryn, and you won't be in control." Her eyes jarred open, and she was a little shocked by the surge of heat that went through her at the thought. Tormund slid her foot up his chest, biting the side of it. Their eyes met, and then he suckled one of her toes into his mouth. And she could sense her control of the situation slipping, sense herself falling into a deep, dark hole from which she couldn't return. She yanked her foot free, offering him a warning arch of the brow. As tempting as it sounds, I meant what I said. It's not wise to form any sort of attachment when gold is involved. His smile held 1,000 sins as he leaned back against the tub. And though she'd denied him twice, this time she knew he was aware she'd hesitated. Now I know you're not talking to me. Try to be wise, Bryn. But if you're ever feeling unwise, my blankets are always warm and my arms are always welcoming. She shivered. Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. She'd given an inch and he'd taken a mile, and now she'd let him glimpse the attraction she felt. He'd be twice as hard to dissuade. "So your mother is a fierce woman?" she murmured, mostly to change the topic. She was, yes. He scrubbed a hand through his beard. "Was?" Bryn faltered. He'd spoken of her as though... "Was." The vaguest hint of grief darkened his eyes. "She died when I was 9, of a fever we couldn't fight, and I will never forget her or besmirch her name." 9. The same age she'd been when her mortal father tossed her from his keep and told her to beg for her mother's mercy. The same age she'd been the first time she nearly died, lost in the snows and starving, but determined to find the mother who'd left her on her father's doorstep as a baby. All she'd had of her mother's was a locket of a falcon, though that had been poor comfort in the freezing snows. She'd found Seer then, or perhaps the Merlin had found her, ghosting across silent snows to land on her back and pecking at her shoulder until she roused from unconsciousness. She'd forced herself to her feet as Seer flitted from tree to tree, leading her to salvation, or so she'd thought. It felt seared into her memory. A small fire, and a woman standing with her hand on the hilt of her sword as she called out, "Who's there?" It was like seeing the goddess of war come to life, and Bryn had staggered out of the darkness, her stomach growling at the smell of the rabbit cooking on the spit. Starving, ravenous, barely caring about danger until she had a mouthful of that hot, half-cooked meat. It was only when she'd filled her belly that she realized the woman was watching her like a hawk, or staring at her locket, more to the point. "Who gave that to you, girl?" the woman had asked, stroking the little Merlin's chin. "It was my mother's," Bryn had told her fiercely. "That locket belongs to Kara of Valma, and she hath birthed no child." Those words should have been warning enough, but she'd been curious then, desperate to know the mother who'd abandoned her, and why. "Bryn?" Tormund's rumble of a voice dragged her out of the reverie. She shook off the memory, hardening herself against sympathy. They'd both lost parents young. It didn't mean anything. She couldn't allow herself to soften now, when she was so close to regaining all she'd lost. "I'm sorry for your loss," Bryn told him. "Your mother raised you well." "As well as she could," he told her with a shrug. Bryn grabbed the soap and began to wash the grime from her hair. "I've heard the others' names before. Håkon Dragonsbane. A man so cold the Arctic wind slips right over his skin without piercing it. And the Black Frost, the brutal warlord of the north who makes grown dreki tremble. But I've never heard your name mentioned before." "It's mostly whispered," Tormund told her with a twinkling eye, "or cried into a pillow along with, 'Oh, please, don't stop.'" She splashed him. Would the man never be serious? "And if you're trying to get a rise out of me," he shrugged, water sluicing over his forearms, "then know that many men and women have tried before, and failed, as you will." I will earn my name, Bryn Brightfeather, sooner or later. A legend's name, and until then I will serve my cousin without spite or rage." "Brightfeather?" A little knot twisted in her heart. "Why would you call me that?" "Because of your hair," he replied, "and your Valkyrie sword. Brynhild the Bold, they called her, bright of hair and feather, the most glorious of Valhalla's shield maidens, as fierce as the boldest bonfire." "Don't." Her tone could have ice over the entire bath. "Don't call me that." Tormund stilled, his gaze turning watchful. "As you wish." Silence fell, and she couldn't help becoming aware that she'd begun to fall for his teasing tones too. He'd somehow lulled her into a smile before he ruined it. "You've been in here long enough," she told him coldly. "And there she is again, my snow queen." Tormund merely sighed, wading on his knees through the water to the edge of the tub. "I'll take that as my cue to head to the steam room. Now, unless you want to see what the gods gifted me with, I divert your eyes." Water churned as he gathered his legs beneath him. Bryn met his gaze as he slowly pushed to his feet, water splashing and tumbling into the bath. "I'm not afraid of a little bare skin." He threw his head back, water spraying everywhere. The white flash of his smile caught her off guard. He was enjoying this, enjoying the sensation of her eyes upon him. And so she looked her fill. "The gods were kind," she finally admitted. He scraped a hand through his shoulder-length hair, the muscles in his biceps rippling. "Aye, though the real gift is what I can do with it." Again he disarmed her. "Get out of the bath," she said with a snort. As Tormund grabbed the towel and scrubbed at his head and chest, Bryn let her gaze slide languorously over his clenched buttocks. So tempting. Every inch of him was rock-hard muscle. A man comfortable in his own skin. A man who held no jealousy toward his cousin or the dreki warlord he served. A man who had somehow managed to both put her entirely at ease and charm the pants off her, while they were naked in a bath, without making her feel even remotely uncomfortable. He was right. She'd known no other man like him. "East of the sun and west of the moon, north of the earth and south of the ice, above the fire and below the stars." Tormund sank onto the bench beside Sirius as the dreki warlord stared into the flames of the tavern's hearth, fingering the compass Bryn had given him. "Do we have any fucking idea where that is? Do we catch the north wind and ask it where it once blew an aspen leaf?" Håkon sighed. "I have Droga guts on my boots, and for what? A fucking myth." "I know where Marduk is going now," Sirius said flatly, stabbing the logs in the fire with a fire iron. "Where?" Bryn appeared from nowhere, dragging a comb through her long red gold hair. It stole the breath from Tormund's lungs. "Just breathe, you idiot." He'd been naked in a bath with her earlier, but he'd been focusing so intently on not staring at her breasts that he hadn't truly taken the chance to absorb her. But this was more tempting than any skin, for there was softness there in her eyes and the unguarded way she held the comb, hints of the woman she refused to let him see. "Somewhere forbidden, if this compass is pointing the right way." Sirius shoved to his feet, casting the fire iron back into its corner with a clatter. "Somewhere I can't go." "Fear not, my wicked prince," Tormund said. "That's why you brought us. We boldly venture where dreki fear to tread." Sirius rounded on him so swiftly he almost fell into the fire. "I don't fear to tread there, you worm. I cannot go there." Easy, Håkon murmured, placing a stalling hand on his forearm. Marlin will not be happy if you eat Tormund. She likes him, remember? With a snarl, Sirius tossed the compass toward Bryn and then strode toward the door. Well, he's in a good mood, Tormund muttered, watching the door slam behind the black frost. Do you think he's going to elaborate on the morrow, or merely swirl his cloak mysteriously again? I think you're going to be eaten, Bryn replied, rolling her eyes, regardless of his wife's fondness for you. She looked down at the compass, watching its needle shiver toward the east, as if it could sense something there. Tormund winked at her as he reached for his ale. You just have to get to know him. All snarl and no bite makes for a grumpy dreki prince. Bryn shook her head. You are a madman with a death wish. 6. Tormund stomped the snow in the yard behind the inn, his breath fogging the air. Are you ready? He called to Bryn as she stepped into the yard. You promised me a fight. Dawnlight softened the firm lines of her mouth and gilded her hair. The merlin fluttered down from the rooftop and alighted on the gauntlet she wore. Bryn seemed a creature made of fire, and the hard leather body armor she wore did little to hide her curves. His mouth went dry as he beheld them. The body she wore today was cut lower than any he'd seen her wear, and her rounded breasts threatened to spill free. She had hips a man could get a fierce hold of, and a soft, rounded belly he wanted to taste. And those thighs. Those eyes don't look like they're challenging me to a fight, big man, she told him, a hard light flaring to life in her pretty green eyes. They look like they're contemplating another style of body-to-body combat. He couldn't help himself. He grinned. Guilty. But you look glorious this morning, and I think this is your first attempt at disarming me. You think I need to disarm you with these? She pointed to her breasts. I think you fight dirty, woman, and you will stoop to nothing to bring a man to his knees. A hint of a smile touched her lips. Bryn lifted the leather gauntlet on her left hand and cooed at the merlin that rested atop it. Oh, sire, this fool thinks I need to disarm him in order to beat him. Greater men have tried to disarm me and failed. Stop stalling, woman. We're due to leave as soon as Håkon returns from his morning run, and he has the appalling tendency to complete 5 miles in just over half an hour. It's sickening. The only time I run is when something monstrous is chasing me, and even then, I prefer to fight it. A woman after my own heart. Merely a woman who knows her leather corset isn't that good at defying gravity. His gaze strayed to her breasts. Fair enough. Now I know you're definitely trying to distract me. She tossed a tidbit to the merlin. He didn't want to know precisely what it was, but he could see a flash of fur, and then lifted her wrist. The merlin flung itself into the air, and then soared into the trees, its banded wingspan almost as wide as his arm was long. Bryn drew her sword with a dangerous smile. Be on your guard, then, or what little guard you have. Your defenses are shit. Ah, love, you've got the sweetest mouth I've ever heard, Tormund grinned, drawing his axe and slipping his arm through the loop on the small shield he sometimes carried. If you can get past my shield, I'll concede. Bryn circled him. Concede what? That you are the greater warrior. Oh no, she told him. I already know that. If I win, then I want more. Interesting. What did you have in mind? Her eyes narrowed on him, but he pointed the axe at her. Not the beard. The beard stays. Bryn's answering smile was completely wolfish. You should never tell me your weaknesses. Now I know exactly where to strike. She suddenly swung the sword at him, and Tormund met it with a clash of the shield. Steel shrieked on steel, and then Bryn backed away with a devilish twinkle in her eyes. She really was excited to do this. An odd way of courting, but oh well. "Is it going to burst into flame again?" he asked. "Why, scared of fire, big man?" "No." He hefted his axe. "But I happen to quite like my beard, and I'm starting to wonder whether you do." It startled a laugh from her. "I hate beards, but yours is safe." "Hate beards?" he demanded in mock horror. "I thought you a sane woman." "They're prickly and they itch." As soon as she said the words, he saw her eyes widen, as if she realized the trap she'd just walked into. "Were you planning on getting amorous with my beard?" "I am planning nothing with your beard. Your beard looks like the backside of a bear." "I think you're thinking about my beard a lot," he told her. "You've brought it up again." "I didn't bring it up. You—" "All I mentioned was my fondness for it. You're the one who took it beyond a mention." Bryn closed her eyes, both hands locking around the hilt of her sword as she took a deep breath. She exhaled loudly. "Has anyone ever told you how irritating you are?" "Frequently. Has anyone ever told you how pretty you are when you're angry?" That earned another fierce glare. "Nobody has ever dared. Not while I've got a sword in my hand." He grinned. "Your eyes spit sparks and your lips are practically kissable." Bryn advanced upon him. "You know, I was planning to be kind this morning, but I think I'm going to enjoy this. I know what I want if I win, Tormund." It wasn't going to be a kiss. His eyes narrowed. "I'm not shaving the beard." "Oh yes, you are." "If my beard becomes a bartering chip, then you're going to have to offer something good in exchange." "A kiss, no doubt." "Too easy. Sweetheart, when I want a kiss from a girl, I don't need to beg or barter for one. No, she'll be the one begging. I want a secret." Bryn looked like she'd bitten into something sour. "A secret?" "Something you've never told anyone before." "I think I'd prefer the kiss," she said with some disgust. "I don't share secrets." "You keep to yourself," he pointed out. "You prefer to drink alone, and heaven help the poor lad who looks at you twice. You're starting to engage my curiosity, my lady fair." "You've looked at me more than twice and still seem to be pestering me. And Lady Fair?" A shrug. "I'm still trying to come up with a pet name for you. And you haven't scared me away. I have a stubborn constitution." "Yet," she said. "Ever." "And if you start calling me my Lady Fair, you might want to start sleeping with a knife under your pillow." "Haven't you realized, love? I don't scare very easily. And are you planning to sneak into my blankets of a night? Be careful, Bryn. You might wake the beast." He waggled his eyebrows and tipped his chin downward. "Ah!" She launched forward, striking for his right side this time. "I swear to the gods that you might just be the most arrogant man I've ever met. You named your cock?" He danced back, sweeping the blow aside with the axe. "I'll take it that means you agree. The beard for a secret. And why not give it a name? It's virtually its own entity." "You've given me good incentive not to lose. Have you ever used a sword before?" she asked as she hammered a set of blows at him that made his forearm vibrate. Hell, she was strong. "Yes, though I prefer an axe," he said breathlessly. "I'm told I swing a sword like a meat cleaver." Bryn's eyes never shifted off his stance. "Håkon?" "Håkon," he confirmed, and then held his arms wide. "Are you going to attack? I'm tired of this dancing around, woman." This time the smile that lit her eyes was real. "I think Håkon's right. You have a death wish." And then she lunged forward, impossibly fast. It was all he could do to keep her off him. And though they'd promised to spar, he heard the whine of steel as he ducked beneath a blow that could have taken his head from his shoulders. Tormund backed away. "That wasn't very nice." Bryn sank down into a wary stance. "Haven't you realized yet? I'm not very nice, Tormund. Nice is what the world wants its women to be, and invariably it then sets their world on fire. Fuck nice. This way I get to be the one with the flint and tinder." Her sword moved forward again, but he recognized the way she held back, and sure enough, she riposted back the other way, spinning and hammering a kick toward his head. Tormund swung the shield up, and the vibration through the steel made his ears ring. He lowered the shield. "Predictable." Bryn gave him a dangerous smile and started to run at him. He swung the axe to block the blow he thought was going to come, but she hit the ground, sliding between his legs. At the last second, he leaped out the way, the sword narrowly missing parts he held with a great deal of fondness. "Not nice." This time he stabbed a finger toward her. "You almost split my trousers." "Almost," she said with a snort, hurtling to her feet. "There was no almost about it." He took a step toward her, and that was when he felt his trousers gape. Air rushed into parts unmentionable. Tormund looked down. "Don't worry," she told him. "The important bits are still there." "Mother of dragons," he growled under his breath. "No more playing." "Who was playing?" she taunted. "Let's start this lesson." The dance of weapons brought them body to body, his shoulder slamming into hers. Bryn huffed, dancing back, and then she was cutting to the side, the edge of the blade dangerously close to his lower abdomen. Tormund jammed his axe between them just in time. "First mistake," she whispered, looking into his eyes. "Don't ever let me under your guard. Your proficiency with an axe relies upon the ability to swing it. Reach is your strength. Close range is mine." Somehow he found the tip of her sword between his legs, pausing at the juncture of his thighs. Tormund froze, lifting onto his toes. But she gave him a dangerous grin and then danced away, allowing him the chance to breathe easily. "I'm starting to reconsider my first impression of you," he growled. "Oh, and what was that?" "I thought to myself, here's a gorgeous woman who can slay Draugr and has the sweetest smile when she's not plotting to kill someone. I'd best marry her and make sure she's mine." "And now?" "Now, I realize that smile is pure evil, and you are the devil incarnate." "A good thing you discovered that before it was too late." She swung low, but he met the blow with the axe and whirled, slamming his shield into her side. "Too late?" he asked, breathing hard as she recovered. "Before you married me." Tormund shook his head. "Oh, sweetheart, what made you think I'd reconsider that part of the proposition?" Bryn attacked again. He shoved her back with the shield and pure brute strength, and saw fury light her eyes when she realized it. "Pure common sense," she growled, hammering at him. Axe, shield, axe. He met each blow, driving her back. "No one ever thought I owned much sense, Bryn. I love hard, I laugh frequently, and I never think of the risks. Life is meant to be lived. A heart is meant to be given. When her sword hit the shield, he slammed her back, ramming her into the tavern wall, where she was pinned behind the shield. Her heated breath licked over his lips, and Tormund leaned close enough to kiss her. "Even if you break my heart, it will be worth it for the sheer glory of every moment we share." Bryn froze, strands of red gold hair falling into her eyes. "You're a fool," she whispered. He gave in to temptation and kissed her, hard. A soft gasp escaped her, and he tasted her breath on his tongue. Those lips were just as soft as they looked, and twice as tempting. And there was a moment where she wilted into him, kissing him back. But he felt her begin to shift, and twisted his hips to the side as her knee drove up into his thigh. Backing away with a laugh, he gave her a wink. "Not nice, Bryn. Not nice. But I think I'm working out how to disarm you." She wiped her mouth, and glory to the gods, she looked furiously roused. "You son of a bitch! You reckless!" She slammed the sword at his shield, not even bothering to strike at him. "Foolish!" Another ringing blow. "Bastard!" "Was it the kiss?" he dared ask, the second her sword gave him the chance to breathe. "Or the fact I pinned you?" A small scream of fury echoed in her throat, and then she darted at the wall beside him, driving one foot off it as she launched herself high in the air. He was forced to one knee, slamming the shield up between them. The jarring screech of steel squealed in his ears, but he surged upright, using the shield to fling her off. "Both," she snapped. "Your eyes were saying, 'Kiss me.'" "Maybe they were," she shot back, circling him like a rabid wolf. "But you haven't won a kiss yet." "Oh." He leaned back as the sword whined past his nose. "Is there a kiss on the table now?" "Not anymore. Second rule. When on the back foot, attack hard." She launched forward, swinging a nasty combination of strikes at him. He deflected each one, barely, but she moved as if she'd been born to battle, and she was both cunning and ruthless. And his shield arm was starting to tire. "There it is," she said breathlessly, as he didn't quite lift the shield high enough. "You're starting to flag. Fight back. You need to finish this quickly if you're to stand a chance at beating me." "I don't want to." "If you say hurt you, then I'm going to stop being so kind." "Fine." His temper roused. The second she lanced in for a snaking strike, he spun and snapped his elbow up in instinct. There was a loud crunch, and then she was staggering back, landing on her arse in the snow, with blood droplets spattering her upper lip. "Shit!" He lowered his axe. "I didn't mean to." Those glorious green eyes narrowed, then her hips were swiveling and her foot flying. A boot locked behind his, and down he went, slamming into a snowdrift. 2 seconds later, she was upon him. The sword was gone. So too was his axe. His left arm lay pinned by the shield. Tormund barely had time to breathe. The edge of a knife kissed the skin of his throat, and Tormund froze, looking up into the coldest expression he'd ever seen as he slowly arched his head back in surrender. "Fine," he told her in an amiable voice. "I'm dead. You've proved your point. Now." He winced and shifted a little. "Unless you want my trousers to split further, you may have to stop sitting on me." Bryn's breath steamed in the air, and she blinked, as if realizing exactly where she was. "Split further?" She looked down. Their predicament became clear. Hard thighs straddled his own, her tight vest thrusting her breasts high. Gods, he wanted to touch them. and the rest of him wanted to make her acquaintance too, which was clearly outlined against the remaining scraps of his leather trousers. Bryn crawled off him, shaking her head and wiping the blood from her lip. "I had a knife to your throat, and you were thinking with your cock?" "Technically, it's the smarter of the two of us at times." He shoved himself upright. The cold breeze whispered past his groin. "Damn it. And I knew you weren't going to kill me. Let me have a look at that nose." Bryn ducked away, wiping it with the hem of her sleeve. "It's fine." He captured her face in his hands, holding her firmly in place. "You're not." And then he blinked. There was not a hint of blood on her lip. He was fairly certain he'd split it. "I'm fine," Bryn repeated, in a dangerously soft voice that made him aware of how close they stood. "And I won." Turning away from him, she grabbed her sword. "You won," he repeated, rubbing at his beard. "Surely you're not going to insist—" "Oh, I am. Consider it penance for stealing a kiss you hadn't earned. The beard goes, Tormund. I want to see those pretty pink cheeks." "Well, you may as well enjoy them for all of a day," he grumbled. "My beard will be back before 3 days are out." "Then I will enjoy it." "Who taught you to fight?" He flipped the shield up into his hand with his boot, and then arched his brows when he saw the dents she'd made on the other side. "What the hell were you hitting me with?" It wasn't his imagination. Her hand faltered as she moved to sheathe the blade before she rammed it home as if to prove there'd been no hesitation. "My mother taught me to fight, and I was only using a sword." Hell of a sword. He eyed it. Either its magic could dent solid steel, or she was as strong as 3 men. "She was good with a sword?" "She was." "How old were you when she—" Bryn whirled on him. "Enough of the questions. This was a waste of time. We're not friends, and nor is there anything else between us. I don't owe you any secrets. I am here to help you find Marduk, and then I'm going to take my coin and walk away." He fell into stillness, even as she backed away a step. Interesting. "Second rule of defense," he told her softly. When on the back foot, attack hard. Bryn's eyes widened. "I'm not—" He arched both eyebrows. "Son of a bitch," she muttered, shooting him an angry look. Snow whirled beneath her boots as she stalked away. Tormund sighed and fell back into the snow. "Prickly," he muttered as he swept his arms and legs wide, creating wings in the snow. But he was not a man to admit defeat. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," Bryn hissed to herself as she stuffed her things in her travel bag. She looked up and met her eyes in the mirror. There was not even a hint of blood. Not anymore. And Tormund had seen it. He knew he'd hit her hard enough to split her lip, and had to be wondering why she'd stopped bleeding so swiftly. This was what came from getting close to a man. She hadn't been able to help herself. She'd let those generous smiles and twinkling eyes soften her, and she'd very nearly betrayed her heritage. Bryn swallowed, her gaze luring to her lip. Even though she was half mortal, there was enough Valkyrie left within her to make her heal exceptionally fast. She was going to have to make it bleed again, just to assuage his doubts. Curling her fist, she winced a little. She should never have sparred with him, never have bathed with him, never have let him get close. Why the hell did he have to be so charming? "What happened to your beard?" Håkon stopped in his tracks the second he saw Tormund on the stairs. "It's a long story," He scrubbed at his newly pink cheeks. Damn it, but he was a man of his word. Hawken's eyebrows rose. Does it involve a dangerous redhead? It might, he said in a non-committal voice. Hawken fell into step beside him. There's something about her story that I don't trust. You don't trust anybody, Tormund pointed out, except for me and Ardis. Hawken gave him a long, slow look. I'm not a fool, Tormund shouldered his bag. There are a lot of things about Bryn's story that don't add up. I'm interested in finding out what those things are. That's all. That's not all, and you and I both know it, his cousin told him irritably. Well, we can't all fall in love with dreki princesses. She's remarkably interested in finding Marduk. He owes her money and she likes money. Hawken grabbed him by the wrist. Even if there's nothing sinister in her background, she's still intent upon using us to find him. I am aware of that, he sighed. Don't worry about me, Hawken. I'm not a fool. My eyes are wide open. She's secretive, prickly, and the glitter of gold gleams in her eyes. But there's something about her that tells me she's not just hiding a secret, she's hiding her heart. She doesn't like me talking about her mother. Something happened, something bad, and I'm going to discover what it is. Hawken finally let him go with the shake of his head. A vulnerable redhead with a secret. It seems as though some god somewhere has wrapped up all your weaknesses in one enticing package. Fate, he said with a wink. She can fight too. Tor, I'm in love, Hawken. Who am I to deny the will of the gods? Hawken shoved past him moodily. I'm going to remind you of this when you're crying in your cups. Let's go find our dreki packhorse. We've got half a continent to traverse, a prince to find, and a gorgeous redhead to seduce. That's if Sirius doesn't dump us in the Caspian Sea, and if Bryn doesn't slit your throat for a gold kroner. Tormund clapped a hand on his cousin's shoulder. There, cousin. She wouldn't go for the throat. She'd go for my balls. 7. The caves were dark, but Marduk's keen dreki vision could pierce even the darkest of shadows. He'd spent hours traversing the passages, avoiding the dreki guards who filled the caverns. And now, finally, he was here. A figure paced the cave floor, beyond a set of enormous iron bars that stretched to the ceiling. She, and he could instantly tell it was a she, wore a hooded cloak made of tattered homespun, and her feet were bare. Marduk eased his pack onto the floor and then crept closer, pausing at the bars. Some sort of eerie green glow seemed to be emanating from within her hood, and the song was quieter here, almost mournful. He tried to pluck a chord of it, but as always, the song slipped through his metaphorical fingers. He could hear it, but he could never quite seem to touch it. And yet, she clearly felt his intrusion. She froze, the cowl of the hood turning in his direction. Marduk held up his hands in a gesture of peace. The ghostly sensation of that strange music that had called to him still filled the air, but it seemed on the verge of hearing, as if the song had been abruptly muted. "Hello?" he whispered. "I'm not here to hurt you." She didn't move an inch, nor did she reply. A shimmer filled the air, and he noticed she'd kept well clear of the line it marked across the floor. He glanced up, spotting the gold runes painted above the rocky ceiling of the cavern. Magic. A ward that locked magic away and kept others' magic out, as well as bars. What did they think she was? "Who are you?" he asked, his heart beating a little faster. He'd spent a lifetime searching for her, it seemed, and now he had finally found her. Every dreki dreamed of meeting their true mate, the other half of their soul, but a part of him had never truly believed he'd find one. His people called it Kataru Libu, a bastardized version of Sumerian that at its most basic meant an alliance of the heart, and yet was so much more. The woman tilted her head to the side. Marduk clicked his fingers and lit an orb of burning flame so he could see her better. Instantly, she hissed and shielded her face with her hands, so he dimmed it. "I'm sorry," he said. "No light, see?" Silvery strands of hair caught the last dying rays of firelight as he snuffed the flame. The stranger lowered her pale hands. "I am Marduk. I followed your song all the way here to find you. I feel like I've heard it in my dreams my entire life, and I don't know why." Nothing. No hint of recognition. He yearned for her to say something, anything. "Do you have a name? Where does this song come from? What does it mean?" He mimicked lowering the hood. The woman cocked her head again. "Will you show me your face?" Perhaps she couldn't speak, but how had he heard her singing? Slowly she lifted her hands and slid the hood of the cowl back. Marduk gasped. Her eyes were green, but not with mere pigment. They glowed with traces of chaos magic, as if her entire body was suffused with it. And her face. It was like staring into his mother's face, his own face, though her ashen hair was far lighter than his. The world seemed to suck at him, as if some sixth sense drew him toward her. Marduk couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. Instead, he lifted his hand toward her, gesturing for her to take it. The strange woman eyed his hand with a flat expression, but her gaze returned to his face, and she hesitantly began to lift her hand. Their palms almost touched. Only the bars of the cage kept them an inch apart, and he yearned to narrow that inch. Instantly, the song roared through his ears as if someone had enhanced the volume. But worse, he could see the music in the air now, see the shimmering green strands that overlaid everything. 1,000 futures stretched before him, 1,000 pasts. 1,000 other worlds, all linked to this one with threads of virulent green chaos. It was too much for his mind to take in. Strain began to push behind his right eye, and he winced, trying to tear his hand back. But some strange magic kept him there, straining toward her, as if she could sense the lifeline he offered. Marduk gasped as he wrenched himself backward. Instantly, she clenched her hand and pressed it to her temples as if she was drowning in the overwhelm again. He wanted to retch. Every inch of him shook. Mother Goddess, what was she? Who was she? Certainly not the soulmate he'd been expecting to find. "Get away from her," someone said sharply behind him. Marduk whipped around, drawing his sword. He felt clumsy on his feet, his gut still heaving. Torches flared to life along the walls as a trio of dreki strode toward him. A tall, elegant woman wearing black leather armor led the way, her dark hair braided back and her eyes gleaming as blue as ice in the Arctic. She carried a spear carved of ebony, and gold rings dripped from her fingers. Every inch of her was cold and regal, and goddess forsake him, but he could have sworn he recognized her. Behind her stood 2 dreki warriors, though their hoods shielded their faces, and something about their auras seemed wrong. The very shadows seemed to shrink away from them. "What are you doing here?" the woman demanded. How did you bypass my guards? Marduk considered his options. He wasn't his brother Rurik, invulnerable and fierce, but he could fight if necessary. But his gaze strayed to those shadows and the way even the flames seemed to dim as the largest warrior paused beside a torch. This wasn't the time to fight, nor was it the time to flee. He wanted answers. "In my court," he said, "we allow ladies to speak first. Who are you?" "I am Zoya Ravenspear, Queen of the Ikibu court, and you are trespassing where you do not belong." The spear lowered, settling right in front of his heart. But it wasn't the weapon that gave him pause. "Zoya," he repeated, "the ruling queen of the Forbidden Court." Son of a dragon. None of this made any sense, least of all that name. But he hadn't bothered to ask where he was. These last few nights he'd merely headed east, drawn by the growing song on the wind, barely aware of where he'd trespassed. No wonder he'd thought her familiar. Every inch of the queen grew tight with tension. "Do I know you?" Marduk slowly lowered his hands. "We've never met, but you were once my aunt by mating bond, and my cousin, Sirius, is your son." A sharp breath escaped him. "You look very much like him." "I am Prince Marduk of the Zinni clan." He turned breathlessly back to the woman in the cage. "And I am here for her." "There they are." Sirius stared across the plains toward a string of mountains. Smoke circled the tip of the highest peak. "The mountain court of Kronotsky on the Kamchatka Peninsula." It had taken 4 days to reach the string of volcanoes set off the far eastern coast of Russia. Sirius was enormous in his dreki form, but carrying 3 of them had slowed him down, and with the Arctic winds too cold for the mortals in the group, he'd been forced to cross Russia. He pulled his clothes on with the grim expression of a man girding himself for war. "A dreki court," Tormund said, "located in the heart of a volcano." "East of the sun and west of the moon," Håkon murmured, glancing toward the opaque moon in the east. Sunlight lit his back, gilding him with a dozen shades of orange and pink. "Above the fire and below the stars." "The court of Ikibu," Sirius said. He seemed to have shaken off his bad mood overnight, though the set of his shoulders remained tense. "The Forbidden Court." "Sounds promising," Tormund whispered. "Friends of yours?" "Not exactly," Sirius replied curtly. "I won't be able to enter. They'll sense my magic." And the Black Frost was a name that was both feared and revered through the dreki world. "Right." Tormund stared at the distant peak. The real trick was getting to Kronotsky. The expanse of grasslands between them was too wide. There would have to be dreki guards watching over the plains. Any newcomers would be seen long before they arrived, and it wasn't as though Sirius could kindly fly over and drop them on the flanks of the mountain. "The court of Ikibu has been locked to all visitors for the past 30-something years. None may enter. Those that do don't return. Their queen," Sirius's voice hardened, "their queen sealed the court, and she will not take kindly to visitors. She will not welcome me here." "Does anyone?" The words died on his tongue as he saw the cold glint in Sirius's remaining eye. There was a time for jests and a time for silence, and this clearly was a time to shut his mouth. "Which means don't get caught," Håkon muttered. "Don't be seen." "Don't be eaten," Tormund rubbed at the stubble on his chin. It was a shade of its former glorious self, but give it a week and he'd have the beginnings of a decent beard again. "Can you summon a fog?" Everyone turned to Bryn. She was swiftly braiding her hair, clad in the battle-hardened leather armour she often wore. Seer preened in the trees behind her, turning a dark eye upon him as if she'd caught him looking at her mistress, and she disapproved. "Aye," Sirius said, "though it will take most of the morning and leave my magic sapped." "I thought you were all-powerful," Tormund said. "Fog is complex," Sirius replied. "You're battling both the forces of wind and the moisture wicking off the lake. It's also a rather large expanse of grass," he pointed out. "Unless you think a mysterious patch of floating fog won't be noticed by the guards." "They won't notice," Bryn flashed him a smile. "They're going to be too busy chasing you." Sirius's eyes narrowed, and then he smiled. "I like the way you think, woman." The three of them slipped across the plains. It was difficult going, trapped in the fog, but Tormund kept a close watch on the compass. They finally reached the skirts of the volcano, slipping under the shelter of an overhang before they could breathe easily. Tormund was just about to brush the dirt off his hands when a trumpet of pure fury echoed through the mountains. He froze. The fog was starting to thin now, and the sudden harsh flap of wings sounded as though they were close enough to touch. Another dreki bugled, somewhere to the north, and then another, and another. "That sounds like the local dreki just realized there's a big black lizard flying around out there," he whispered. Håkon gave a curt nod. "We need to move, and fast, before they realize we're here. That fog won't last forever." Marduk knelt in Zorya's private throne room, his hands clasped behind his head. There were no windows here, and only one door. And by the look of the two enormous dreki warriors who had followed the queen inside, getting out of here would be close to impossible. The queen sank onto her throne, crossing one leg over the other. "What are you doing here? How did you find her?" "Who is she?" "Answer the question," she growled. He considered his options. This was not merely the woman who'd once been his aunt, nor was she merely Sirius's mother. Zorya ruled a dreki clan by her own right, and she'd made a strategic alliance with his clan, with her former mate, Stellan, in order to secure her throne. She'd walked away from 2 sons in order to take that throne without a backward glance. He wasn't dealing with the aunt he'd heard rumors of, but a queen, and a ruthless one at that. If he made a misstep here, it was entirely possible she'd put his head on a pike, family or not. "I have heard her song all my life," Marduk replied simply. "I didn't know who sang it, or how to find them until several months ago. The song seemed to grow stronger, and I could feel its pull increasing. It felt as though someone had slung a noose around my neck and was hauling me toward them. I can barely think for the sound of it. I can barely sleep. And so I came." "Ilarion?" she asked sharply, turning her head toward one of the massive warriors at her side. The warrior stared at Marduk flatly. Thick dark tattoos swirled across one half of his face in an ancient language Marduk couldn't quite make out. "Her magic has been increasing of late. We've tried to contain it, but she's managed to breach the wards several times." Zorya's long nails drummed on the edge of her gilt throne. "And why am I only now hearing of this?" Ilarion hesitated. "Because we were aware she was communicating with someone in the outside world." The gruff, bearded dreki on the other side of the queen stepped forward. He wore the same inky tattoos on his face as Ilarion, and his eyes were flat and cold and merciless. "We wish to set a trap." Those tattoos. Something about them stirred Marduk's memory. Set a trap? Zorya's voice held entire octaves of disapproval. "In my court? With my people unaware of what may descend upon them? With me unaware of what you were planning? How dare you? Am I not your queen?" "With all due respect, my queen," the dreki replied, "we serve our order first, and yourself second." "You agreed to our terms when we first contained the girl," Ilarion replied. Finally, that stray thought fought its way to the surface. "You belong to the Keepers of Order," he said incredulously. He'd thought them a myth told as bedtime stories to dreki kits. "Don't dabble in dangerous magics, or the Keepers will come to lock you away. Or worse, kill you." They were legendary, an ancient order of dreki warriors who had banded together after the fall of the mother goddess, Tiamat, to prevent another agent of chaos from rising. The younger of the warriors eyed him curiously. "He knows too much." Zorya cut Ilarion a sharp glance. "He is a clan prince with powerful allies." "And my disappearance would not go unremarked." Which was technically true. Marduk failed to mention that nobody even knew where he was. It was clear Zorya hesitated to kill him, but the Keepers of Order were renowned for their fight against the agents of chaos. He wasn't quite certain what lengths they would go to in order to keep the existence of their captive unknown. "Who is the woman?" The Queen's lips thinned. "I already know too much," he pointed out, "and the more you don't tell me, the more I'm going to want to know." He flashed her with his most dazzling smile. "I am the most curious of all my family." "She is my ward." "It seems a strange way to treat one that has been gifted into your guardianship," he said diplomatically. Zorya snapped her fingers at a handmaid he'd barely noticed, calling for wine. "Did you not see her eyes?" "I could hardly miss them." "She is locked away for her own protection," the Queen replied. "There are those who would kill her if they knew of her existence, and others who would seek to use her. She is drawn to dangerous magic, and I must protect her at all costs." "Chaos magic?" "Yes." The Queen accepted a goblet of wine, then her eyes grew canny. "How did you find her? I've laid runes around this entire peninsula that deceive and suggest others should keep away. No one knows of her existence, and any who stumble upon us are discouraged." "Killed, you mean?" He sipped at the wine, an excellent vintage. "As you would have been," she said, "had I not alerted you to my identity." Zorya nodded. He took another sip, considering how to put the story into words. "I've always been able to hear her song. It drifts on the winds, almost on the verge of hearing at times. A few notes that chill me to the bone. A longing to listen to more. An urge I cannot deny. It fills my dreams, and when I was exiled from my mother's court, I set out to find the owner of such a song. I felt your wards, but they slipped like gossamer from my skin. There is only the song, and nothing else." He released a laugh. "It's taken me 10 years to finally track her down. I thought perhaps it was the goddess, trying to show me the woman who would be my true flame. But there was no bond, no connection, or not the one I expected." "She is not your true flame." "How could you be so certain?" he demanded, putting the goblet down with a clunk. Because, Zoya said, leaning forward on her throne, she is your sister. I named her Ishtar after the goddess, and when she was born it was clear she was chaos-blighted. Her eyes fair glowed with the magic. Your mother insisted she should be put to death. But, the queen drew herself up, I could not bear to see a baby murdered, and so I stole her from your court and brought her here to raise in secret, hoping I could somehow counter her power and teach her to be dreki. The breath exploded from him, and he half pushed to his feet. I have another sister? The two keepers set their hands to their swords, but Zoya waved them away. A sister you shared a womb with, she confirmed. The words rocked him to the core, and they also somehow filled a hole within him that he'd never known existed. A gaping emptiness in his soul that had always taunted him, though he'd not known the reason. I have a twin sister, he whispered, half to himself. But the queen slammed her goblet of wine down upon the edge of the throne. I was wrong, Marduk. Ishtar's magic is dangerous. But I could not let her suffer, and so I owe a debt to the world to keep her away from such power. She must remain locked away from her magic. Her powers are so immense, I fear she could break the world. Locked away? He straightened, his chains rattling. In what way is she dangerous? You don't understand, Marduk. The queen shook her head sadly. I can see it. She is not dreki. She is pure chaos, and she hungers for more of such magic. She yearns to suck the chaos from the marrow of the world and bleed the oceans dry. She has no understanding of our world. She barely even sees what goes on around her for the magic that overwhelms her. She is nothing but hunger. Alone, frightened, sensing the same gaping wound he himself felt. She can be reasoned with. I felt it. For a moment the song stopped and she was trying to communicate with me. Do you not think I have tried all these years? I think you keep her locked away in the dark like a... She prefers the dark, Zoya snapped. And being so close to the groan of the earth and the whisper of its fire seem to be the only things that calm her. Do you think I would imprison a child that I raised as my own if I could help it? Her lip quivered. That I loved? That's not love. That is only fear. But he could see she would not be swayed. Promise me you will stay away from her, Zoya snapped. A dreki could not lie. I cannot make that promise. Zoya's eyelids half shuttered her eyes. You're a fool. Seeking dreams and songs and hearing none of my warnings. If you will not give me your oath, then I will have no choice. She snapped her fingers. I'm sorry, but I must give you to the order. Hilarion and his brother stepped forward. Throw him into the abyss, she whispered, and for the first time he thought he saw a flicker of sadness in her depthless blue eyes. I'm sorry, Marduk. Truly I am. But I cannot risk your sister gaining her magic, and if I cannot trust you, then you must endure eternal darkness. They stared at each other through the bars of the cage, though they didn't speak. There was no need, and as far as Marduk knew, his sister had not yet breathed a word. Perhaps she didn't know how. Reaching through the bars, he offered her his hand. Ishtar, he whispered. Your name is Ishtar. She eyed his hand curiously, that eerie green light flaring in her irises. Marduk gestured for her to reach for him again, though the wards kept them apart. The second she almost touched him, the song he'd spent a lifetime listening to swelled to a crescendo in his mind. Marduk gasped as images cascaded through his mind. There was darkness and pain and a terrible, terrible fear that grew like a dark pit within him until it threatened to swallow him whole. "Kill it," hissed the beautiful female. "Get it out of my sight." The older male, dreki, blanched. "Amadea, no. She's but a baby." "I don't want to see it. She reeks of magic." Marduk came to on his hands and knees, trembling. "It," whispered his sister in his mind. He felt the overwhelming urge to retch. "Don't ever believe a word she ever said. She knew nothing but cruelty and ambition." "Who?" It was more a thought than a word. "She was your mother. Our mother. Oh no, not a mother. She was the creature that birthed us into this world. Nothing more." And then the song was swelling, rage and anger and hurt lashing against him like a whirlwind. He tried to calm the storm, to send her thoughts of love and understanding, but she tore away from him, her eyes glowing a vibrant, eerie green. "I'll set you free," he whispered, clinging to the bars between them even as they burned his skin. "You're not alone, Ishtar. I won't ever leave you." Ishtar simply cocked her head to the side. "And I'll protect you," he promised, feeling the goddess waking as she heard his oath, his resolve firmed. "I'll protect you from everyone who may seek to harm you." Even from herself. Chaos magic was the most dangerous force on Earth. He wasn't fool enough to think his aunt's warnings nothing but air, but perhaps all Ishtar needed was to know love. Perhaps he alone was the one dreki who could reach her. 8. It was time. Ishtar paced the warm confines of the cave, feeling more and more unsettled. Her foster mother was late. She'd ventured into the cave where her foster mother came every night to bring her food and brush her hair, but there was no sign of the queen. Zoya was never late. It set every inch of Ishtar on edge, because she could feel time rushing her inexorably forward. A key rattled in a distant lock. Zoya was here. Her foster mother arrived carrying a tray of food. Ilarion walked behind her, and he looked at Ishtar, his dark eyes turning intense before his gaze slid away as it always did. Ishtar crossed to the rock she usually sat upon and folded herself onto it. She was used to feeling invisible, and it was easier this way, to sit down here where it was dark and she could hear the earth grumbling like a contented cat, where nobody from the court would scurry away from her as if she was going to bring the ceiling down upon their heads again. But sometimes she wished she wasn't invisible. To him. Ilarion used to talk to her and tell her stories of how the goddess created the world. He'd let his gaze linger upon her once upon a time, and she'd been told by some of the dreki women at court that was a clear sign of a male's interest in a female. When she'd broached the subject with him, however, he'd become angry. "It is forbidden," he'd told her, and the words echoed in her ears, even to this day. "I cannot touch you. I cannot want you. I am your guard. I am a keeper, a void. I was born to protect the world from your magic." And since that day he no longer told her stories or let his gaze rest upon her. "I have brought you some bread and cheese," Zoya said, setting the tray near her feet. "Your favourites?" Ishtar stared at them in disinterest. She would have to eat, because Zoya would persevere until she did, but the inside of her skin felt as though it itched. He was coming. They were coming. She'd seen them in her visions. "There will be a full moon in 3 days," her foster mother said, taking a fistful of Ishtar's hair and gently tugging the brush through the ends. She could barely think when her hair was being brushed. Every part of her ached to pace, to knot her fists and clench her hands until her knuckles cracked. But she sat instead, trying to keep still. "You know you must stay in the caves," Zoya said, finally setting the brush aside. "Even though the moon is full and you want to see it. No more of this nonsense about talking to the moon. Promise me you will stay this time." "I can't. I won't be here." Zoya made an expression Ishtar couldn't read and gently disentangled their thoughts. "Use your words, Ishtar." It was far easier to merely link. She could never quite explain herself with words, but Zoya would insist. "I can't stay." Her throat felt rusty with disuse. "They're coming for me, and it is time to leave." "Who?" Zoya's voice grew sharper. "Friend, Tormund." Zoya looked at Ilarion sharply. "Tormund? I've never heard that name before." She let go of Ishtar's hair. "Who is this Tormund? Where did you meet him?" "I haven't met him. Yet." She'd only ever seen him in her dreams, when she let her mind slip into the future. Zoya pinched the bridge of her nose. "You're not making any sense. I know this is frustrating for you, but it's safer for you to stay here, where nobody knows." Ishtar pushed to her feet and walked away. They all wanted her to stop using her magic. Even Marduk promised to protect her from it. But she might as well cut off her foot. It was a part of her. And she'd tried to explain, but they couldn't understand her. Her entire world gleamed with green, and it had taken her long years to realize her foster mother couldn't hear the constant ebb and flow of the song. Sometimes, if Ishtar hummed along in tune with it, the veils would part and the world would thin until she would see directly into another world. It was everywhere, and she couldn't stop seeing it. She couldn't stop touching it. She couldn't stop hearing it. She had tried to ignore it after she collapsed the throne room, but with every breath she took, she could sense the magic on her breath. Ishtar reached out and touched the walls, feeling the power ebb through the stone. Sometimes she imagined she was in the great belly of the goddess herself, and every shiver of stone was the goddess's breath. Blessed Tiamat had been a creature of chaos, and she was revered by every dreki in the court. So why, then, was it wrong to touch the goddess's magic? "I'm only trying to protect you," Zoya told her, having followed her. "There are dreki who would kill you for your magic." "I know." Ilarion had told her that too. The only one who understood how it felt to see the world through a veil of magic was the voice she heard when she looked at the full moon. "If you help me," he had whispered in her head, "then I will help you. Free me, and I will show you a world that no longer fears your magic. They will no longer fear you." But if she tried to tell her foster mother that again, Zoya would only grow angry. She didn't like to hear about the moon. "Ishtar." She just had to wait a little longer. She could hear the whisper of distant feet echoing through the earth, even down here. 1, 2, 3 sets of footsteps. It wouldn't be long now. friend Tormund was coming to rescue her, and then she could free the moon. Ishtar! She heard a soft sigh behind her. I will see you on the morrow then, Zoya said, turning to walk away. Ishtar didn't bother telling her foster mother that she wouldn't be here. Instead, she closed her eyes as she sank into the magic. Soon. Make sure you eat, Zoya called. Ilarion will stay with you while you do. Tormund crept along the dark tunnel, guided by the magical compass Bryn had provided. The needle quivered, jerking sharply to the right as they reached an intersection. Only the faintest glow surrounded it. This way, he breathed, gesturing with 2 fingers as he felt the faint stir of wind on his face. Thank God. It was hot as blazes in here, and sweat crept down his spine. Are you sure? Bryn whispered, her body almost pressing against his. It's your magical compass. This seems too easy, she admitted. A firefly flicker of light glowed at the tip of the sword. Where are the guards? I don't know. The thought had been plaguing him too. Maybe the gods guard our journey. The gods give little thought to mortal men, she muttered. Something about this entire mountain bothers me. An enormous pit gaped before him, the darkness plunging into nothingness. Tormund glanced over the railing from a respectful distance, resting his hand on the spine of a stone dreki that leered into the darkness. He couldn't see the bottom of the cavern, just darkness. Closing his eyes, he swallowed hard. Life could have been so much pleasanter if he'd just stayed home instead of following Håkon. He might be married with 12 children by now. He could have 13 cows, maybe a goat or 2. Instead, he was facing the staircase of doom, which seemed to lead directly to his death. Are you all right? Bryn whispered. He doesn't like heights, Håkon replied, giving him a prod in the middle of the back. Or stairs. Bastard. Stairs are the ultimate evil. Going up them is just a curse against your arse and thighs. And going down is like, welcome to hell, foolish mortal. Bryn arched a brow. Scared? Of heights? You? Not scared, so much as respectful. You lead the way, and I will follow at a nice, safe distance. You don't seem bothered when you're on Sirius's back. You didn't hear him scream the first time we took off, Håkon muttered. I didn't scream. I said, Jesus fucking Christ, very loudly. And Sirius isn't going to let me die, Tormund ground out. His mate likes me. Marlin will ask questions if I am nothing more than a smear on some rock somewhere. Is that what you believe? Bryn asked with a snort. It's what I tell myself every second we're in the air. Down and down and down they went. Every now and then a torch hung in a sconce, but the light was meagre, and every time he looked over the edge of those stairs, the world dropped away into a nothingness so absolute his balls tried to climb into his throat. Just think you could be sitting in your bed at home with your arm curled around a buxom. His brain stalled, and his gaze shot unerringly toward the red-gold braid dancing in front of him as Bryn loped down the stairs like a hungry wolf, her sword held low. Fuck. His heart wanted nothing to do with any plump blondes or buxom brunettes. No, it had taken one look at her, all surly, snarling grace, and decided she was the woman for him. I could have died in my bed as an old man, he muttered sadly, but instead, you're going to lead me to my doom. and I'm going to go willingly. Fool that I am." Bryn shot a glare over her shoulder, but her eyebrow quirked as if to ask him what the hell he was talking about. "Nothing," he mouthed. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, they reached the enormous cavern at the bottom. Dozens of smaller caves branched off from it. Tormund glanced at the compass. Its needle trembled, spinning sharply several times before it settled upon the darkest hole of all. Of course. The floor within the tunnel seemed rougher hewn than the others. It was too narrow for a dreki to traverse unless they were in human form, and every now and then there were heavy gates built across the tunnel. The heavy tread of footsteps echoed ahead of them. Tormund whirled around, shoving Håkon back the way they'd come, as torchlight leered in the distance. Dreki guards who could no doubt see better than they could. Bryn whispered under her breath, and the glowing tip of her sword faded into nothingness. "This way," Tormund said, ducking into the shadows of a tunnel he'd seen on the way past. Light beckoned ahead of them. He turned and darted around a corner, skidding to a halt when he came face to face with another startled guard. The warrior's face hardened, and he drew his sword with a steely rasp. "What are you doing down here? How did you get in? Who are you?" "Well," Tormund's grip closed around his axe handle. "This is awkward, and a little difficult to explain. We're looking for a missing prince, you see, and we think—" The guard suddenly sucked in a startled gasp, clapping a hand to his neck, where a small golden dart appeared. Eyes rolling back in his head, he fell with a clatter of steel. "We're not here to have a conversation with him," Bryn snapped. Tormund splayed his hands wide. "Killing guards is probably going to stir this entire court like a kicked anthill." "He's not dead. He's merely paralyzed. It's lindworm blood. It will keep him down for half an hour." "Can you two be quiet?" Håkon whispered. "They've already heard us. Come on," Bryn snarled, grabbing Tormund's arm. "I've only got another 5 darts." Footsteps ran toward them, shadows painted large on the tunnel walls. Clearly they'd heard their comrade fall. "Ladies with poisonous darts first," he said, gesturing Bryn forward. She lifted a small hollow tube to her lips as the dreki guards ran at them, spears low. Though the guards towered over her, she didn't so much as flinch. Hell of a woman. Both guards hit the floor, and then Bryn was leaping over them, the glowing tip of her sword surging to light. "This way!" she yelled. "I'm definitely in love," Tormund told Håkon as he ran after her. Håkon shook his head. "She's going to eat you alive." They found the bowels of the mountain. "Marduk has to be down here," Bryn whispered, stepping over the fallen form of the last guard and her last dart. She walked past 6 cells until the compass needle started quivering wildly. This one. The prince was in this one. And with him, both her freedom and her vengeance. "Do you know the worst bit about this?" Tormund grumbled behind her. "What?" Bryn knelt and examined the lock. Magical by the look of it. Little runes were carved into the metal, and even as she touched it, the runes flared golden. "We have to climb all those stairs to get out of here. If we're lucky, we're going to have a dreki prince who can fly," Håkon replied tersely. "Anyone know how to pick a lock?" Tormund squinted over her shoulder. "I don't need to pick it," she replied, searching through the leather pouch at her hip. Her fingers closed around a golden key. "Here." Slipping the key inside the lock, She gave a twist and the lock clicked open. Tormund blinked. "Where did you find the key?" "It's not the key to this lock, you idiot. It's the skeleton key, the one Loki created that can open any door." Tormund looked impressed, but a hint of suspicion darkened Haakon's eyes. "You have a Valkyrie's sword, a dwarven compass, and Loki's key." Bryn faltered, then forged ahead with bravado. "Girls like pretty things. In my case, I like flaming swords and immortal gifts. The pair of you hunt legendary beasts. I steal from the gods." "One day we're going to have a little discussion about your past," Tormund muttered. "You're an intriguing woman." Her heart skipped a beat. "I assure you I'm not. I'm just a mercenary who's fallen in with the odd rogue in my time." "Are you referring to us?" Bryn rolled her eyes as she jerked the cell door open. The hinges squealed, which made her wince. "The pair of you are starkest fools who challenge fate on a daily basis. But no, you're not the usual sort of rogue I share a job with. I don't usually dare shut my eyes when I'm working with others." And she usually slept with a knife under her pillow. "Marduk?" she whispered loudly. Silence. "Marduk?" Tormund echoed, a little too loudly for her liking. "Who are you?" demanded a sharp voice. Bryn looked down as the path ahead vanished into a pit of such darkness that some instinctual part of her cringed. Drawing her sword, she whispered a brief prayer under her breath, and the tip began to glow. Despite its brightness, its rays barely penetrated the absolute blackness. "Marduk, Prince Marduk," she whispered. A face swam out of the darkness below. Tall, golden-haired, handsome bastard, but unmistakably inhuman. Those dragon-slit golden eyes gleamed with an inner magic, and muscle flexed beneath his bare shoulders like a cat's. "I am he," the prince replied, his eyes narrowing, "though I don't know you." Haakon pushed past, bending to squat by the edge of the small ledge. "Your sister sent us to find you. I am Haakon Dragonsbane, her husband." That seemed to take the prince by surprise. "Husband?" "Long story," Tormund muttered over Bryn's shoulder, "and not enough time to tell it. We have to break you out of here before someone finds those guards." A rumble groaned through the walls. It had been happening for some time now, though this was the first shiver that made the ground beneath her heels vibrate. Marduk looked up as though sensing something they couldn't. "The earth is angry," he murmured. "I can feel the fire swirling in her belly as though she longs to belch it." Dreki could sense the elements in a way other preternaturals couldn't. "Sounds like it's well and truly time to get out of here." Haakon hauled the pack from his back and dragged a thin rope from it. "Can you climb?" Marduk snorted as Haakon tossed the rope into the pit. "The day I need such mortal help is the day they sing my spirits into the wind." "Oh, he's definitely related to King Rurik," Tormund muttered. Marduk took 2 steps and launched himself at the sheer walls of the pit. Finding a tiny crevice in the rockwork, he hauled himself up, shoulders straining. "If you could have climbed that," Tormund said as Marduk hauled himself over the lip, "then why the hell were you sitting down there, waiting to be rescued like some damsel?" "Damsel?" Bryn's head snapped up. "Do you think women sit around waiting to be rescued?" Poor choice of words. She scowled at Tormund. Marduk looked back into the pit. "Because it's closer to her. I can sense her through the rock walls and communicate with her through the bars, and I think she very desperately needed me to be close to her last night." Bryn exchanged a glance with Tormund. "Her?" Tormund grinned as if he'd noticed her gaze sliding over the half-naked prince. "Taken," he mouthed back. She rolled her eyes. "Besides," Marduk strode toward the cell door, "the lock is warded against my kind. I cannot even touch the iron of the door without searing off my flesh, so there was no point trying to wrench it open, and I could hear the three of you arguing through the mountain. I was curious as to why a trio of foolish mortals would dare enter Zoya Ravenspear's territories." Another groan echoed through the stone walls. She could hear gravel shivering down rock walls as the earth shifted again. "As lovely as it is to finally meet you, my prince, is there any chance we can get out of here before these mountains collapse on our head?" "An excellent suggestion," Håkon said grimly, gesturing her to lead. "Is there any chance you can shift forms and carry us out of here, my prince?" "I can," Marduk replied, "but I'm not going anywhere. I can't leave, not whilst my sister is trapped inside these cells." "Your sister?" Håkon demanded sharply. "Not Ardis," Marduk turned back into the darkness. "My other sister, Ishtar." Tormund met Håkon's eyes. "I'm beginning to wonder if your wife has fully explained her family tree. I thought there was only the three of them." "There are only three of them." "Long story," the prince called. "I'll tell you on the way. Bring your magical key, my lady love. We're going to rescue the princess." The tunnel walls were shaking. "We have no time," Håkon snapped. "I'm not going anywhere without her." Marduk shot back, vanishing into the darkness. Bryn shrugged at Tormund. "Unless you want to climb a few thousand stairs with an unconscious dreki prince thrown over our shoulders, you don't have much of a choice." His eyes narrowed. "How heavy do you think he is?" "Too heavy, fucking dreki," Håkon growled, shouldering his way through the open cell door. "You're the one who married one of them," Tormund called. "A decision I currently regret." "She's in here." Marduk rested his hand and forehead against the stone wall, closing his eyes and breathing slowly. His fingers flexed on the stone as though he was soothing it. A rock skittered past. The entire tunnel shook. Clearly it wasn't working. Bryn stepped forward and jammed the key in the lock. The second it clicked, she shoved the heavy iron door open, the hinges squealing loudly. Rust shivered from the thick bars, as if the door hadn't been opened in some time. "This sister!" She crept forward into the darkness, willing her sword to shine brighter. "Precisely why is she locked away in here? How long has she been down here?" "Since she was 10, and her powers began to overwhelm her," Marduk replied, peering desperately ahead. He paused at the edge of the pit. "Ishtar!" There was no sound from within. Bryn exchanged an uncomfortable look with Tormund. What if the prince was mad? And were they even certain he was the prince? None of them had seen Marduk in the flesh. What if this golden-haired dreki was leading them into a trap? "I'll fetch her," Marduk said, stepping off the ledge and simply vanishing into the darkness. "Shit!" Tormund snatched at him, nearly overbalancing. Bryn grabbed a fistful of his sleeve and jerked him back off the edge of the ledge. Tormund wrapped his arms around her, but from the way his heart was thundering, she didn't think it some ploy. "I've got you, princess," she whispered as he slowly released a thick breath. He didn't even joke about it, which meant he must have been aware of how close to the edge he stood. His fingers dug into her elbows a little. Together, they peered down into the darkness. "It could be a trap," she whispered. Tormund looked at her sharply. "None of us have seen this Marduk," she continued. "How do we know it's him?" "It's him," Håkon replied in a quiet voice behind her. "I've been communicating with Ardis. She can see him through my eyes, and she assures me this is a typical Marduk ploy." "See him through my eyes?" Tormund offered her a faint smile. "'Tis a strange world he's dragged me into. When Ardis saved Håkon from death, she bonded him, and he tells me they can talk at any moment, even if miles separate them. No thought remains unguarded." That sounded horrible. She'd thought marriage enough of a shackle as it were, let alone not even owning the privacy of one's thoughts. But she had other concerns. "He's not telling us something. Why would this Ishtar be down here?" she whispered. "Marduk said Queen Zoya stole her from the Zinni clan at birth and brought her here. But why keep her in the cells?" If the queen had stolen the child in order to save her life, then why lock her away like this? What kind of overwhelming power did she have? Bryn's gaze tracked toward the darkness. "What does your wife say about this Ishtar?" Silence stretched out. "Ardis never knew she existed until today," Håkon finally admitted. "Marduk's birth was traumatic for the queen, and she was locked away for weeks with the baby. That's all Ardis remembers. She was young when he was born." "Relax," Tormund chided. "We found our prince. He's going to fly us out of here, and then we're all going safely home, where Håkon is going to buy me an entire vat of ale." "It just seems too easy." Bryn paced to the ledge. "A princess nobody has ever heard of, who is locked away in the darkest pit of this forsaken mountain, and we're going to rescue her. Just like that." "I don't ask the questions," Tormund said, jerking a thumb toward Håkon. "That's what he's here for." Håkon's lips thinned, and he peered into the pit. "It does seem unusual. Ardis is overjoyed at the thought of a sister, but—" "Here they are," Bryn cut him off, capturing a glimpse of a pair of figures emerging from the darkness below. Marduk stood at the base of the pit, staring up at them. "Throw down your rope, Dragon's Bane. My sister is too weak to climb the walls." Behind Marduk, a slender figure slid out of the darkness, her hair a pale, silvery blonde. She seemed tiny in comparison to her brother. Her shoulders narrow, and a sack of a dress hiding the delicate lines of her body, but the shadow that stretched behind her seemed to dwarf Marduk's. The hairs down Bryn's spine rose as she laid eyes upon the princess. This is wrong. All her instincts screamed. She could practically feel the air growing thick and heavy, and the metallic taste of magic bled across her tongue. The pair of them had eyes for no one else. It was like watching two halves of a whole finally reach for each other. But at the last moment, the princess looked up at the cell door, and a shiver ran down Bryn's spine. There was an almost green tint to her irises, as if, "Come with me," Marduk told his sister as their hands finally touched. Power jolted through the world, and the cavern began to buck as if the mountain was finally done protesting. Bryn staggered against the nearest wall, Tormund slamming into her hard. His arms wrapped around her, and he bore the brunt of the assault, but they were not done yet. "The volcano is about to explode!" she screamed as pebbles began to rain from the roof. "The rope!" Marduk yelled. Håkon tossed it down into the pit. thought dreki princesses didn't need human assistance. Bryn seized Tormund's collar, drawing his gaze. Something's wrong with her, she insisted. His brows furrowed. Maybe she's scared. She spent her entire life in here alone. Of course, he couldn't see it. The stupid fool was one step away from draping his cloak over a puddle for her. He'd take one look at the princess and see a fragile victim. No, Bryn shot a glance toward the pit. Her eyes! Did you see her eyes? This time there was no doubt in his expression. Maybe they're glowing green because of her magic. Ruriks often give off a golden light. Green is the colour of warped magic. Of all the gods, only Loki dared touch such power. But it was too late. Marduk hauled himself over the edge of the pit. A thin pair of arms draped around his shoulders. The second he made the ledge, he turned and lifted the frail figure into the air, cradling her against his chest. "You're safe," he whispered, brushing silver blonde hair off the woman's face. "I'm going to get you free of this filthy place, and you'll never have to come back. I promise you." "Later," Tormund told her, grabbing hold of Bryn's arm as she moved to open her mouth. "The roof's starting to rain stones. We can have this discussion outside once we're back on the mainland." He spoke sense. There was no time to bring up her concerns. "This way!" Marduk yelled, hauling his sister along with him. Bryn sprinted into the passage. Leaping over a fallen dreki guard, Bryn skidded to a halt as she beheld the stairs. They'd never make it in time. There were so many of them. She stared up in dismay at the enormous cavern roof and the hole far above them that spilled sunlight into the center of the mountain. It was barely a pinprick. Golden light washed over her from behind, and then an almighty roar shook the world. She spun, hand on her sword, as her eyes finally made out the image of an enormous golden dreki flaring his wings. There was no sign of Marduk, but the way the dreki hovered over the frail Ishtar proved the dreki's identity. "Climb on!" Håkon yelled, scrambling up the slope of the dreki's tail. He nestled in behind Marduk's wings, straddling the creature's spine. Ishtar followed him, her face tilted toward the light above them, as if she'd never seen its like. "Wait!" Tormund looked back toward the tunnels. He shot her a frustrated glare, then bolted back into the darkness. "What are you doing?" she screamed as Marduk roared behind them. Tormund slid to his knees beside the fallen dreki guard, slinging the bastard's arm over his shoulder. "I can't just leave him here. He can't move. He'll die." "You can't save them all." "But I can save this one." "He's the enemy." She shook her head. "He wouldn't hesitate to kill you." Knee straining, he hauled the dreki guard half over his shoulder. "Aye. Well, I'm not the kind of man who can just walk away." The weight was too much for him, she saw. Dreki were heavier than they looked, and the guard had an inch on Tormund. But she knew he wouldn't give up. "Damn it!" Bryn slipped under the dreki's other arm, helping to share the burden. "You're the stupidest man I know." Their eyes met. "Stupidly brave," she amended. "You don't have to help." And it was true. She'd done her task. Marduk was found, and as soon as they were free of this blasted mountain, she could summon the warlord of the Sadu clan. "I could never forgive myself if you die in the bowels of a mountain," she growled. "All I would hear in my dreams is, 'I could have died an old man if you didn't drag me into this hell-forsaken mountain.' Your ghost would haunt me. I know it. I would never have peace." Tormund laughed. "Is that the sound of a heart beating in your chest? Are you growing fond of me, bright feather?" That name. She gritted her teeth. "I'm starting to regret this decision already." Together they hauled the guard toward the waiting dreki prince. "Thank you," Tormund said as Håkon shook his head and hauled the guard onto Marduk's back. "Never again," she told him as she climbed up behind the guard. The volcano shook as if the gods heard her oath, but that was only pure superstition. The gods had abandoned her long ago. The only one she could count on was herself, and if she continued to follow this fool, then she'd get herself killed. 9. Marduk landed by the lake, listing badly under their combined weight. Behind them, the Kamchatka volcano spewed heat and ash into the air, though the mountain had finally ceased its incessant shaking. Tormund slid from Marduk's golden back, gaping at the mountains in the distance. Holy shit! What had happened? "Here," Håkon said, lowering the semi-conscious guard down from Marduk. Tormund caught the dreki warrior under the armpits and laid him beneath the shade of a tree. The guard hissed at him, trying to draw his knife with shaking hands. Tormund took the knife off him. "I saved your life, you fool." "Do you have any idea what you've done?" the dreki demanded, his eyes rolling toward Ishtar. "Rescued the princess, saved the prince, and set a dreki court on fire," Tormund said with a shrug. "A good day's work, really." The princess clambered down from Marduk, her green eyes wide and anxious. Her nostrils flared as she backed away from them, her teeth bared. A simple dress of homespun covered her slim form, though it was badly stained and torn in places. "She is Alal," the guard hissed. "I don't speak your language," Tormund replied, "but from what I can see, she looks like a frightened young woman who's been kept in a cage her entire life." His voice roughened. "I don't like cages." "She was caged for her own safety, her magic safely warded away from her. Do you think Kronotsky spews fire of its own accord? She set off the entire chain of volcanoes. Did you not feel it?" Tormund glanced toward the distant mountain, feeling a little troubled. "It is well known that dreki can manipulate the elements." "Not like this," Bryn whispered, staring at the volcano. "She didn't just set off this volcano. I felt the vibrations of her power echo through the world. It's raining fire all along the peninsula." "Hell. We'll see what Sirius says." Bryn knelt by the guard, setting her knife to his throat. "Alal. It's a Sumerian word, isn't it? What does it mean?" The guard tipped his chin up. "It means destruction." An edge of ruthlessness crept over her expression, and she slowly stood, flipping the blade into her hand before turning to glance at Ishtar. Frigg's tits. Tormund recognized resolve when he saw it. He stepped in her way. "She's just a young dreki princess who's scared." "We don't know that. Dreki are arrogant beasts, and I've never seen an entire clan so frightened of a young dreki princess before." Trouble filled her eyes. "The Volva spoke of destruction too." "He also said she's his twin sister, stolen at birth by the queen of these lands and locked away." He dared to reach out and cup her shoulders. "She deserves a chance, Bryn. And that Volva has spent many years communing with the dead. I don't think she was entirely sane." "The omens are lining up. Sane or not, that Volva was scared." "Prophecies. Omens." He shook his head. "I've heard a lot of women burned at the stake for less." Every culture has their own prophecy, she argued. The destruction of all. Ragnarok. Ragnarok, Thor. How can we take the chance? She needs to be contained until we can discover just how dangerous her magic is. Are you going to tell Marduk his sister needs to be put in chains? Besides, he could feel the ground rumbling beneath his feet. What good would chains do against that much power? The dreki prince was trying to speak to his sister, though she hissed away from him, clutching at her ears. A thin trail of claw marks bled across Marduk's cheek, though it didn't seem to sway the prince. The more he tried to comfort her, however, the more overwrought she became. Tormund sighed. Stay here and put your bloody knife away. We're not chaining anyone up. Tormund. He strode toward the princess, slinging the heavy fur cloak from his back. The air held the crisp chill of early winter, and though there was no snow on the ground down here in the plains, she had to be cold. May I try? He asked the prince. Marduk flashed him a dangerous look, but Tormund held his hand up. Peace, my prince. Your sister has been locked away in a cold, dark hole for years. This may be overwhelming for her. Marduk pinched the bridge of his nose. I can hear her song in my head. It sounds like the crash of waves against a cliff or a raging storm. I can barely shut it out. Then let me try. Marduk gave a brief nod. Tormund gave the princess space, holding out his cloak toward her. Here, he said, and if you pull the hood over your head, it will cut the brightness of the sun's rays. Ishtar dug her nails into her forehead. He set the cloak down beside her. Would you like to sit by me? It was as though she didn't hear him. Instead, she whirled upon him in a flurry of teeth and nails, as if the storm that was pushing at Marduk overwhelmed her. Tormund enveloped her in a big hug, resting his chin on the top of her head. At first, she fought to break free, but eventually her struggles became weaker, her sobs a little less fractured. And then she relaxed limply into his arms as he squeezed her gently. It's all right, he whispered. It's all right. I know there's so much to take in right now. I know this is all strange to you. Friend Tormund is here. It's all right. You're safe. When he lifted his head, both Bryn and Marduk watched him with surprise. He gestured to his cloak, and Marduk swiftly gathered it for him. I'm going to put my cloak around your shoulders, he told her. It's nice and heavy and warm. You can wrap yourself in it, and nothing will be able to touch you. You'll be safe. She trembled as he slowly eased his arms from around her, replacing them with his cloak. Burying herself in the cloak, she pulled the hood up until he could barely see the tip of her nose. Why don't you sit here, under the shade? He suggested, pointing to the nearest tree. Thank you, Marduk said quietly as Tormund stepped aside. He knelt beside his sister, slowly offering her something to drink from the flask Bryn had given him. Bryn's stare had softened when she looked at the dreki princess. You dealt with her well. She's not something to be scared of, he said, a brief moment of anger filling him. My cousin's daughter, Carrie, has moments where the world overwhelms her. It took a few years to realize what she needed at those times. She likes the quiet and the dark, and she has a special patchwork blanket that makes her feel safe. It's this ragged old thing Leah would love to take and repair, but even washing it upsets Carrie. So, Leah has to leave it alone. He looked toward the princess. Ishtar's just frightened, and her magic is powerful. Bryn looked away. Her magic scares me. And it was that, perhaps, that did the most damage. "People fear what they don't understand," he said. "Perhaps Ishtar's magic has the potential to destroy the world, but I don't think she has the intention of doing so. She's just lashing out when she's frightened." "Every day you surprise me anew." He bumped shoulders with her. "Third rule of defense. You don't always have to attack that which you don't understand." An implacable expression crossed her face. "In my world you do. Or you did. Otherwise you were dead. Attack first, ask questions later." It was the slightest hint of insight into her background, and every part of him urged to demand more, but patience would be the key to unlocking her. "As much as I'd hate to reverse your good work," Håkon called, "I think we need to prepare to leave. Our surly overlord is here, and it looks like he's got company." He tilted his head toward the sky, where an enormous black dreki glided toward them. In the distance, circling around the volcano like a stirred heap of ants, were dozens more. Sirius, thank all the gods. Marduk scrambled for Tormund's axe, wrenching it from his sheath. Tormund staggered off balance. "What are you—" "Oh." Sirius alighted with a flap of black wings. Golden light shimmered over him, and then he was shrinking, melding into a naked man crouched on a rock. "You're working for him?" Marduk demanded, backing away with Tormund's axe held between them. "With him," Tormund corrected. "Håkon's in charge. And can someone put some trousers on that bastard? There are ladies present." "Don't rush on my account," Bryn said, staring appreciatively at the dreki prince. "Perhaps I was speaking of poor Ishtar," he growled, "who's been buried in darkness for so long that I'm sure the last thing she wants to behold right now is her cousin's bare ass." Bryn tilted her head to the side, trying to peer past him. "It's an excellent ass." Tormund deliberately stepped in her way. "Cousin," Sirius straightened with a smirk. "What's wrong? You don't look pleased to see me." Marduk whirled on the three of them. "You said my brother sent you." Tormund held his hands up in a placating manner. "He did. Things have changed within the Zinni clan. Your brother Rurik overthrew your mother. She's dead. Sirius killed her." Marduk shook his head. "She's not dead." "I assure you she is," Sirius replied, catching the pair of trousers Håkon tossed toward him. His lip curled. "Are these yours?" "I believe you tore through your last pair when you shifted in a hurry," Håkon replied. "So unless you think you can fit into Bryn's or Tormund's, these are your only option." Sirius sighed and began to haul them up his legs. "They stink like you." "Maybe princesses won't flee in fear then," Håkon replied coldly, in reference to the time Sirius had tried to kidnap his wife. Tormund snickered. They were a little snug. "I don't think the trousers are doing what you intended," Bryn replied, her eyebrows arching. "That's almost obscene." "Put your eyes back in your head. He's not that handsome." She shot him a dubious look. "Okay, fine. He probably is that handsome." Marduk still held the axe lifted over his shoulder, though he glanced between them as if trying to read the situation. "Rurik is allied with Sirius. My brother, Rurik." "If you'd been answering their psychic calls," Sirius said, "you'd know the answer to that question." A dangerous smile crawled over his mouth. "You're looking at the new warlord of the Zinni clan." He gave a courtly bow. "I am here on your brother's orders to return you to the court of Hekla, preferably in one piece, though I'm not too concerned if it's in chains." Rurik might quibble on that fact, however, so I'm trying to be nice. Marduk slowly lowered the axe. The world's gone mad. Truly. Sirius glanced back at the volcano. But there's little time to speak of it. Zoya's gathering her forces. What happened in there? Ishtar and Marduk touched hands, Bryn told him, and the mountain started to shake. Ishtar? Sirius glanced at the princess, and then his breath caught and a strange look came over his face. She's my sister, my twin sister, Marduk said, stepping between them. Mother goddess. Sirius looked like he could barely breathe. He didn't kill her. Who didn't kill whom? Håkon demanded. My father didn't kill the baby. Sirius shook his head. I was with my mother when my father brought the child from the birthing chambers. He said she was chaos-blighted and that the queen had ordered her death. His voice tightened. My mother argued to spare her, and they fought all night. When I woke the next day, both my mother and the baby were gone. I always thought my father had killed the baby and my mother had fled in fury. He took a step toward Ishtar. You were the reason my mother fled my court and left me behind. Leave her alone. She's suffered enough. God's piss. You sound just like your brother. I'm not going to hurt her. Sirius shook his head, then turned back to the volcano. You have his talent for throwing yourself headlong into trouble, too. Look. There on the horizon were dozens of shapes soaring toward them. Behind them, fire spurted from the volcano in gushes. I think they took exception to us destroying their home. Tormund shook his head. What the hell were they going to do now? There had to be at least 12 dreki on the winds, and only 2 at his side. Without the ballista he and Håkon had once used to hunt dragons, they were practically defenseless. We didn't destroy the court, Marduk replied. Dreki courts exist within chaos bubbles that are reached via a portal. Didn't you feel us pass through the portal when we burst through the opening? Tormund shuddered. I think I was concentrating on trying not to shit my pants. I didn't think we were going to fit. It felt like water splashing over my skin, Bryn admitted. A shock of icy water. The court is fine, Marduk said. I think they're taking exception to our presence within it, and our extraction of Ishtar. He spread his arms. Sirius and I will. You'll do nothing. You'll only be a hindrance. Get your sister and these other fools out of here. Sirius snapped, golden light shimmering around him as he spread his arms. I'll deal with this mess. Behind him, distant thunder rumbled, and with a flash of golden light, Sirius erupted into dreki form and launched himself into the skies. Well, fuck, Håkon muttered. Those were his last pair of trousers. I don't think we're going to have to worry about who's going to cover his bare ass, Tormund muttered. 12 against 1. He'll never survive. Don't discount him, Marduk called, watching the storm brewing in the distance. My cousin once cut 20 dreki warriors from the skies by himself. If there is anyone they might fear, it's the Black Frost. A storm rolled across the skies, thunder shivering through the air as the Black Frost flapped his way toward his enemies. It seemed like madness, and as much as Tormund didn't want to admit it, he was a little worried about the bastard. He'll be fine, Bryn told him, hauling their packs into the center of the clearing. I've heard rumors of his might. The Bavarian dreki clans whisper tales of him to their kits, warning them never to stir his wrath. Of course he'll be fine, he scoffed. Who would worry about the Black Frost? The slightest smile touched her lips. Only a mother hen. I am a dangerous warrior, renowned for my might and feared in battle. Bryn rolled her eyes. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Ash began to rain down, obscuring their vision. But as Sirius cut like a scythe through the approaching battalion, Tormund saw several dreki peel off from the flank. Shit. His hand settled on his axe. I think we're going to have company very shortly. Can we outrun them? Håkon called to Marduk. Maybe. Marduk's features tightened in a feral mask. I'm fast, but the four of you will weigh me down, and carrying you will prevent me from any aerial dynamics. They'll shred my wings if they've any sense, and I won't be able to stop them. And then all four of them would be nothing more than a smear on the rocks. I vote we stay right here on good solid ground, Tormund called. Bryn looked around. There, she said, pointing to a jumble of rocks. We make our stand there, where they can't come at us from behind. I like the way you think. He pushed her toward the rocks. I'll get the princess. Håkon? His cousin was tearing through the packs, hauling out the enormous crossbow he carried with him. Snapping the limbs of the bow into place, he inserted the grappling hook and attached a wheel that was wound with thin steel cord. I'll cover the skies. The bow could shoot a hooked barb into the air where it would tangle in a dreki's wings. But it was the thin steel cord attached to the hook that they'd used to anchor the dreki. They just needed something heavy enough to prevent the creature from merely hauling it into the skies. Give me a second, Tormund yelled, scrambling toward the princess. Ishtar stood and stared at the approaching dreki as if she was mesmerized. Your Highness, Tormund tried to catch her attention. Ishtar, you're going to be safe, remember? We'll protect you. But I think it wise if you took shelter among those rocks while we fight. She was tracing little patterns in the air, and where her finger stirred, little green sparks hissed and crackled. For a second, he thought he saw some sort of rune, but then it evaporated. Ishtar, what are you doing? Marduk asked, his gaze locked on the third rune she began tracing. This one hung in the air, glowing green. Another joined it, and the prince's face paled. Those are elvish runes. It's forbidden for dreki to use them. We don't want to draw the attention of the Yosalva. Tormund looked at him sharply. But each rune was vibrating now, and the air tasted metallic. The princess's arm began to feel hot. What in God's name? Whoa! He jerked his hands away from her as a vortex of green sparks swept around her. Ishtar! Marduk screamed, grabbing for her. A swirl of eerie green light enveloped her, and the princess vanished. Marduk managed to catch the cloak she'd been wearing, wrenching it aside as if she somehow stood behind it. Ishtar? Tormund gaped, waving his arm through the air. She was gone. But that was impossible. He didn't even know anymore. Each day this world of magic and myth showed him something new and wondrous. I can't feel her. Marduk sounded panicked. She's gone silent. The song's gone. I can't... His head whipped toward the north, and his brow wrinkled. There she is. She just popped back into existence again. But to the north, far to the north somewhere. Maybe she's created a portal, Bryn snapped, drawing her sword. If a dreki court is formed within a chaos bubble, then chaos magic must be able to create portals. She won't know where she is, Marduk said, his eyes wild. Or what to do. Bryn grabbed his arm, pointing her sword toward the incoming dreki. Let's deal with this problem first. If you get us out of here, Then we can hunt Ishtar afterward. If we're captured or killed, then she's going to be all alone." Marduk visibly wiped the turmoil from his brow. "They're too close. Get ready. I'll try and drive some of them off, and then come back for you." Sirius said. Marduk threw himself into the air, a cascade of golden sparks erupting into an enormous dreki that hauled itself upward with huge, beating strokes of its wings. "Damn it!" Tormund drew his axe. Without a dreki or a ballista, the three of them were virtually defenseless. "How many pairs of trousers does he have?" "Take cover!" Håkon yelled, bolting across the countryside toward a rocky overhang. "Tormund! On it!" He sprinted toward Håkon, and the pair of them began winding the steel cord around an enormous boulder. "Get ready! Here they come!" Håkon wound the crossbow tight, and Tormund stepped in front of him to cover his cousin. "Bryn!" She stood alone in the middle of the clearing, flames licking up the length of her sword. "Bryn!" he yelled again. "Shoot it!" she screamed. She set her stance, one he recognized all too well. The dreki dove toward her, its wings flat against its body and its lungs heaving. Bryn merely lifted the sword. "Damn it, woman," he whispered, his weight shifting onto the balls of his feet. "You're not inflammable. Run! Run!" She wasn't going to run. The lead dreki belched an enormous line of flame across the rocks. Tormund sprinted toward Bryn, slamming into her as the dreki swept past. They tumbled head over heels, and heat seared the skin on his back. He gasped and rolled free of her, slapping at the small flames licking at his shirt. "What are you doing?" she yelled, scrambling for her fallen sword. "Are you insane? That bitch can breathe fire!" Bryn cursed under her breath, pushing to her knees and looking up. "I knew what I was doing. Damn it, Håkon! Anytime you want to shoot that thing—" Tormund gaped at her as she hauled him to his feet. But there were more dreki coming, and not enough time to argue. The whine of the crossbow's hook hissed through the air. A dreki screamed in rage as it snarled around the creature's right wing, and then Marduk was there, tearing into the dreki's unguarded flank with raking claws. "They're coming down!" Tormund yelled, as the golden dreki prince escaped the trap. The brown dreki caught in the cable squealed as it tried to flap free, and was hauled to the ground. "And she's coming around!" Bryn sheathed her sword and shoved him into the trees as the original black dreki hissed at them. "Run!" "What about Håkon?" she gasped as they both sprinted through a grove of birch. "He'll survive!" Tormund yelled. "He's like a cockroach!" It was the pair of them he was worried about. Not all dreki could breathe fire, but this one clearly could. The defiant screech of a thwarted dreki echoed behind them, and then it was flapping over the birch. "This way!" He yanked her to the left, heading downhill. Over rocks and shale, through stands of trees, their branches whipping his shoulders and face. A glance over his shoulder showed Bryn on his heels, and a furious dreki soaring over the tree line toward them. "Down!" he yelled, as the trees thinned out, and they found themselves at the edge of a small cliff. He slid to a halt, then tried to go to the right. Bryn slammed into him, driving him over the cliff. He caught a glimpse of a river far below and an outcrop of rocks screaming toward him. They hit hard. The dreki roared, gouts of blue-white flame shooting from her mouth. Bryn rolled over Tormund, tearing her cloak over the pair of them. Heat washed over them. He screamed as fire obliterated them, but somehow the flames seemed to disperse. And then they were gone, as momentum carried the dreki past them. Bryn gasped for breath, lowering the cloak and looking up. Her soft breasts almost crushed his face, distracting him from the pain of landing. Tormund gaped up at her, half breathless with the fall. Gods, he didn't think he could move, but they had to. How did we... Magical cloak, she told him, her eyes locked on the black dreki trying to kill them. Impervious to flame and has the ability to turn its wearer invisible. Let me guess. Thor's? Not quite. It once belonged to Freya. Freya? Then he realized she'd never met Rurik's queen, which meant... The goddess? How did you get that? Do you really want to know? Not right now. He had other, more pressing concerns on his mind. She's coming back round. Bryn yanked him to his feet. She'd sheathed the sword and looked down at the narrow goat's trail that led toward the river. Not ideal. Use the cloak. She won't be able to see you. It's barely big enough for two. But she shoved him against the cliff face, whipping the cloak over the pair of them. Tormund clutched her tight, breathing hard. Every inch of them was aligned, and wisps of her hair tickled his nose. The dreki shrieked as she whipped past, her wings stirring the cloak around their feet. She must have seen their boots, for she gave a high-pitched roar, and he just knew she was going to circle again. Run! Bryn screamed, pulling him down the mountainside. The black dreki was making another dive. Tormund leapt after her. The world was a blur, wings in the sky and shale underfoot. He slipped, staggering into the cliff, and then his boots went out from under him. Watch out! He skidded into Bryn, taking her feet from under her. Wings thrust down, the wind of the dreki's passage almost flattening the pair of them. Another near miss, claws scattered off stone. Tormund rolled over Bryn, and then she was catapulting over the top of him. On and on, locked together until they finally hit the bottom of the ravine. Tormund slammed into a rock and stayed there, staring at the sky. Ow! He wheezed, trying not to move. He could hear water trickling past as the river glided over smooth pebbles, and the sound of a furious dreki screaming her rage. Get up! Bryn hauled on his arm. She's not done with us yet. I don't think I can. How the hell was she moving? Every inch of him ached and shit. He could barely place any weight on his left foot. His ankle threatened to give way. If you stay here, you're dead. Bryn set her feet and yanked him half upright. I'm not going to protect you with my magic cloak unless you get to your feet and run. Get up, Tormund. Get up. I'll leave you here. I swear I will. Somehow he gained his feet. The dreki was circling back around. I must have taken the full brunt of that rock. You're not even limping. Bryn slipped under his arm, anxiety written all over her face. I hurt too, but not becoming a dreki's next meal is a powerful motivator. Move. They hobbled up the bank of the river into another grassy glade. He wasn't going to make it. Every step made him wince, and he was only slowing her down. Tormund shoved her away. Go, he rasped. Get out of here. I'll hold her off. Hold her off? You don't even have your axe. Maybe she has a respect for beards that I find sorely lacking in you. He limped into the middle of the clearing. There were trees to the right of him, a small stand of rocks. It is a she, isn't it? Tormund! Bryn's voice rose. That's the queen. I don't think she's going to find you half as charming as I do. You find me charming? Not at the moment, you idiot. Bryn shot the dreki a frustrated look. Damn it! Reaching over her shoulder, she drew the sword. "This is the worst time to make a final stand." "Then run." She stepped in front of him, holding the sword low. "If you think I'm going to let you make some brave, idiotic final stand out of some misguided sense of chivalry, then you don't know me very well. This bitch might be the queen, but I've faced bigger monsters than her in my time." "I thought you threatened to leave me behind." "I was trying to make you move, you big idiot." Pulling a vial of something from her pocket, she bit into the wax that sealed the top and tore it free with her teeth before dipping the inky liquid across her blade. "What are you doing?" "Leviathan blood. It's poisonous to dreki." And then she strode toward the dreki hurtling toward them. The sight shocked him. He'd been certain she'd walk away, prepared, in fact, to defend himself without her. What he hadn't expected was for Bryn to try to protect him, and of all the things that stole his composure, this was the worst. He was the protector. He was the one who shielded others. Håkon was the only other person who had ever dared defend him, and Tormund found himself dangerously unnerved by her actions. She stood alone, the sword held low as she bellowed into the dreki's face. "Come and get me, you bitch!" And then the sword lit up, flames licking along the bloodied blade. The dreki screamed in defiance, and Bryn set herself as the creature swooped. Another dreki bugled to the east. The black female above them banked sharply, hissing under her breath, and then she was swooping higher, angling directly toward the newcomer. Bryn lowered the sword with a curse. "You cowardly creature!" she yelled, hammering her fist in the air. "Come back!" "Are you mad?" he gasped, limping toward her and hauling her down from the rock she stood upon. "This is a good thing." Bryn shook him off, breathing hard. "Fuck!" Her hand shook as she lowered the sword, but the light of battle was in her eyes. In the distance, lightning lashed through the air, and two of the opposing dreki fell. An enormous black creature battled the others, slamming into one and sending it flapping in a desperate spiral toward the ground. It was he who had challenged the queen. "Yes!" Tormund punched the air. "There's the Black Frost." "Stealing my kill," Bryn grumbled. Tormund shook his head. "Thank you," he said, "for protecting me." The rage died in her eyes, leaving them wide and startled and very green. "I wasn't. I was—" He captured her mouth in a swift, furious kiss. The sound of her gasp echoed through him, but 2 seconds later she was kissing him back. Hot, hard, furious, her fist clenching in the collar of his shirt. She tasted like honey, and every hard inch of her softened as he drove his tongue against hers. Fuck. Even the feel of her capitulation came with a challenge, for her hands were sliding down his chest, her nails raking over his abdomen. And though he might be the aggressor, she bit his lower lip as if to prove she'd be no easy conquest. Tormund drew back, breathing fiercely. Every inch of his hard cock demanded he finish this, but a dreki bugled in the distance as if to remind them this wasn't over yet. Of all the worst fucking timing. "Later," he said in a deep voice as Bryn gasped and slumped against his chest. "As much as I'd like to thank you properly, you may have to carry me up that hill. We've got a dreki princess to find." And then he was going to finish what they'd started. 10. The storm whirled, battering dreki out of the skies. Sirius cut through the winds like a scythe, his claws ripping and tearing as he threatened precious wings. When they turned on him, he hurled pellets of ice at them, riding the storm with a howling laugh until they finally tucked tail and fled, no doubt fearing his hard-earned reputation. All but one. The pair of them circled each other like mirror images, though she was far smaller than he was. It didn't make her any less deadly. Sirius could see the merciless glint in her eyes and the razor-sharp claws on the tips of her feet. She alone had withstood his magic, watching from a distance as if trying to learn his defenses before she glided toward him. The hail died. The storm abated, thunder grumbling into the distance. It wasn't as though he'd meant to lower his defenses, but the churn of emotion within him was almost enough to choke his grasp on the storm. And perhaps there was some lingering curiosity within him, an urge to demand answers from her. He reached toward her with a psychic thread, offering a connection she accepted. "Hello, Mother." The Dreki Queen broke the connection sharply, pinwheeling down to the mainland. Sirius followed, though he kept a watchful eye on the horizon. It was highly unusual for a Dreki Queen to go unguarded, though perhaps they thought him weak enough with emotion that he wouldn't attack her. If so, then they thought wrong. He merely wanted answers before he decided what to do. They both landed and shifted into mortal form. Zoya stared at him. Shock darkened her pupils. "Sirius," she breathed. It was like staring at a smaller, more feminine version of himself. He'd always been told he'd inherited her piercing eyes and sulky mouth, but to see her in the flesh... His heart, that long-dead beast that only stirred at the sound of Marlin's name, skipped a beat. Treacherous thing. But how could it not? He remembered this woman, though her features had been long blurred by time. It all came flooding back. The sound of her hum as she brushed his hair, the smell of her, a scent that reminded him of warmth and sunshine and soft hugs, and the memory of her voice as she read to him from the enormous book of fairy tales he'd long since given to Marlin. She abandoned you. She walked away from you when you were 5, leaving you to your father's so-called mercies. And his heart, beating faster than he could ever recall, squeezed in his chest. "In the flesh," he sneered. "I'm surprised you know the rules of parley," she told him, "considering how viciously you've been tearing my guards from the skies." "Honor demands I at least meet you," he told her with a snarl. "Ah, the renowned honor of the Zinni clan, both its strength and its weakness." "It was where I was raised. What else would I know?" A nasty smile curled over his mouth. "A mother's embrace? A mother's love?" Zoya stilled. "I gave you what I could." He encircled her. "Forgive me if I found it lacking. Your eldest son is dead." There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. "So I heard on the wind. Tell me, was it a good death?" "A good death for a vile creature. Magnus took after his father." Zoya's mouth worked, but then she shut it and lifted her chin. "If you had been there..." He shut his mouth abruptly. The words were too sharp to do anything other than betray him. "Stellan had the means to mold Magnus into a monster. If he'd had a mother, then he may not have turned out as such. The only thing I mourn is the chance my brother never had to avoid his fate. I fulfilled my part of the bargain between your father and myself. I gave him 2 sons, and father gave you a throne." He took a menacing step toward her. Tell me, was it worth it? Zoya tilted her chin regally. You understand nothing. Do you think I did this for a crown? I did this because I was saving a child Queen Amadea had sentenced to death. You were my son, but your father would never have hurt you. You were his gift to the world, his reason to live, and he would never have let you go with me. The child had no one and nothing. I did what I did to save her. Ishtar. He could still remember his father bringing the squalling child into their rooms, determined to put her to death on the Queen's orders. His mother had raged against Stellan, arguing that the goddess had given the girl life. She's just a baby, Zoya had told Stellan. This is wrong, and you know it. It was the only time Sirius had ever seen his father falter as he looked down into the face of the screaming child in his arms. She's so little, he'd whispered before his face had hardened. So little and so wrong. We cannot allow this monstrosity to live. Zoya had sent Sirius to bed, but he'd heard them arguing for half the night. And in the morning, both his mother and the child were gone. His father never spoke her name again. He never even mentioned the child. And Sirius had long thought the odd moment of guilt he saw in Stellan's eyes had to do with murdering an innocent baby. He had never dared dream that his mother had stolen the child and vanished into the winds, while his father kept the truth to himself. So you left me with him, he whispered, staring into her face. I don't think you understood my father at all. He stepped forward until he towered over her. He tried to kill me. Do you see the mess of my eye? My father allowed this. My aunt ordered it. And you left me there defenseless against her twisted influence. For the first time, the defiance in Zoya's face gave way to doubt. I thought you would be safe. He adored you. You didn't care about me or Magnus at all, he corrected. We were but your means to uphold a mating contract. You never even tried to contact either of us once you walked away. That wasn't true. I tried. Your father wouldn't let me. For the first time, doubt turned her blue eyes stormy. She was a baby. Just a little baby. I couldn't let them kill her, no matter what I had to do. You expect me to believe there was a single hint of a motherly heart in your chest? You expect me to believe my father stopped you from taking us? You are Zoya of the Ikibu clan. I've heard your name whispered throughout the Dreki courts. The Queen of the Iron Teeth. The Queen without a heart. To fly against you or yours is to risk annihilation. You have never shown your enemies 1 ounce of mercy. Says the Dreki they call the killing frost. This time, it was her chance to stab a finger in his chest. Where do you think you got your merciless reputation from? Your witless father, wrapped as he was around his sister's finger? You were more my child than you ever were his. And just as you forged your own reputation, so did I. I did it to keep my court safe, and I did it to protect a child. Though Tiamat saved me, I regret my actions now. For a brief second, he felt a flutter in his chest, but one look in her eyes soon quashed the emotion. Her regret wasn't for him. No, she was speaking of the princess. You cannot let her fly free. She will destroy the world, curse you. Sirius leaned closer so she could see the intent in his eye. Good. The girl should know freedom for once in her life. She's been nothing but a pawn in the game you, my father, and Amadea played. and I know what it feels like to be caught in such a position." Lightning crashed on the horizon, answering the call of its queen, but he knew she'd never dare strike him down. "Don't follow us, Zoya," he said in a lethal tone. "Don't try to recapture her, because I will stop you and any warrior you send against me. I will destroy them all and cut them from the skies with a mere hint of my will. You think I am your equal when it comes to mercy? You are mistaken. I will ruin you and your court, and my heart will know nothing but joy to see you cast down." A sharp breath escaped her as he took a step back. "You are a fool," she said bleakly. "I am not the one you will stand against. The keepers of order won't be frightened by such words, and it is them you face and not I. I have done my part. I have tried to grant the girl mercy. I have tried to repay the debt I owe fate. I am done. The fate of the world lies on your shoulders now, and you should know. Fate is a cunning bitch, and she always wins. Until now. She's never played against me before, and I don't play by the rules." "No?" The word was a soft one. "You have more to lose than you think, Sirius, unless I have heard wrong. They tell me she's a sweet girl, your mate. No warrior maiden, but one who believes in dreams and fairy tales. One with a soft heart and a vulnerable spine." Cold chilled his core. "If you ever make a move against Marlin..." Zoya turned away from him, her shoulders straight as she walked into the wind. "Not I, my son. Not I. But as I said, the keepers are not known for their mercy, and you just set yourself between them and the prophecy they have sworn their lives to. I truly hope your lovely mate survives." Sirius landed in the clearing and slowly shifted back into mortal form. His arms shook, and every inch of him ached as if he'd overstretched. But it had been a good fight. As much as he'd found himself a new male ever since he'd mated Marlin, sometimes it was nice to let the wild within him out. Sometimes it was nice to watch others flee from him like rats. "What are you still doing here?" he demanded as the others all gathered around a fire. "I thought I told you to get out of here." He couldn't scent the princess. "Where is Ishtar?" Håkon swiftly filled him in on the afternoon's events. "Curse it." Sirius paced the grass. "Injuries?" Marduk sat still as Håkon bound his arm to his chest. His golden skin seemed pale, but he wore a disgusted sneer. "I dislocated my wing when I was knocked from the sky. Otherwise, I would have gone after Ishtar." "Knocked from the sky?" What a weakling. Marduk glared at him. "There were 3 of them, and I was forced to defend Håkon, which gave them the higher ground." Sirius shrugged, crossing to his travel bag. "There were 16 in the end, and they squealed like children when I pounced. Not all of us are murderous, vicious thugs. No, some of us are spoiled little princes who've never known a day of hardship in our lives." Marduk shoved to his feet, amber heat spilling through his irises as the dreki came to life within him. "If anyone knows anything of hardship, it was the innocent dreki you crushed at your father's bidding." Sirius's temper roused. "I never..." A hand shoved him in the chest. "Sit down," Håkon said in a chilling voice as their eyes met. He turned to look along the length of his other arm at Marduk. "The both of you." "If you touch me again," Sirius told him in a dangerous voice, "I will rip your arm off." Håkon raised a brow. Sirius cursed under his breath and stalked away, pacing in front of the fire. He shook his head. Old habits died hard. It's the battle, rouses the blood, and all my killing instincts. It was as close to an apology as he could get without handing the bastard his balls. I noticed, Håkon told him in a dry voice. Ardis does the same thing when she's threatened. Tormund is injured. He shrugged, but couldn't resist looking toward the giant. Tormund was a loud-mouthed fool, but he'd protected Marlin during the coup, and that would never be forgotten. He will heal. He can't walk, Håkon replied. And you're the healer, they tell me. So do something useful and heal him while I fix this sling that Marduk just ripped apart. He was on the verge of leaning closer and saying, "Make me," when Marduk laughed under his breath. Healer? Serious? How the world has changed. The princeling shook his head. Everything is upside down. Sirius took a slow, steady breath. Marlin would not like it if Sirius drowned Marduk in the lake. Marlin liked living at court with her father and sister. Marlin would be very displeased if he had the pair of them exiled from the Zinni clan for killing his cousin. Sirius growled and strode toward Tormund. The day's affairs had him on edge, and it had been weeks since he'd seen Marlin. He desperately wanted to feel his mate's arms around him, which meant biting his tongue and not killing his cousin. Tormund looked up wearily as Sirius knelt in front of him. Bryn had done her best to bandage his wounds, but the entire side of his face wore a welt of bruises. Your eyes are glowing, Tormund said. All the better to see your many bruises. Not so pretty now, you big fool, he muttered, grabbing Tormund's face and examining the other side. It looks like you kissed a fairly large boulder. Aye, maybe several of them. Not my best seduction, Tormund said with a wince. 'Tis a good thing I had this fierce goddess there to protect me. He grinned. She was screaming all kinds of threats at the queen when you caught her attention and stole Bryn's kill. Trust me, Zoya is more than Bryn can handle, flaming sword or not. Sirius opened his third eye, letting his mind look beyond the physical. Tormund's heart throbbed in his chest like an enormous golden pump. A single thought, and he could snuff the life from the man's veins. But he pushed away from the human's heart, letting his power slip through the mortal's veins. There was hidden damage there, a broken rib, internal bleeding near the right kidney that probably would have killed him if left untreated, numerous bruises and cuts, and there, a torn ligament in the man's ankle. He'd spent years tearing blood vessels apart or slashing a spear of ice through an enemy's heart, killing them instantly. To heal was to work backwards, and it was hard, slow work that brought a sweat to his brow. Finally, he was done. Every inch of him felt like it wanted to collapse into his bedroll and sleep for a week, but at least the after-battle aggression had faded. The worst of your injuries are healed, he said, blinking as he closed his third eye and saw the mortal plane again. Tormund rolled his ankle. Feels amazing. You had old scarring there. I fixed it. Tormund used his shoulder to push to his feet. Thank you. It still felt odd to be thanked. And then it was his turn to be saved. Sirius blinked, realizing he'd swayed forward, but Tormund caught him and hauled him to his feet. Their eyes met. Feeling a bit lightheaded. Thanks, Tormund said, as if to make out that it had been he who had needed the support. Marduk watched him from across the fire. Håkon has told me the story of how the mighty Black Frost has become one of the Zinni clan. He said you helped my sister escape your mating ceremony and then ended up falling in love with a drekling. You've met your sister. Mating with Ardis was my worst nightmare. At Håkon's lifted brow, he shrugged, which only worked in your favor. Helping her escape was the best decision I've ever made in my life, apart from killing the queen. Marduk shook his head. I told you, she's not dead. Can't you feel her energy out there? Sirius's one eye narrowed. I put my sword straight through Amadea's heart, and then I burned her body myself. Then why can I still hear her song on the winds? Sirius stared at Marduk. He'd sworn to the goddess that he would kill Amadea, and he'd thought the task done. You can hear Amadea's song? It wouldn't be Ardis's magic. It all sounds different. I could always sense the magic within Ardis, as though she occasionally plucked at the strings of a lute, but couldn't always control it. Her song has grown louder of late, and more confident. She's coming into her own. My mother's song was old and full of jagged edges. It sounds like the rumble of thunder. And Ishtar. Ishtar is the storm in the night sky, a crashing, thunderous storm that constantly boils. And you can still sense them all. Marduk looked into the distance. The Queen's song has changed. It sounds hollow and it echoes, but it's still there, just not as strong as it once was. Perhaps death made Amadea's magic weaker, Sirius said slowly. Perhaps some echo of it still remains. Or was it her spirit haunting the court? There had been several odd occurrences of late. One of Rurik's guards had vanished completely, and nobody could find a trace of him. Then there'd been the day the Queen's chambers were found in ruins, the curtains on her bed slashed to ribbons, and all her gowns torn to pieces. They'd thought it was one of the drekling or dreki Amadea had once tortured, taking their rage out upon the Queen's old chambers. Mirrors kept breaking within the court, and several dreki had reported a sudden chill, as if a shadow swept over them. Superstition, he'd thought at the time, far too enamored of his new mate to look further. You're probably right. Marduk stood and straightened his sling. It's probably just an echo of her magic remaining. None of us truly understand the limits of chaos magic. Perhaps some of her spells are slowly unwinding and I can still sense them. I'll take first watch. Get some sleep if you can. We'll fly after Ishtar in the morning, as soon as my shoulder is healed. Sirius took his advice, stretching out in his bedroll and staring at the stars above him. No matter how much he tossed and turned, the knot in his belly wouldn't go away. Because Marlin was at that court, and if the Queen's shade somehow haunted it, then she'd be the first dreki that Amadea would seek to destroy. 11. Marlin's skirt swished along the court's floor as she went in search of her sister. She'd barely seen Eowyn this week, but one of the court's drekling had seen her pass this way, and she desperately needed to talk about their father. Pushing open the enormous door that guarded the royal family's vault, Marlin summoned a globe of fire to light her way. The little light flickered in the gust of wind the door made, but it was growing easier to control her fledgling powers. Sirius had been working with her on her magic before he'd been sent on the quest to find Marduk, and though he'd warned her to conserve herself, she couldn't help trying her magic at every stage. She wanted to surprise him with her progress when he returned. "Eowyn?" she called. There was a green light glowing from the back of the vault. Marlin frowned as the green abruptly faded. replaced by a warmer glow. "Marlin, what are you doing down here?" her sister called. Marlin hurried past the cases filled with the former queen's jewels. The new queen, Freya, had no liking for gold and gems, a decision that perplexed most of the court, and so they'd been banished to this dark room. She couldn't say she blamed the queen. Every jewel in the vault had once adorned Queen Amadea, and she wouldn't want to wear them. Most of them held emeralds, and it felt as though malevolent green eyes watched her from the darkness as the light from her flame winked over them. Marlin shivered. Creepy. "I could ask the same of you," she called back before stopping abruptly. Her sister wasn't alone. Eowyn pressed a hand to Torvald's chest, staring into the dreki warrior's eyes. Her smile held a sharp edge Marlin didn't recognize. "Later," she whispered to him, and then turned her full attention to Marlin as Torvald pushed away from her. "What do you want?" Marlin watched Torvald go. She had no right to say anything about Eowyn's seeming flirtations with several of the court dreki, but why did she have to choose him? He'd once been a mercenary who'd served Queen Amadea, and though he'd thrown down his weapon during the coup and bent knee to King Rurik, Marlin's skin crawled whenever she saw him. King Rurik may have granted several of his mother's dreki guards lenience in order to help repair a fractured court, but she didn't trust them an inch. The court may be undermanned and vulnerable to outside threats without them, but she rather thought the threat within was like putting a knife to the court's throat. "I wanted to discuss father with you," she said, once she saw Torvald close the vault door behind him. "He's starting to worry me." Eowyn rolled her eyes. "In what way?" "He's absorbed in his books. He keeps muttering about your salva and saying he needs to know more about them. He barely eats, barely drinks." "The elves?" Eowyn mused. "They were stranded in their home world of Alfheima after we closed the circles to them 1,000 years ago. Why is he so interested in them?" "I don't know." As the clan lawmaster, it wasn't uncommon to find Sigurd buried in his books, but the level of absorption bothered her. And he's refusing to be alone with the Queen. Dreki are starting to notice. Eowyn's eyes locked upon her with sudden interest. "The Queen? How interesting." She tapped her finger to her lip and turned away to stroll between the cases displaying Amadea's jewels. "Why is he afraid of the Queen?" "I don't know if he's afraid." Marlin followed her. "But he's definitely wary. And Queen Freya's been so kind. I know several of the court think her human blood makes her unworthy to rule them, but—" "Do they?" Eowyn's eyes flashed. "Which ones?" Marlin named a handful of dreki, but she paused when she saw her sister cock her head consideringly. "Does it matter? The Queen has accepted all drekling like ourselves." "Myself," Eowyn corrected. "You're dreki now, Marlin. You're no longer one of us." She gaped. Was this why Eowyn had grown so seemingly distant of late? "You know I still think of myself as drekling." "You can fly now." Eowyn's lip curled in a sneer. "You can shift shape. I'm the one trapped in this weak, pathetic body." "Eowyn, you're not pathetic." Eowyn brushed her hands off and turned away, but not before Marlin saw something she'd never noticed before. "Why are you wearing the Queen's necklace?" Eowyn merely wrapped her hand around the gold chain and slipped the enormous emerald pendant inside her gown. "Queen Amadea has no further use of it." "Yes, but they're not ours." It made no sense. Eowyn had never shown any liking for precious gems. despite her dreki heritage, and her sister was no thief. The king? Do you ever grow weary of being so sanctimonious? Earlin curled her lip as she swished past Marlin. I know I do. Marlin gaped after her. Earlin! Earlin slid her hand along one of the glass cases, staring at the jewels a little dreamily. Ever since you mated with that overgrown piece of filth, you've changed. I've changed? This was not the sister she'd grown up with. Marlin drew herself up firmly. And Sirius is not filth? He's the very reason this court broke free of Amadea's poison. Earlin's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. I'll have to thank him for that one day, and the role he played in Amadea's death. The Black Frost, the hero of the court. Marlin stared after her helplessly. She'd known Earlin remained wary of Sirius, but she'd hoped that her sister's feelings would have softened by now, once she came to know him, the real him. Go back to the fancy chambers you share with the Black Frost, Earlin told her coldly, and don't worry about father. I think I'll have a little chat with him myself. He does tell me everything after all. Maybe I can discover the new queen's little secret. Marlin stared at her sister, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. Don't bother. I wish I'd never mentioned it. Turning around, she snapped her fingers and extinguished the fireball, plunging them into a near darkness so Earlin couldn't see her tears. And take Amadea's necklace off. You're even beginning to sound like her. And I'd much prefer to have my sister back. Sirius stared into the night. You're bothered, Tormund said, by what Marduk said about his mother. Marduk was always slightly strange, Sirius replied, his dark hair fluttering in the breeze. Rurik was his father's son, but Ardis and Marduk held some of their mother's gifts, and now Ardis can wield chaos magic, and Marduk can hear its call. And he thinks he can still hear Amadea's magic calling to him. Tormund sank down onto his haunches. He didn't entirely understand what had happened during the coup within the Zinni clan. There'd been far too much magic being slung around, and he'd been sent to rescue Sirius from the bowels of the court dungeon. He hadn't seen Queen Amadea die, though he'd heard of how Sirius duelled her. Could it be possible she survived? The Dreki warlord's face hardened. No, I killed her. I know I did. I stood over that bonfire and warmed my hands while her body burned. It was the second best moment of my life. Every now and then you say something that reminds me of how dangerous you are. Tormund shook his head. Even if you're mostly as soft and cuddly as a child's bear. Sirius shot him a hard look, but he was clearly troubled, for his gaze returned to the horizon. If there's even a chance she did somehow survive, then she would want revenge. Marlin. Sirius was thinking of Marlin. She's safe, Tormund replied. She's at court with Rurik and Ardis to watch over her. When has that ever stopped Amadea? You're the one who says she's dead. I'm fairly certain death would stop her. Not necessarily. Sirius stared bleakly into the night. Amadea was a powerful practitioner of chaos magic, and there are few of us who truly understand the limits of such power. If we're lucky when we die, the Mother Goddess allows our spirits to ride the horizon each night for the rest of eternity, though the rest of us are absorbed back into the colossal body. If anyone's spirit was going to escape the goddess's judgment, then it would be hers. Tormund clapped a hand on his back. He didn't believe in borrowing trouble. but he was fairly certain Sirius wouldn't sleep at all until he'd investigated. I don't understand chaos magic or dreki myth, but I do know that bitch wouldn't hesitate to curse you with her dying breath, or do anything to take revenge upon her son, Rurik. If it's possible she could have somehow survived, then I think you need to investigate. We've just found the prince, and the three of us can get him home, he told the dreki warlord. We don't need you watching over us for the rest of our journey, like some mother hen, albeit one with excellent hair and an evil smirk. Trying to get rid of me? Sirius sneered. You've grown on me, I'll admit. Tormund sobered. My cousin spent 7 years in the depths of hell, pining for the wife he thought he'd lost. If anything happens to Ardis now, he may never recover. And I like your wife and her sister and your brother. I don't know why, but I just feel that there's something more to Amadeus' death than there appears. Sirius stared toward the northeast. So do I. I'll leave in the morning. He sighed. You're an annoying little gnat, but you have a good heart, Tormund. Did you just admit that you like me? A baleful glare almost incinerated him. Don't push your luck, the prince snarled, shoving to his feet. 12. I think you're going to miss him, Bryn said, dumping her saddlebags by the river. Judging by the clouds, she had perhaps a good half hour before the sun fully rose. Seer floated above them, keeping a watchful eye on the black frost's departing form, but apart from that, they were alone. Tormund stilled, the water barely covering his hips. He glanced over his shoulder in surprise, then arched an arrogant brow. Who? That overgrown black lizard? Bryn kicked her boots off, enjoying the sight of his bare back. I think he wins. He called you an irritating flea on a camel's backside. He told me he liked me. Really? She drawled, tugging the leather thong from the ends of her hair. I find that difficult to believe. He said I have a good heart, which is virtually the same. I'm not entirely certain the Black Frost meant that as a compliment. Isn't he evil? Tormund sank into the water, splashing his arms back and forth lazily. He used to be, they tell me. Marlin tamed the vicious beast and practically muzzled him. What are you doing? She could have asked herself the same question. What are you doing? She should have been preparing for the journey home and plotting how best to finish Solvig's contract. Instead, she'd heard him splashing in the stream and hadn't been able to resist joining him. Marduk's taking a test flight with Håkon to ensure his wing has healed. When they return, we're leaving, which means this is my last chance to wash. Or maybe just her last chance to spend time with Tormund. Bryn raked her fingers through her braids, loosening them. Her scalp itched in relief, and she scraped her nails over it, groaning in pleasure. His eyes narrowed as her fingers dropped to the buttons of her shirt. It looks like you're planning on torturing me. Torturing you? She paused with her fingers on the lowest button. Tormund sighed and turned around, the broad expanse of his shoulders wet and sleek. He had a bar of soap in his hands and scrubbed it over his shoulders. Actually, I think torturing me is the highlight of your day. Perhaps a little. His courtesy was unexpected, and she had to admit she liked it. He left her with all the choices in this situation, and it disarmed her in a way she'd never expected. Too many men had made demands of her over the years, and she'd swiftly developed the means to deter them. But though Tormund clearly pursued her, He did it in such a way that she felt entirely safe. Bryn dropped the shirt, enjoying the way he stiffened. She started working on the buttons of her trousers. Why do we always seem to end up in water together? Naked?
I don't know. I was here first, and as I recall, I was in the bathtub at Hoff first too. His voice lowered. Are you trying to steal my virtue, Bryn?
Your virtue is a far distant dream, she replied with a snort. Working out of the rest of her clothes, she tiptoed toward the river, squeaking at the cold when she dipped a toe in. Odin's balls, this is freezing.
Bracing.
Is that going to be your excuse? She teased.
Woman, I need no excuse. Maybe now you'll be able to handle all of me.
Bryn laughed. Sucking in a shallow breath, she strode into the water. Every inch bit at her skin until the best resort was to dive under. Bryn came up with a shocked gasp, finding Tormund laughing at her. The way he threw his head back drew her eyes. He lived life to the fullest, and there was never a moment when he wasn't simply enjoying himself immensely. I like him, she thought, watching his white teeth flash. I like him far too much. It would be easy to ride at his side and sit by a campfire with him, rolling her eyes at his terrible jokes. And a part of her yearned to share the easy camaraderie he and Håkon owned. She'd barely known him a handful of days, and yet it already felt like forever. She'd never missed her sisters more, and she'd never regretted her path in life so much.
You have pensive eyes, he told her, scrubbing soap through his hair.
Lather dripped down his forearms and elbows, splattering across his chest.
I never know what you're thinking.
I always know what you're thinking. Always. And it was the one thing that allowed her to let her shields drop around him. She'd never let another man in, but she knew, in some instinctive part of her soul, that Tormund would never break her heart. No, she'd be the one to ruin him.
Are you saying I'm a man with few depths?
No, she bit her lip. You speak your mind. You don't hesitate to reply to a single question. You simply are. I've never encountered a man like you before. He winked and then sank under the water, washing the soap out. Flipping his hair back, he surged out of the water, preening all the while.
I did warn you. There are no men like me.
They circled each other. Bryn swallowed. If it had merely been attraction, she would have crept into his blankets days ago. But she couldn't help wishing that she didn't have to betray him.
And what do you think I am thinking? He asked, raking his wet hair back off his face.
The movement flexed the muscles in his biceps, drawing her eyes to the tanned skin there. That I should be admiring your arms? She whispered. And no doubt every other inch of you. His eyes widened.
God's gift. You do know what I'm thinking.
She splashed him in the face as he swam closer. Do you know what I'm thinking?
That Tormund is the most marvelous specimen of man known to this mortal plane, and that you desperately want him to kiss you?
Maybe, but she swallowed hard. No.
But you are dirty and you want him to wash your back.
He held the soap up. I can wash my own back. I don't think you'll stop with my back if I let you start there.
Tormund shrugged. It's not my fault if you start begging me for more. These hands are known to work magic, woman.
I don't beg anyone. Wrong again. Tormund looked her in the eye.
That you're here for your own purposes, and you're finding it increasingly hard to keep your distance because you like me far too much." It was astounding how close he came to the truth. Bryn froze, her heart skipping a beat and then rushing back in to fill the void. And he smiled. "Ah, it only took me 3 guesses. I'll get better once you let me in." "You assume I'm going to let you in." He drifted closer until they were but inches apart. "Your shield arm is strong, Bryn, but it's weakening. You did teach me a few things when we were sparring." She sucked in another breath, unnerved by how clearly he was starting to see her. But fleeing wasn't in her nature. "As soon as I have what I want, I'm leaving Tormund. I'm not here for a flirtation." "No, you're here for coin." His hands brushed against hers in the water. Accidentally, she thought, when his eyes widened. "'Tis strange how you haven't yet demanded your coin from Marduk." "We've been busy trying not to die." "He doesn't recognize you," he said. "I was wondering if he would." "My involvement with him was through a proxy." Who?" Bryn bared her caged teeth. "That's my business, mine and Marduk's. Did Håkon put you up to this?" The innocent look in his eyes didn't fool her. "Up to what?" "Questioning me." "Of course he did." Tormund shrugged, water sluicing over his shoulders. "Of course he did." She swam backward, her gut twisting in knots. "You're a terrible questioner." "Why lie? You know he did. I know he did. Håkon's not the type of man who lets his guard down very easily. Of course he wants to know more about you, and his interests currently align with my own." "I'm not very interesting." That smile. Her heart fluttered as he swam after her. "You keep saying that. In my experience, that means you're very interesting. The more I don't know, the more I want to know. Tell me something about you. Something important. Where do you come from? Are your parents alive? Do you have siblings? What is your favorite color?" He was never going to give up. "My mother is dead. My father is dead. I was born far to the north in one of the border forts along the Norwegian border, though it was never my home. My father made sure of that. I have no siblings, and my favorite color is black." "As black as your heart?" "Something like that." "How old are you?" "Older than you," she replied, "by about 200 years. "You don't know that." "Oh, I do." "Remember that vulva? I met her when she was a wee lass of 22, though I definitely aged better." "I'm 27." "I'm older." She held a stalling finger to his lips. "And you would be wise to stop asking this lady her age. You may not like the answer." Perhaps it was her touch, but he subsided with a simple kiss to her finger that lingered even after she clenched her hand into a fist. It felt like it had been branded into her skin, except she could remember the pain of hot iron stealing away her sacred runes. That wretched flash of bone-searing pain felt nothing like this, though she suspected she'd remember both for long years to come. "You shouldn't be here. You should leave." And yet she lingered, because she simply couldn't help herself. Tormund's gaze dropped to her mouth. "I don't care how old you are, Bryn. Your answer would never have bothered me." But he shrugged when she glared at him. "Fine, then. Your father was not a kindly person?" "Straight to the heart." She tipped her chin up proudly. She owed him this, at least. "My mother. She couldn't raise me as her own, so she left me on his doorstep. My father became a religious man shortly after my birth, though I was never quite certain whether I was the catalyst for that or not. He took me in because it was his religious duty to pay penance for straying outside the bounds of his mortal marriage. And then he spent the next 9 years trying to beat the devil out of me. Tormund stilled as thunder rumbled in the distance. I'm sorry. She shrugged as if she could pretend that even after all this time it didn't hurt. He's dead and buried, and his name is lost to the sands of time. I made sure of that. But I am still here. I'm still sorry. No child should ever have to endure such a thing. No, they shouldn't. But it made me strong. There was a hint of sympathy in his eyes, as if he thought otherwise. It does explain a few things. Bryn sighed and sank beneath the water, washing away the itch of anger that trembled over her skin. You have no idea, big man. But she let the water wash away her fury, still unabated after all these years. The past shaped you, and you could either let it force you into the crucible others so desired, or you could use it to shape yourself. She came up for a breath, wiping the water from her face. Enough of such talk. You've asked your questions, and I have answered. So you have. You saved my life yesterday, he said, and I still haven't thanked you. It was nothing, she grumbled. You would have done the same for me. It was sweet. Sweet? Now she knew he was lying. The cold has addled your wits. I'm not sweet, Tormund. I look after myself. I don't watch over anyone else. You were standing there between a furious dreki queen and me, with naught but your sword, daring her to come and get you. The rumble of a soft laugh echoed through his chest, and his brown eyes warmed. If you were worried about your own skin, you would have left me there. She looked away. Why does it bother you so much to admit that you care about others? This time his voice softened. It's not a weakness. It is a weakness. It gives you hope. It makes you believe that you will be protected, only to find out you have a weak flank, she whispered. She'd spent years drilling in a shield wall, only to discover that the one time she truly needed someone at her back, they weren't there for her. The only person who will look out for me is me, and the only one who will watch my back is me. I learned that lesson, Tormund. If I protected you, then it was a moment of stupidity, the battle rush, nothing else. He didn't argue, didn't counter her. He merely cocked his head as if he saw straight through her. I would watch your back. Of course you would, she said wryly. Men would promise you the world, if only to steal their way beneath your blankets. Well, how about we settle on something we can both agree upon? Tormund said, displaying the bar of soap. If I promise to keep my hands to myself, will you let me wash your back instead? That innocuous sliver of soap held the danger of an unsheathed blade in inept hands. You do trust me, don't you? He teased. It took her a long moment to realize the answer was yes. He was too honest, too open. Tormund wouldn't be able to betray someone if his life depended upon it. Bryn slowly turned around. I trust you, she admitted. Well, that's a start. It was herself she didn't trust, and perhaps he should learn that lesson too. She sighed. Why did this particular job have to be so difficult? Why had she ever agreed upon it? Enormous soapy hands brushed her hair forward over her shoulder. Bryn shivered, tilting her head forward almost in surrender, as if he slid those calloused hands over her smooth skin. Not for him the practiced touches of the seducer. She'd expected those hands to delve lower, to accidentally brush against her breast, perhaps, but he was, as always, impeccably polite. Gentler than she'd expected for such a large man. Each slow stroke of his hands felt like a caress, as if he was soothing a nervous filly, and tension crept through her, for she wasn't nervous, and she wasn't innocent, and she wanted him to stop being so fucking polite, even though she'd been the one to set the terms. "What's wrong?" he whispered. "Everything." "I don't think I should let you do this," she admitted. "It complicates matters." Those fingers brushed against her shoulder, and then he rubbed his thumbs up the column of muscle on either side of her neck. "I thought it would simplify them," he replied, driving his thumbs up under the hollow where her neck met her skull. "You want me, I want you. It's easy, Bryn. All we have to do is enjoy each other." Thought fled. Rational argument evaporated. Bryn moaned a little as every inch of her went slack. She'd never realized how much tension she carried in the muscles that banded her skull. Fingers delved into her hair, tracing firm circles over her scalp. It felt amazing. What was that? The rumble of his voice sounded dangerously close to her ear. "Don't stop." She tilted her head back and surrendered. "I told you my hands were magic." It felt so good she couldn't even reply to that comment. His hands were amazing. He kneaded her scalp until she was resting her head back on his shoulder, careless of his embrace. She didn't know how long it lasted, only that she was a sated, breathless mess when he finally finished. Tormund cleared his throat. "I think I'm in danger of crossing that invisible line between us." "What invisible line?" she murmured, her eyes closed. "The one that says, 'Cross at your own peril whenever you glare at me.' The one that says, 'Keep your hands to yourself.'" Bryn opened her eyes slowly. His hands rested on her hips, and there was a question in the placement of them, one he was waiting for her to answer. Bryn's breath caught. He wouldn't be her first conquest, nor would he be her last, and she was no shy maid. When it came to members of the opposite sex, she took what she wanted and left them grateful behind her. But she felt strangely hesitant to pursue this with Tormund. In the distance, thunder rumbled. The ring in her shirt pocket burned a guilty hole in her heart. She'd found Marduk, as Solvig had demanded. Now all she had to do was summon the warlord princess, and her task was complete. She would have everything she'd ever wanted. Absolution. The loving embrace of her sister Valkyrie. The chance to finally see her mother's grave marker and lay her mother's sword to rest there. Home. The ache of it was so sharp, almost as sharp as the sting of her forthcoming betrayal. "You want me," she whispered. "It's no secret," Tormund replied. His voice was rough-edged with need. "The second I saw you, I knew you were for me." "You barely know me." This time her words came sharply, and Bryn pushed out of his grasp, spinning around. "I could be your doom, your death. I could be sent to betray you. I could be fate's cold, bitter kiss." "None of it matters." He brushed the back of his fingers down her cheek, and Bryn sucked in a sharp breath at the sensation of his touch. "If you are my fate, then I surrender to whatever it has in store for me. for never was a future so beautiful and fierce. His thumb stroked the lush fullness of her lower lip. He'd never crossed that line, not yet, and he waited now for an answer she must give before he would push himself over it. She bowed her head, closing her eyes. He would hate her when he finally realized what she was. "I will be your ruin." "Then, ruin me." The rasp of his breath sent shivers across her skin. A rumble of thunder shivered across the skies, and Bryn kept her eyes closed, knowing they would gleam with jagged silver. That thumb splayed across her lip, back and forth, tempting her in ways she'd never felt before. So be it. She'd warned him enough times. Heat flared beneath her skin as she opened her eyes and slid her hands over his shoulders. "We'll both regret this." "Never," he told her, lowering his face to hers. The second her mouth met his, a lash of lightning shattered across the horizon. She felt the twist of it deep within her as Tormund captured her backside and hauled her close. Every inch of his wet, sleek body slid against hers, but it was the hungry demand of his mouth that stole her breath. He kissed as if he'd spent a lifetime dreaming of this moment. He kissed as if he intended to make her forget everything, the hole in her heart, the promise Solveig had given her, and even the hope she had. For a second, some part of Bryn wanted to lean into his arms and never let go. And this was the danger of the man. It was far too easy to imagine a future without him, and she didn't like that future at all. Bryn drew back with a gasp, raking her nails down his forearms. He captured her hips as if sensing her withdrawal, and they stared into each other's eyes. "No regrets," he told her. "Just this." How easy it sounded. She closed her eyes and felt the brush of his lips at her temple. Something akin to desperation broke within her like a storm. She couldn't control herself. She pressed into his hands, into his touch. Tormund's hair felt like wet silk in her hands, and Bryn moaned as she wrapped both thighs around his hips and ground herself against him. "Jesus!" The word was torn from him in a ragged gasp, but his hands were moving, stroking the curve of her spine and slowly marking their way south. His broad palm splayed across her bottom, and she could feel the storm building in the atmosphere around them, feel it building within. The glory and fury of her Valkyrie self ignited. A ragged sort of joy filled her as curtains of rain swept over them. She'd been lost for so long, unable to embrace the immortality that had been stolen from her, that she'd long felt like she lived a half-life. But Tormund brought the storm back into her grasp. She felt some part of her blossoming, coming alive for the first time in over 100 years. And it was so terrifying and tremulous, the thought that she could lose it all again, that desperation drove her to drink of his mouth and press herself into his skin. So she no longer knew where he ended and she began. Was it him? Or was she somehow unknowingly throwing off the shackles that kept her immortal self contained? She didn't care. Bryn kissed the rain from his skin, kissed the heat off his lips. Their tongues darted together, and the brutish length of his cock brushed against her entrance. Yes, she felt invincible, felt as though she could finally shed the human prison that had contained her for far too long, if she just let him take her. "Bryn." Hands stroked her spine, calming hands. "Bryn, easy, love, easy." She didn't want easy. She wanted to be her old self again. But he drew back,
burying his face in her throat and quivering with suppressed need. A laugh rumbled through him. "I only meant to kiss you. I swear it." "A hell of a kiss," she whispered with a broken voice. He looked up and his eyes were full of stars. "A hell of a kiss." Bryn slid her palm through his hair, clenching her fingers in it. "And we're not done yet. Make me forget my name. Make me forget everything." Never did a challenge sound so sweet. He captured her mouth in a bruising kiss, biting at her lower lip. She lost herself in his arms, moaning as his cock rubbed between her thighs. Frigg's breath. Every inch of them aligned, and her body practically screamed its desire. She wanted him. She wanted this. Pure, utter oblivion. And then his hands were playing lower, fingers finding her hot and slick. Bryn broke the kiss, breathing hard as she rested her lips against his forehead. He eased one finger inside her, and she bit her lip at the surety of his touch. This was a man who knew how to please a woman. Tormund's wet mouth closed over her nipple as he stroked her within, his thumb settling over that little nubbin that brought her so much pleasure. "Don't stop," she moaned, undulating against his hand. The suckle of his mouth seemed to tug on some string inside her that was tied directly to her womb. Gods, it felt amazing, and she was close, so close. Lightning flashed again as he pushed her over the edge. Bryn came with a scream, her fist clenching in his hair as she threw her head back. The storm echoed her passion, thunder shaking across the horizon. Lightning kissed its heels, not once, not twice, but thrice, until it felt as though the skies themselves joined her climax. Shaking with relief, she came back to herself in his arms, her nails imprinting in the hard muscle of his shoulders. Their eyes met as Bryn tried to regain some modicum of rational thought. She felt torn open, ravaged deep, her heart an aching, bruised mess as she trailed the fingers of her right hand gently over his cheek. And she wanted him to feel the same as she met his mouth for another hot, wet kiss. Until he shuddered and pulled away, pressing his forehead to hers. "No." "No? What the hell do you mean?" Was that her voice, so hard and rasping? A soft smile chased over his lips. "I'm going to hate myself for saying this, but perhaps we should get out of the water." Tormund looked up, taking in the flickering skies. She slid a hand down the back of his neck. "The lightning won't hit us." "I've been in storms before, and that looked awfully—" She cupped both hands behind his head, desperate to ride the storm. "It won't hit us. I swear by all the gods. Now kiss me, you fool, or see your chance lost forever." Tormund kissed her. Firm hands cupped her arse, and then he was grinding her against him, the slick length of his cock fitting perfectly between her thighs, right where she wanted it. Bryn bit her lip and slid her hand between them, her fingers wrapping around his erection. "You're so perfect," he growled, biting her lower lip. "So fucking beautiful. Brave, loyal, powerful. And mine, Bryn, all mine." Brave, loyal. He couldn't have hurt her more if he'd stabbed a knife in her chest. A gasp went through her, and then she was shoving away from him, the hot flash of her gaze warning him not to follow. Gods, what was she thinking? What was she doing? She was here for her own purposes, for Solveig's. The second the dawn broke, he'd know all of it. "Don't say those words."
Tormund's brow furrowed in confusion as she strode through the water. "What's wrong? What did I do?"
"Nothing. You did nothing, except remind me of the truth." Bryn shook her head. "I'm not yours. I will never be yours, nor you mine. And though one day you may not think it of me, I truly don't want to break your heart." He surged toward her, as determined as ever. "That's not your choice to make. It's my heart to give as I so wish, my heart to break." "But the guilt will be mine."
She broke from the river as swiftly as she could move, water sluicing down her naked body, and she knew he watched her go, hunger darkening his eyes. But she didn't look back. To surrender to mercy now would be to lose everything she'd ever yearned for. She couldn't come so close, only to fail now. She could restore her name and her sister's faith in her. She could return to the only home that had ever opened its doors to her. She could be immortal again. Brave and fearless, and knowing nothing of this cursed doubt that had dogged her steps ever since she was cast into oblivion. Bryn's hand closed around the ring in the pocket of her shirt, and she rubbed her thumb over it, bringing it to her lips.
"I have him,"
she whispered. The ring instantly warmed as Bryn slipped it on. She twirled it on her finger, feeling a little uncomfortable with the sensation, but done was done. Time to end this now, before she could break the giant fool's heart. Tormund deserved to know the truth, even if he never looked at her again the way he did now. 13. Tormund woke the next morning, the itch of unfulfilled desire aching within him, which was a hell of an awkward way to wake when one was surrounded by two other males. Scrubbing his hand over his face, he cocked his knee under his blankets, so Håkon, who was stoking the fire, didn't notice, and then shifted his aching erection. He didn't know what he'd done to drive Bryn from the water yesterday morning, and his arms, but it had something to do with what he'd said. "You're so perfect, so fucking beautiful, brave, loyal, powerful, and mine, Bryn. All mine." Fuck. He'd gone too far too fast, and she'd fled. You idiot. You know she's guarded. And the second she'd lowered her shield just a fraction, he'd shoved his way through with all the brute finesse of a wounded bull. "Morning," Håkon muttered, setting the fry pan on the coals. Tormund grunted and pushed onto his elbows. There was no sign of Bryn. Not that he'd expected it. The ruins they'd found to camp in were devoid of sexy, frustrating women. "Sleepless night?" Håkon murmured with a faint quirk to his lips. "Or a lonely one, judging by the look of you." Tormund tossed his boot at the bastard. Damn it. I would have slept better if some fool wasn't snoring like a wounded dragon beside me. Bryn doesn't snore that loudly. I was talking about you. Håkon pushed to his feet, tossing Tormund's boot up and catching it. She clearly didn't sleep any better. She took off an hour ago. Haven't seen her since. Said she wanted to clear her head, which I thought meant she wanted to get away from you. Tormund scowled. Thanks. You let her go off alone. They'd flown for miles yesterday, with Marduk trying to hone in on his sister's whereabouts, and while they'd left Queen Zoya's dreki court miles behind them, they were still in the wilderness. She can take care of herself, Håkon pointed out. She took her sword. I'm not worried about her, he lied, noting that Bryn's pack remained, though the Merlin was gone too. If there's one thing I can count on, it's for Bryn to be the scariest thing out there on the slopes of this mountain. You look worried. I'm not worried. Pushing out of his blankets, he tried not to look like a kicked puppy. I hope you're cooking me breakfast. Maybe. Håkon tossed the boot back. You throw that at me again and I'm going to toss it in the river. You toss it in the river and I'm going to make you fetch it. Håkon laughed shortly. Well, you are in a mood. He rolled his eyes. Breakfast for my prince, as soon as I can cook it. Bowing several times, he backed away, heading for the supply bags. Speaking of princes, have we seen our precious little princeling? Right here, said a drawling voice behind him. Tormund spun around, breathing a sigh of relief as he saw Marduk hop from rock to rock on his way up from the river. Damn it, man. Could you sneak a little less sneakily? Marduk laughed under his breath, balancing on one stone as though to defy mere gravity. Dawn light gleamed on his golden hair, which was swept rakishly across his forehead. My apologies. I sometimes forget you mortals have such terrible hearing. Tormund exchanged a look with Håkon. Håkon arched a brow. The river? Tormund asked. Håkon cut Marduk a look, then sighed. Tempting. But he did carry us yesterday, and despite his protests, I know his shoulders still sore. I'm fine, Marduk broke in. Dreki, Tormund shook his head. Almost as prickly as certain redheads. By the time we landed, you were flapping like a lame duck, Tormund said, and you're clearly in no hurry to leave again this morning, despite the urgency of your mission, which makes me think you doubt your wings. I don't doubt my wings, Marduk snapped, but Ishtar is moving. I get a sense of her, and then she vanishes again, and it takes me an hour or two to sense where she's gone. Right now she's gone again. And so I have to wait until I can pinpoint her direction. His lips pressed thinly. While I can fly, I don't think it would do me any good to be flapping around up there in all directions for hours. Gone where? Håkon asked. I think she's transporting herself via portal, Marduk admitted. It's not something I know a lot about, though it's starting to make sense why her cave was warded. I don't think she knows how to shift shapes, and flying isn't as easy as it looks. When we first shift, we start with short flights and wing-strengthening exercises. His gaze hardened, and Ishtar spent her entire life locked away in the dark. Physically, she wasn't the strongest female Tormund had ever set eyes on either. Just looking at her roused all of his protective instincts, though he'd noticed that something about her set Bryn on edge. It certainly wasn't jealousy. And you never knew she existed? Håkon handed him a plate of something. Marduk looked at it dubiously. Is this? Don't ask, Tormund interrupted. Best just to eat it. But it smells like... I know, he winced. Just eat it. Marduk took a careful bite as Håkon handed Tormund his own plate. The prince dutifully swallowed, and then shrugged. Not as bad as I expected. He wolfed down the rest of the sausage and then set his plate aside. No, I didn't know she existed until Zoya told me. There was a wealth of loss in those eyes. But it makes so much sense now. I've always had these dreams, as though I was searching for something and I could never find it. I used to wake in tears when I was a kid, and every day felt like there was something wrong. Something... It's like this phantom sensation that half of you is missing. I thought it was the dreki myth about soulmates. I thought I was merely yearning for the other half of me, and that my mate was out there somewhere, but I just hadn't found her. I thought all male dreki felt this way. Marduk's head suddenly snapped toward the northwest. There she is again. He pushed to his feet. Are we ready to leave? Tormund shoved his feet in his boots and hauled a shirt over his shoulders. I'll find Bryn, and then we'll pack. We'd best set out as soon as possible. We're not the only ones looking for your sister. And we're the friendliest, Håkon muttered. Do we know where those keepers went? No. Unlike Ishtar, I can't sense them, Marduk replied. Take your axe, Håkon called. Tormund gave him a flippant gesture, then snatched at the handle of his axe and tossed it in the air. Yes, mother. Marduk caught Tormund's wrist as he strode past, his nostrils flaring. Wait, he snapped. I can smell more than that horrible sausage now. They all fell still. Tormund's hand curled around the hilt of his axe. What is it? Dreki. Marduk cocked his head and scented the breeze. There's at least 10 of them. 10 of them? Håkon's sword cleared its sheath with a steely rasp. Are they friend or foe? I don't know. Marduk's golden brows drew together in a frown. I don't recognize their scents. According to Sirius, Zoya had sworn not to send her people after them, but she'd warned them the keepers of order wouldn't rest until they had Ishtar in their hands again. The keepers? Not unless they've found friends, Marduk replied, the whites of his eyes flaring. And I don't think they have friends. Tormund's heart suddenly fell. Can you smell Bryn? No. A piercing whistle filled the air, and then something hissed past Tormund's nose. Marduk spun, clearly sensing it before they did, but the shaft of an arrow sank into his upper chest. He staggered backward with a gasp and went to one knee. Tormund whipped around, his hand firming around his axe. Håkon! Here! Håkon stepped to his side, both of them presenting a protective wall for the prince. Where the fuck was his shield? Are you all right? He didn't dare look at Marduk. Alive, the prince gasped. They missed anything vital. Nothing moved out there in the fog, but tendrils of mist stirred, and it was becoming very clear that the mist was circling them. Only the space they stood within remained clear. Any chance you're doing that? He asked the prince. No, it's not my speciality. Definitely foes, Tormund grunted. Damn it, where was Bryn? Had these dreki found her? She could more than handle herself, but... Damn it. Can you fight? Håkon spared the prince a glance. Yes. There was a hiss of expelled breath, a fleshy pop, and then the bloodied arrow landed next to Tormund's boot. The prince clasped a hand to his bloodied chest. It will heal shortly. He drew the knife at his hip. But I don't think this is going to be a friendly discussion. A dark shape loomed out of the mist. Someone running. Tormund turned toward them, hefting the axe, when Bryn suddenly burst through the fog, her face flushed with exertion. Jesus, he hissed, lowering the axe. Where were you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Bryn held her hands up. Don't fight. Tormund's gaze flickered back to the dark shapes materializing in the fog. I don't think we're going to have that option. Where the hell have you been? They won't hurt you if you lower your weapons, she replied. Dreki generally don't harm humans unless they're provoked first. It's against their laws. That arrow nearly fucking kissed my nose, he snarled, eyes searching the mist. I don't think whoever is out there is too fucking concerned about the state of my humanity. It was never meant for you, she told him. There was something about her voice that drew his gaze back to her. His voice roughened. How would you know that?
1,000 emotions flickered across her face, but it was the stiffening of her shoulders that made his gut drop. No, not her. Tormund drew back in shock, a fist-sized rock in his throat. She couldn't be behind this. But then, where had she been all morning? Just lower your axe, she insisted, her voice turning hard. The mist began to disperse, as if whoever had been holding it still suddenly let go of their magic. 1, 2, 3. 9 shapes stood sentinel in the darkness, all of them wearing heavy fur cloaks with battle-hardened leather body armor. 4 of them were women, but they looked no less aggressive than the men. "Hello, little princeling," called a mocking female voice. "I've spent years trying to track you down. Imagine my delight when I hear a trio of foreigners asking for rumors of you within my very clan lands." A tall, lithe figure hopped from boulder to boulder, slinging her bow over her shoulder. Thick black hair was braided off her face, though the rest of it hung in a silken waterfall down her spine, and a pair of gold dots was painted just above the inside of her brows. She moved like a predator, her dark eyes locking upon them like a hawk sighting prey. "Did you miss me?" she called. "Your friends led me right to you." But she wasn't looking at him, or Bryn, or even Håkon. No, her entire attention was locked upon the prince behind him. And when she smiled, Tormund had the feeling somewhere in her heritage there'd been a wolf. "Friend of yours?" he said through a smile, his lips unmoving. Marduk's eyes narrowed, one hand still clasped to his bloodied wound. "Not exactly." "Prince Marduk," the woman purred, handing her bow to one of her guards in exchange for a spear. "I've been quite interested in your whereabouts. Last time, you left without even saying a word. My father was most put out." "Solveig." There was a wealth of meaning in that one name. "What are you doing here?" Solveig. It meant nothing to him. Tormund's head snapped back and forth between them. "What's going on?" "This is Solveig the Black," Marduk replied, "from the Sadu court in Norway." "Fierce," Solveig replied with another of those wolfish smiles. "I use Solveig the Fierce now." Again, it felt like there was a wealth of meaning beneath the words. Marduk stilled. "I don't have time for this." "Oh, that's such a shame," Solveig replied, "because I've been looking forward to this encounter for, around 10 years now." "Oh, definitely unfriendly," Tormund whispered. "Dreki fucking politics," Håkon muttered. "I don't think this has anything to do with politics." "Normally I'd love to stay and play," Marduk said, stepping forward to meet her. "But my sister is out there somewhere in the world, and I need to find her." Solveig moved so swiftly, Tormund barely saw what happened. 1 second, Marduk was standing there, and the next, he was flat on his back, the breath driving from his lungs. Solveig moved to slam the butt of the spear between his ribs again, but Marduk flipped and sprang to his feet. The pair of them stared at each other with teeth bared, and an uncomfortable sensation trailed down Tormund's spine. Despite the light words, this Solveig wasn't playing. She had death in her eyes and vengeance in her smile, and perhaps Marduk finally realized it too. "Your quarrel isn't with my companions," the prince said, straightening. "Your quarrel is with me, and I'm not fighting you."
Yes, you will. The princess tossed him her spear and then held out her hand for another. One of her guards tossed one toward her. She caught it without even taking her eyes off Marduk. Or you will die. Either way, I will consider our debt satisfied. Blood dripped between the prince's knuckles as he squared off against her. He's injured, Tormund protested. You cannot fight an injured man. Or dreki. That was just a kiss of greeting, Solveig assured him. And if it slows Marduk down, then he's not worthy of the name dreki. Stay out of this, Marduk called over his shoulder. He faced Solveig. You want to dance? Fine. Let's dance. The first clash of the spears came in a whirlwind of fire-hardened wood. Solveig's spear slipped under the swing of Marduk's, the butt smashed into his hand, and he wrenched the spear back, shaking his clearly smarting knuckles. Each move the warlord made was quick and economical. The prince was bigger than she was, and stronger. But Solveig was pure, unrelenting focus. She moved as though she'd spent every night of the past decade choreographing this fight in her head, and had predicted every move Marduk would make. Marduk landed flat on his stomach on the stony floor of the ruins, baring his blood-stained teeth. The spear went flying, and his gaze slid toward it, but Solveig drove the sharp-edged blade of her spear down, and it was all he could do to avoid it. Tormund edged forward on the balls of his feet. She's going to kill him. Don't. Bryn's hand caught his, ramming his axe back into its sheath. You draw a weapon now, and her guards will kill you. If I don't draw one, then she'll kill him. No, she said coldly. She's had chances to do so if she so desired. She wants to make this hurt. And it was true. He could see the fight through new eyes. Marduk had been chained within the Kamchatka court and injured in battle, and while the blood that welled from his new wound was sluggish, it was still a critical injury, dreki or not. It showed in every step he took, but Solveig hesitated when she could have moved to finish him. Instead, she waited for the prince to find his feet before she drove the spear directly toward his face. Marduk flinched to the side, grabbing the spear with both hands and wrenching her forward in a move that was clearly premeditated. He smashed his forehead into hers, ripping the spear clear from her hands and tossing it behind him. Solveig barely staggered. Instead, she whipped her foot around, nearly taking Marduk's head clean off his shoulders. Spinning low, she tried to take his feet out from under him. Marduk leapt lightly over the kick, landing behind her. Throwing herself into a roll, she came up with the spear in her hands again. 10 years, Marduk panted. I think you missed me more than I missed you. I don't believe I even spared you a thought, my love. Solveig's face tightened, and then she moved into a crippling combination. Head, knees, foot. Marduk managed to avoid all but the last, wincing as she drove the spear butt into his ankle. As he folded forward, the butt snapped up, crunching into his chin with a deafening sound. The prince slammed into the stone, Solveig driving the point of the spear toward his face. She pulled the blow at the last second, and Marduk froze, the sharp tip coming to rest against the flickering pulse in his throat. 10 years, she whispered, the tip of the spear drawing blood. And all I've done is think of you. Marduk's eyes flashed gold as his inner dreki made its presence known. He captured the shaft of the spear, swallowing hard. I guess that's from this meticulously plotted little exercise. The girl is yours? Solveig leaned her weight on the spear. The girl is mine. The ground felt like it dropped away from beneath Tormund's feet as his gaze found Bryn.
The way she'd just happened to show up in their path that night in Groa. All that protest about coin for her help in finding Marduk. The sword. The key. The way she'd fled from his arms yesterday in the river. He swallowed the truth down like a lump of molten rock. But it was the ache in his heart that hurt the most. Brightfeather! The dreki princess reached for her belt and tossed a bag of coin toward Bryn. As promised. Bryn snatched it out of the air, but she paused there as though the moment had caught her off guard too. You, he whispered. There was a look in her eyes he couldn't decipher, a hesitancy that slipped through the cracks in her armor. But then she shoved the bag of coin into a pouch at her belt. I told you I would ruin you. You wouldn't listen. You're working for her? The words fell from his lips. I said I would help you find the prince. Bryn's face tightened. I didn't say there weren't others interested in finding him too. Enough! Solveig stepped away from Marduk, the point of her spear trailing along the stone hard enough to draw sparks. Bring the prince, she called, snapping her fingers to her men. And his friends. We have a northerly wind to catch. 14. Betrayal tasted like horse piss, sour and stale, and Tormund didn't want to think about it, didn't even want to contemplate it, so he turned his mind to other matters. Old lover? He asked, hanging limply in chains. It wasn't as though there was anything else to do, considering the way the iron door of the cell had slammed and the drip, drip, drip of water trickling down thick stone walls. They'd been trussed up and flown north into the howling teeth of an icy wind, finally landing at the opening of what Solveig assured them was a prison near the court of the Sadu clan. Closer to home, yes, but from the look of that door and the war marshal's face, they weren't getting out of here in a hurry. Marduk shot him a flat look from across the cell. I would rather stick my hand in a volcano than touch that particular dreki. Tormund glanced at Håkon. Håkon arched a brow. It's just, Princess Solveig seems to hold quite a grudge. In my experience, women don't look that hell-bent on setting your britches on fire unless you've spurned them. Considering the way you were glaring at that tall redhead, I'd have thought you'd have had more experience being spurned, Marduk growled. Tormund forced a smile. He refused to be drawn, at least until he'd managed to track down said redhead and demand answers. Does he sound like he's trying to avoid the topic of a certain dreki princess? He asked Håkon. He does indeed. So what happened? Tormund asked. Did you promise Princess Solveig a dozen little dreki babies and then renege? Did you break her heart? She doesn't have a heart, Marduk snapped. And no, I promised her nothing, nor would she demand it. We have never shared anything more than an antagonistic relationship. I think he's lying, Tormund told Håkon in a sing-songy voice. Dreki cannot lie, Håkon replied, though you have to be careful what questions you ask them. They're very good at skirting the truth. Marduk sank his head back against the stone wall and glared at the ceiling. It's a long story. Tormund shook his chains. We don't seem to be going anywhere in a hurry, unless you can spell these chains. And these are always the best sort of stories, Håkon added. The prince sighed. I stayed with King Harald for a month when I first left Iceland. We're distantly related. His mother married my father's cousin. There are also political ties between our clans, and my mother sent me here on behalf of a treaty.
I saw my chance to escape the clan. Or more particularly, my mother. So I took it. Go on, Tormund said with a suggestive waggle of his brows. The daughters of King Harold are known far and wide in the dreki world for their beauty, intelligence, and fierceness. I wouldn't exactly have called her a beauty, Tormund muttered. She has a stare that could shrivel your privates. I didn't say each daughter owned all three traits, Marduk countered. Princess Auslog, known for her beauty, Princess Siv for her intelligence, and Solvig, the black wolf, the storm with teeth. Marduk sighed. It's possible I composed a poem regarding the three of them the last time I was there. It was a rather rousing night with some of his warriors, and I cannot quite recall all the details. Except for the fact I never wanted to drink again after it. But rumor has it the poem caught on. Sweet Auslog, fair Siv, and Solvig the Fierce. Hardly an insult. The prince cleared his throat. There might have been some mention of mating with Solvig being somewhat akin to sticking your cock in a bear trap, and to avoid such a fate at all costs. Even Tormund winced. Hell, man, Håkon breathed. No wonder she looks at you like she wants to use your guts for bowstring. I know, Marduk sighed. Suffice to say, relations are somewhat frosty between us. The poem caught on. I've heard it sung in numerous courts by now. You know, Tormund shook his head, I have done some incredibly stupid things in my time, but I do believe that beats anything I could even imagine doing. I tried to apologize, Marduk snapped. She nearly put a knife in me, and so I decided it wasn't worth staying at Harold's court any longer. What do you think she intends to do with us? Håkon asked. The pair of you are human, and there are laws regarding what we may or may not do to humans, Marduk replied. Besides, you are married to Ardis of the Zinni clan. Solvig will have no choice but to let the pair of you go, or risk a war with my clan. You're Ardis's brother? Will Rurik not go to war if Solvig harms you? Håkon's eyes narrowed, and Tormund knew his cousin was starting to plot. The man had a wolf trap for a mind. It's complicated. I'm not entirely certain this is sanctioned by her father, King Harold. If he was involved, then it would mean war. But if he is unaware of my imprisonment, then Solvig is acting alone, and some will consider it a mere vendetta. Marduk looked like he'd bitten into something sour. Technically, she has cause. We don't appear to be held in a dreki court. Tormund looked around. Unless Harold likes rats. He hated rats. They were almost as despised as the undead. And betrayal. But I'm not thinking about that. We're not at his court. I dare say Solvig's dreamed up this hellhole solely with the intention of humbling me. Harold's court is to the north. Marduk tilted his head and frowned. It's near the village of Kaya. Håkon looked up at where his manacles were bolted to the wall. He flexed his muscles in his biceps, straining valiantly. Nothing happened. These manacles were built for dreki, mortal, Marduk called. You won't be able to break them. I don't intend to break them. Håkon gave Tormund a look he knew far too well. Oh no, he shook his head. Whatever thought just crossed your mind, I want no part of it. I know that look. I'm going to hate this plan. You're going to hate this plan, Håkon confirmed. But we'll be free. The last time I followed one of your harebrained plans, I ended up with honey in my beard and a bear on my ass. She was a friendly bear, Håkon protested.
That's because she thought I was a male bear.
Getting us out of these chains isn't the difficult part, Håkon replied in a soothing voice. It's getting the key that requires a bit of negotiating.
What key?
Håkon twisted his body and looked down at his hips. While the pair of you were trying to fight your way out of Solvig's ambush, I was being friendly with Bryn.
Being what?
You're married. And she's mine. Not that kind of friendly. Håkon arched an icy brow. I stole her key. I thought it might be required at a later point.
The key?
The breath went out of him. Håkon nodded. What key? Marduk looked confused. And what bear?
A key that can open any lock in the world.
Tormund's mind raced.
Then what's the problem?
It's in my pocket. Håkon gave a wiggle of his hips and then rattled his hands. My back pocket. Tormund looked up at Håkon's bound hands, then down at his cousin's leather-clad arse. So, we have a magical key that can unlock any fucking lock in the world, but we can't get it? He growled. I can't get it, Håkon pointed out. But you can. How the fuck am I going to get the key? Even as he said the words, he was shaking his head. Oh no. Hell no. Håkon curled his body in half, wrapping one ankle around the manacles above him, his arse swaying in the air. Use your teeth. We never speak of this again, Tormund said, prowling through the depths of the underground cells. Agreed. Håkon surged ahead of him, a set of manacles wrapped around his fist as a weapon. I mean, you have to be wearing the tightest pair of trousers you own. I gave my bigger pair to Sirius, and I thought we weren't speaking of this. Tormund spat on the floor. When we return to Iceland, I am done with this. I am done with you. Why am I always the one who ends up neck-deep in horse shit? Behind him, Marduk was trying to suppress a laugh. That was almost worth the cost of being locked away by my nemesis. Be quiet. Both Håkon and Tormund snapped before sharing a glance. Rescue a dreki prince, Tormund muttered. What could possibly go wrong? Don't whine at me, Håkon shot back. I did warn you not to set your hopes upon her. There was always a little something about her story that didn't add up. Oh, don't bring her into this. He still couldn't say her name. This has nothing to do with that lying, betraying redhead, and everything to do with the fact that you always lead me into trouble. Lead you? At the risk of interrupting this lovely little familial discussion, Marduk interceded. I would like to point out that light appears to be coming from the tunnel to the left, and the air smells like pines. I think this is the way out. Also, perhaps we could all be quiet while we escape. Fucking dreki princes. Fucking reckless cousins. And worst of all were lying, manipulative wretches with big green eyes, flaming red hair, and the kind of body that would haunt his dreams forever. Tormund headed to the left, drawing his axe. Let them catch us, he growled. I feel like swinging this fucking thing until there's nothing left in front of me. Let him lead, he heard Håkon mutter under his breath. He just needs to do something physical or hit someone. If we encounter a guard, let me handle them, Marduk said. These are the finest of Solvig's personal guard, and will most likely be beyond your abilities to manage. Trust me, Håkon drawled. You underestimate the pair of us. Tormund ignored the words. Striding down narrow passages,
He headed toward the light. Up. They needed to go up. He found a set of stairs and hammered up them. Behind him, the sound of a horn echoed through the tunnels. "This way!" someone yelled. Tormund swore under his breath. "They know we've escaped." "Run!" Håkon snapped, shoving him in the back. Tormund sprinted up the stairs. His lungs ached and his thighs burned, but there was also something exhilarating about forcing his body to the edge. Anger fueled him so thoroughly that he was almost to the top of the stairs before he felt the urge to complain. There was a dreki guard standing at the top of the stairs. "What are you?" Tormund didn't hesitate. He headbutted the bastard in the gut and then drove his fist up into the dreki's chin as the fellow curled over the first blow. Ramming forward, he slammed the guard into the wall and hit him again. Several more times. The dreki guard crumpled in a clash of steel, looking slightly dazed. Marduk shook his head, pressing a hand to the dreki's helmet. The guard's eyes glowed gold, and then his eyelids closed and his head slumped back as Marduk lowered him to the ground. "I wasn't planning on confronting them," Marduk growled. "Half the world probably heard that." "Good," Tormund straightened. "Let them come. Let them all come." There was another guard at the exit of the cavern, but Marduk surged ahead and somehow the guard crumpled. "I've never seen a dreki do that," Håkon said, as Marduk dragged the guard out of the doorway and stuffed him behind a rock. "It's an old trick I learned down in the plains of Africa." "You could have used it on Solvig." Heat flashed in Marduk's eyes. "I doubt it would have worked. And Solvig is a war marshal, not a regular dreki guard. If she'd sensed me using my magic, then she would have been free to retaliate with her own. They don't call her the Storm with Teeth for no reason." "This way," Tormund said, heading down a tiny goat track that led down the mountain. They ran down the hillside, trying to keep their feet in the light layer of snow. His heart raced. At every tree he could have sworn he saw movement flashing out of the corner of his eye. But it wasn't until the track suddenly vanished at the edge of a cliff face that he realized they'd been tricked. Tormund skidded to a halt. "Shit!" He stared down as the ground dropped out from under him. Marduk eased to a halt at his side, the wind rifling his golden hair. "Go," Håkon told him curtly. "Fly home and get your brother." But Marduk sighed and turned back toward the forest. "We're not alone, and dreki do not leave debts behind them." A pair of warriors slipped from the shadows of the nearest tree. A branch moved to the right, and then a fourth dreki guard materialized to the left. Trapped. With their backs against the wall, Tormund weighed the odds. "Going somewhere?" called the tallest blonde, dressed in enough fur and pierced with enough gold that she clearly had to be mimicking her leader. Someone had smeared coal across her eyes. "You're not even half as scary as your black-hearted warlord," Tormund told her, because he was still too furious to bite his tongue. "Solvig looks like she could spit fire and fart lightning. You just look like you've been playing in her jewelry case." Her eyes narrowed. "Seize them." Tormund grinned, tossing his axe from hand to hand as he settled into a fighting stance. "I'll warn you, I really want to fight right now. This may not play out as easily as it did back at our camp, when you had the advantage of numbers." Marduk caught his arm. "Lower your axe, friend Tormund. This doesn't have to end in bloodshed." "But I want it to end in bloodshed." Marduk shook his head tightly. "They're stalling us, you fool. They can communicate psychically, which means that right now
Another half-dozen dreki are no doubt wheeling through the skies toward us. Fuck. He wanted to throw the axe. So we're done? We're not done, whispered a voice in his mind, Marduk's voice. The prince stared very intently at him. They don't want you. They only want me. If I surrender, then you'll have a chance to escape. And leave you here? Unlikely. The enormous prince caught his gaze, his hazel eyes blazing with gold fire. There are too many of them. Get to King Harold. Tell him where I am and what has transpired here. He's the only one who can counteract Solvig's plans. I'll distract them. The 3 dreki guards advanced, spears held low. Behind them, the sound of running feet slapped on hard stone from within the mound. Tormund swore under his breath. He knew bad odds when he was staring at them. How? Climb down the cliff, Marduk said, stepping forward with both palms outraised. Wind stirred through the leaves, and a fir shed its cloak of snow. The blonde dreki warrior snarled, her braids whipping over her shoulder. The sudden gust of wind almost drove her off her feet. Tormund looked down, then up at Håkon. You and your bloody quests, he snapped. Don't get yourself killed, he told Marduk, stabbing a finger through the air. We'll be back, and we'll bring reinforcements if need be. Marduk flashed a dazzling smile over his shoulder. Don't worry, my giant friend. Solvig's not going to kill me. She already told me that would be too kind. Kaya, Håkon said, barely puffing as they both paused on the hill overlooking the town. Tormund bent over, resting his hands on his thighs. How the hell are you still standing? We must have been 10 miles. Maybe even 15. 5 miles at best, Håkon called over his shoulder as he stared down the hill, his boots sinking into ankle-deep snow. And we need to keep moving fast. Those dreki might think us inconsequential humans, but I dare say their leader won't. The second Solvig hears we've escaped, she'll start hunting us. Mother of dragons! Tormund pushed upright, his entire side aching. After this is done, I'm going to drown myself in a vat of ale. Who's paying for that ale? Håkon shot over his shoulder. They took my coin pouch. Well, that's just purely fucking convenient, he grumbled. Marduk is going to owe me an ale. Or 10. He can bat those pretty eyelashes at the innkeeper's wife or something. First, we have to rescue him. Which meant finding King Harold's court. Will Solvig be watching the entrance to her father's court? I don't know, Håkon replied. But if it's anything like Rurik's court, then it's bound to be heavily guarded by dreki who aren't inclined to know us or care whether we hail from the Zinni clan. And we also have to locate it first. And fast. Tormund looked toward the town as all his hopes of finding a friendly innkeeper started to vanish in a cloud of wishful thinking. Let me guess. We need to find someone who knows where the court entrance is. And then we need to bribe them, presumably with my coin, and somehow convince the guards posted at the entrance that our mission is of vital importance. But we can't tell them why, because they may support Solvig. I have a bit of a different plan. You always have a different plan. He could feel Håkon looking at him. Oh no. Don't you even give me that look. No more plans. I am done. You may like this plan, his cousin teased. Unlikely. No, no, no. My final answer is no. It involves a certain redhead." Tormund skidded to a stop, his mind going blank. "I'm fairly sure that redhead made her intentions and loyalties clear. The last I saw her, she was flying into the mountains with Solvig. They were probably going to ransack a village or two, or perhaps kidnap another dreki prince and hold him for ransom." "I don't think so. I was listening to the pair of them. Solvig agreed to deliver Bryn to a small village named Kaya. Something about a hell of a thirst for ale after this shithole of a job." Tormund's head whipped toward his cousin so fast he almost tore a muscle. His nostrils flared. "I thought you didn't want me going anywhere near that lying redhead." Håkon merely shrugged and strode toward Kaya. "I was watching her face when you started to lift your axe to defend Marduk. She launched herself to stop you before you could enter a fight you couldn't win. Maybe she betrayed us, but I don't think it came as easily to her as you think. She didn't want you to fight, Tormund, because she didn't want you to die." "At least one of us is convinced of that." That lump was back in his throat. "I truly thought it was going to be her." Håkon clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Maybe it is her. You're not the only one who has tasted betrayal, Tor. Ardis had a reason to let me think her dead, and if I'd given up then and there, I would never have known the happiness of loving her again. Does Bryn not deserve the same chance to explain why she betrayed us?" "Oh, fuck." Tormund stared down at the chimneys of Kaya. "You're only saying that because she's the only one we know who may have been to King Harold's court and might possibly know the way." Håkon's face hardened. "I would never cast your heart to the wolves for the mere possibility of an easy road to rescue Marduk. But I don't want to see you suffer as I did. The lack of answers can eat a man in a way I know only too well. I don't want that to happen to you. The pair of you aren't done until you both agree you're done. Didn't a wise man once tell me that?" Damn it. Tormund stroked his beard. Håkon was right. He wanted answers. And worse, he wanted to look her in the eye as she gave them, to see if there was any damned good reason to forgive her. "That wise man is wishing he'd kept his mouth shut. You do realize I'm going to have to talk her into betraying Solvig?" Håkon smiled. "I'm sure if anyone can convince her, it will be you." 15. Tormund found her in a tavern down by the waterfront. The raucous sound of laughter echoed to the eaves, but Bryn sat alone, her back to the room and her head down, as she idly toyed with something in her fingers. A mug of ale sat in front of her, untouched. "So, you were working for the dreki bitch all along," he said, hauling out the chair next to her and straddling it. Bryn's hand snapped closed over the necklace she was holding, but he caught a glimpse of the pendant. A falcon in full flight, clutching a spear. She tucked it inside her pocket before turning to face him. Red circles of heat formed in her cheeks, but her chin tipped up, shields firmly in place. "The pay was good, the job a simple one. Find a missing dreki prince and let Solvig know where he was." He flicked his finger to the innkeeper and gestured toward Bryn's mug. "Something on your mind?" Bryn's hot-eyed stare met his, and she was clearly on the back foot. "Why are you here? Why are you pretending I didn't just betray you?" "I'm not pretending any such thing." "You're not angry," she said slowly. A not entirely accurate assessment. Anger stirred through his belly like a sleepy leviathan. But he'd never found giving into it worth the cost of his temper. "I dare say you had your reasons." "You had better have had your reasons." Her gaze lowered. It was the first time she'd ever yielded, but it seemed whatever she was searching for couldn't be found in the foaming head of her ale. "Solvig promised you would not be harmed. She would set the pair of you free within the week. And yes, I had my reasons." "Were they worth it?" he murmured, leaning closer. "Worth betraying us?" "Yes, they were." Light stirred on the flutter of those red gold lashes. "I owed you no allegiance. You were a means to an end. A job." And here came the counterattack. He lifted a hand and gently brushed the end of her braid over her shoulder, determined not to let her bury the pair of them in anger. "Strange, because I was under the impression there was something building between us." Bryn froze. "Stop it," she said, tugging her face away sharply. "Stop touching me." There was a fierceness to her expression that made all his senses tighten. He'd seen that look in a cornered dragon. Injured and lashing out because there was nowhere safe to go. He'd never told Håkon the truth, that he'd let that creature go, because killing it wasn't in him. He curled his hand into a fist. "What's so dangerous about a simple touch?" "There's nothing dangerous about it. I just don't want it." Tormund stilled, watching her. "I think you're lying." He held up his hands. "You want these on your skin. You've always wanted these on you. And I think the reason you won't let me touch you is because you don't think you'll want me to stop once I do." A flash of fury lit her eyes, but there was something else there, something haunted. "Is that what you keep telling yourself?" "I kissed you, and you definitely weren't saying no, Bryn. But you ran away before things got interesting, and now I think I know why. It was what I said, wasn't it? About how brave you were, about how loyal you were." She looked away, and that was answer enough. Betraying him had bothered her, and while she might pretend otherwise, there were deeper feelings stirring within her. It assuaged some of the hurt that burned like a hot coal in his chest. This wasn't just something he felt. Bryn felt it too, but she'd clearly be damned if she'd give in to it. "I warned you," she said softly, "but you wouldn't listen. You didn't want to listen." "It's a failing of mine when I've got something in my sights." "What do you want?" Hot green eyes flashed to his. "Do you want me to beg for forgiveness? Because if so, then you shall be left wanting." "I don't beg, Tormund." "No. I have a proposition for you." He reached up to his neck, undoing the leather thong he wore tied around his throat. A ring dangled from it, made of solid gold and carved with ancient runes. He placed it on the table between them. "I need to find a way to see King Harold, but the security at his court is tighter than Håkon's leather trousers. You get me into the king, and I'll give you the ring." Bryn stared at it as though he'd thrown a snake onto the table between them. "This is—" "Yes," he said bluntly. "It's a ring that once graced the hand of a Yosalva king's finger, according to a dreki prince I met in Iceland. Andri claims it was the spoils of a long-ago war, when the dreki turned back the Yosalva invasion and closed the portals that led to their homeworld of Alfheimr. I bet Andri for it, and I won. He's bad at cards." "The king of the light elves' ring," she breathed. "And you believe him?" Dreki can't lie, and Andri is not the sort of Dreki who twists his words. I believe him.
This is worth a king's ransom. Every Dreki in the world would kill to get their hands on it. If any of the Yosalva remain here on the mortal plane, they would die to get it back. And you will give it to me for a chance to see King Harold?
That's how you like it, don't you? Payment.
She trembled. Yes, I do. But this is worth more than a mere boon. You could buy a castle with this. You could buy 12 castles. You're a fool to give it away.
So some have called me in the past. But this mere boon is worth more to me than a simple ring, or 1,000 castles. It was a chance to see if there was more between them than he dared hope. He rolled it between his fingers so the runes carved into the gold caught the light. Yes or no, Bryn?
You're asking me to betray the war marshal. I was named a friend to the Sadu clan, Tormund. Throwing that away is akin to cutting my throat.
But are you a friend to the war marshal? Or to the king? He countered. I find it interesting that Solvig has Marduk locked far away from the court of her people. Isn't that a little odd? If this entire endeavour is sanctioned by her father, then I will eat my trousers. Bryn's fingers stilled on the scarred tabletop. Besides, she asked you to find him, didn't she? Well, you did as she asked. Now I'm asking you to help me help the king. He forced a smile. If Solvig kills Marduk, then King Harold will find himself with a war rather than an alliance. Bryn turned the ring on its end and spun it across the table before snatching it up. He felt as though a door just slammed in his face. As you wish, she said. Payment taken for services rendered. I'll take you to see Harold. But be warned, he's a Dreki king. He's not the kind of man to bow to mere mortals, and Solvig gets her temper from somewhere. Marduk had said he was an honourable creature. I'll take my chances. She pushed away from the table. And then we are done, big man. Tormund drained his ale before slamming the tankard down. Done was far too final a word for what he had in mind, but she wasn't ready to hear that yet. And then you owe me no further debt. The entrance to the Sadu clan court lay at the top of a mountain. For once, Tormund didn't complain about the hike. Bryn felt his silence like an unspoken censure. At the top of the mountain, a weathered timber door led into a house-shaped mound that was covered with grass. A wizened old man sat at the door smoking a pipe and watching them stride toward him. I thought Dreki courts lay in the hearts of volcanoes, Tormund murmured. This is merely the entrance. The portal to the actual court lies within, she replied. It could have been any other underground homestead across Norway, and the guard could have been a shepherd, if not for the alert golden glint in his eyes and the sheer size of him as he stood. Are you lost? Not lost, no. Bryn cleared her throat, drawing a second cord from around her throat and revealing the small golden claw that hung there. I am here to seek audience with your king. The guard glanced toward Tormund, but the claw pronounced her a friend of the clan. He finally nodded her through. No weapons. It was what she'd expected. Tormund unsheathed the massive war axe he carried and dropped a pair of knives on the table behind the guard. Bryn started unsheathing her knives. Don't touch the sword, she told the guard. It's Valkyrie made and won't appreciate it. She could feel Tormund's eyes upon her as she started divesting herself of weapons. The 6 knives she had secreted about her person, a pair of brass knuckles with sharp little points one could flick open for extra pain, the bone flute she could shoot a poisoned dart through, a set of 10 darts painted with leviathan blood, the pair of pouches she wore at her belt that were filled with ground dragon bone and vials of lindworm tears, and finally, the small box full of pigments and needles that she used for her art. The dreki guard peered down his nose at her. Bryn sighed. It's hardly a weapon. But she drew the cord over her neck and laid her amulet next to her sword. The falcon amulet winked at her in the light, and though the sensation of Freya's blessing was less than it had once been, she could still sense it. "Enter," the guard said, swinging the door open. "But mind your step, for the shadows are long and full of teeth." "What a lovely welcome," Tormund muttered as they entered the little hovel. "Positively sets the mind at ease." At the far end of the hovel stood a golden ring nearly 10 feet high that was covered in runes. It appeared to be set into the wall, but the faint shimmer of the air within it hinted at the entrance to another world. Ripples of eerie green light played through the shimmer. Chaos magic. Once used to create dreki portals until their practitioners were deemed too dangerous to survive, and now the curse that dogged her every step. "Through here." Bryn sucked in a deep breath and strode through the shimmering green curtain. The portal slid over her skin like a shock of cold water, leaving her breathless for an instant. And then she was through and stepping down into the heart of the Sadu clan court. 2 guards stood at attention, but though their narrowed eyes recorded every inch of her, they let the pair of them past. The soaring roof of a natural cavern greeted her eyes. An enormous pair of stone dreki had been carved guarding the overhang beneath which they stood. Stairs wound their way up, into the gallery above them that would lead into the heart of the Sadu court. It was warmer here than it had been. Tormund stripped out of his oiled coat, slinging it over his shoulder. "Which way to the king?" "Follow me," she told him, "and be humble. Dreki are full of a sense of their own pride, and Harald's court is larger than the one you have known. This is their world, and the warriors will not take lightly the presence of an arrogant stare." "I have known a few dreki in my time," he replied mildly. "I'll treat each and every one of them as though they're serious." "The Black Frost likes you," she reminded him. He winked at her. "By the end of the day, this court shall like me too." Bryn climbed down the stairs slowly, regret filling every step. She shouldn't have given in to this decision. To present Tormund to the king meant betraying Solvig, and even if Solvig's actions thrust Bryn into an uncomfortable position between the war marshal and her father, Bryn knew whom she'd rather cross. But the second Tormund had asked, she'd been unable to say no. She'd long thought herself used to such condemnation, but seeing the look of betrayal in his eyes lanced straight through the shield she'd erected around her heart, revealing a heretofore unknown weakness within her. "Damned no matter which way I look. Find a missing dreki prince." "I should never have taken this job," she muttered, but the offer of absolution had been irresistible. The Drekling handmaid examined her letter, then moved toward the door. "I will present your letter to the king, Brightfeather, though it shall be at his discretion whether he replies. In the meantime, avail yourself of the food and wine." And then they were locked inside the antechamber alone. Bryn scrubbed a hand across the back of her neck. "My letter was brief. Harald will come, if only to see what mischief his daughter has created.
King Harold is no fool." Tormund finished surveying the room, clearly noting the lack of exits. The friendly smiles he proffered like sweetmeats didn't hide the fact that he was a formidable opponent. There was a cunning mind behind that affable nature. And when he finally spoke, he came at her from an angle she had never expected. "She called you Brightfeather." Bryn stilled. "So did Solvig, now that I think back on it. And you nearly handed me my teeth the one time I called you that name. You have a Valkyrie sword, a key that belongs to one of the gods themselves. And not just any god, but the trickster himself. Freya's cloak?" He finally turned those shrewd eyes upon her. "I've heard the stories. She had red hair the colour of sunset over a pile of coins. She burned like a flame and wielded a sword that broke the dawn. Birthed on a battlefield, she was a legend among the shield maidens." Bryn cleared her throat, choking down the swell of emotion. She felt raw and vulnerable, and she didn't like it. "What are you trying to say?" He gave her a considering look. "I thought I split your lip when we were fighting that morning, but when I took your face in my hands, there was no wound there, barely even a hint of blood." "Why don't you say it? I dare you." "You're Valkyrie." "Not just Valkyrie, but the daughter of Kara, the daughter of a legend, and there was no longer any point in hiding it. I was." The words were so quiet he strained closer to hear them. Was. A lifetime of grief lingered in those words. Even she could hear it. "Brynhild, a bright feather," he whispered, shaking his head half in wonder. "Holy shit. Valkyrie are real? You walk among dreki and you question the existence of the gods? But you..." His mind was clearly racing. "They say she was the greatest of her kind, until she betrayed Odin and was struck with a sleep thorn and forced to marry. But she swore she would only marry a man who knew no fear, and thought herself safe until Sigurd came to find her." "Yes," Bryn told him bitterly. "And then Sigurd tricks her into marrying Gunnar, after he forgets his vows to marry her himself. It's a pretty story, Tormund, and it makes a lovely ballad. And then the ruthless Brunhild takes her vengeance upon all and causes the death of Sigurd, whereupon she stabs herself. Does that sound like something I would do?" "Vengeance, perhaps. Stabbing yourself, no." He cleared his throat. "You never married?" "It's just a story, Tormund," she said, and nowhere near as hellish as the truth. "One written by a man somewhere who managed to make the greatest of the Valkyries little more than a pathetic snivel of a thing, doomed by her love of a man. Have you ever noticed how all the great female warriors of old are somehow always written to be less than the greatest heroes? Their love always destroys them, or they are bested in combat despite their prowess." Her lip curled. "I've never even met a Sigurd, nor have I ever met the man who can beat me in battle." Though clearly she'd made an impression upon someone. Maybe some lonely warrior had seen her alight on a battlefield once and take his dying brethren for Valhalla. "It does seem that way, I'll concede." Tormund's eyes met hers. "Why don't you tell me the truth then? Your truth." The truth. Her heart clenched like a hand gripped it. "The king will send for us shortly." "You owe me the truth, Bryn, if nothing else." "I owe you nothing." He merely stared at her,
and somehow she found herself pacing. I was born on a battlefield to the shield maiden Kara, the product of a liaison between her and a man I will not name. Everything else I have told you is true. She left me on his doorstep, and my father raised me in the mortal world, though when it came time, I chose to fight my way through Odin's tests to earn my sword and shield. The sword is my mother's, she whispered, staring at a tapestry on the wall that gleamed with 1,000 stars. My sister, Ruta, yearned for the blade. She had been my mother's apprentice before I arrived in Valhalla, and she hated me from the moment I first beat her in the tests. Bryn swallowed. There was a battle, our final test before we ascended to the ranks of the Valkyrie. My mother was choosing the best warriors when she was stabbed from behind. I held her in my arms as she breathed her last breath, before realizing that the sword in her back was one of mine. Bryn's voice hardened. That was when Rota told my sisters that I killed my mother. And they believed her? Bryn turned away from the tapestry, swallowing the lump in her throat. It was this that hurt the most. Friends, sisters, turning away from her, horror and condemnation in their eyes. She had lost her mother with a single blow, but then she'd lost her entire world. Most did. A handful argued on my behalf. In order to prove myself, I challenged Rota to a duel in the name of Freya. She managed to disarm me using a trick, and I had no choice but to take up my mother's sword to defend myself. It should have been proof enough. A Valkyrie's sword is blooded to her in battle. No hand can take it from hers unwillingly. If a murderer sought to take up the blade upon the Valkyrie's death, then it would turn upon her at the first opportunity. The blade lit up, and some said it was a sign of Freya's mercy. But others argued that I shared Kara's blood, and the sword merely recognized it. There was enough doubt that I was offered exile instead of death, but the gates to Valhalla are closed to me forever. Bryn's hand moved unerringly to take the hilt before she realized it was no longer with her. So that is the true story of your bright feather. She's a myth, Tormund, and I am all that is left of her. Broken, honorless, and nothing more than a mercenary. He scrubbed at his chin thoughtfully, but the words he chose took her by surprise. Just how old are you? A breathless laugh escaped her. That's what you say? I tell you the entire bloody story and you're concerned with my age? Curious, not concerned. I am old enough to know better than to dabble with a man I have no future with, she told him. You keep using these words, dabble and fun. He took a step toward her, the scent of his soap sending a shiver through her. Too close, too large, too much of everything she desired. Does it make you feel safer to pretend what we share is nothing more than an attraction? She grounded herself, refusing to retreat. What's the alternative? Forever, he said promptly. There is no forever between us, Tormund. There is no future. There never has been. Solvig promised me the written confession of Rota if I delivered Marduk to her. The second she gives it to me, I am gone forever. It's my only chance to clear my name and return home. And while I may remember you as the man who almost tempted me toward romance, I will outlive you by centuries. He paused. A written confession? Is that why you betrayed me? Curse him. Could he not hear what she was saying? Yes, 1,000 times yes. You have a cousin who would give his life for you. You can afford to pick and choose the jobs you take. I don't have someone to watch my back. I don't have a family out there that I can sail home to one day. I am a woman who can fight better than most men, and yet, every village I walk into, I have to prove myself all over again. You think me mercenary? I've spent over 100 years on this mortal plane, trying to scrape together a life. And the one thing I have learned is this. I'm the only one I can rely upon, and I need to feed myself somehow. Considering my sword arm is the only strength I own, you'll forgive me if it's what I use to survive. It's not the sword I have a problem with, he snapped. No? Bryn splayed her hand flat at the base of her throat, where the Sadu claw usually hung. Perhaps you call it betrayal, but my loyalties were to Solvig and her clan. They're the only ones who have ever shown me shelter or kindness. You were a stranger to me. A job. There was the heat in his dark eyes. Tormund stepped closer, and she hated the fact she had to tip her chin up to meet his gaze. Is that all I was? He demanded in a husky voice. The words tripped on her tongue. Freya help her, but she couldn't say it. Not while he was looking at her like this, not with the heat of his body so close to hers. All it would take would be a simple movement to reach out and touch him, and she wanted it so badly. Bryn swallowed. Hard. I am not the woman you think I am. Solvig offered me redemption. All I had to do was find the prince, and she would give me the chance to clear my name. You took one look at me and you decided I was something I wasn't. You created a fantasy in your mind, and I am not responsible for the perceptions you made of me. No? And what the hell did I imagine of you? Anger vibrated through him. There's no point. He captured her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Tell me the truth, damn you. I thought you glorious. You were reckless and hard and fierce. You were beautiful and fiery, and though you tried to hide it, kind. I thought you a woman I could finally hope to court, one I could— You thought me a woman you could call your own, she shot back. Yes. His breath scoured her lips. Yes, I thought you the woman I could finally call my own. But the way he said it wasn't the way she'd meant it. Mine, Bryn. Mine to hold. Mine to cherish. Mine to love. He may as well have dumped a bucket of ice water over her head. She broke away, breathing hard. Love is a yoke used by men to bind women into the traces they so desire, she snapped, wrapping her arms around herself. What did you imagine of me? That I would settle down with you at your farmstead and supply you with great, big, happy babies? She shot him a glare. I was born on a battlefield. They put a sword in my hand at the age of 9 and told me to earn my birthright, for it would not be given to me. I swore an oath that no man would come between me and my God's will. I gave up any yearning for a mortal future long ago, Tormund. You speak of a foreign land I cannot imagine, nor want any part of. Strangely, it seemed her words had done the opposite of what she desired. He stared at her, and it was as though he finally understood the words she did not dare give voice to. My love, he finally said, would never be a chain. My love, when given, would be a gift. It would be my arms around you when you wanted to hide from the world. It would be my axe to guard you when you could not guard yourself. It would be a kiss to your forehead to remind you that you are cherished. He shook his head. I would never stop you from doing what you loved. I would stand at your side and cheer you on instead. If you wanted to storm Valhalla, then curse you, I'd pick up my axe and march at your side. I hunt dragons, Bryn, and while I may have grown up on a farmstead not very far from here, I don't know if I can ever settle back down there. I've seen too much of the world now. It took the anger from her sails. Worse, it painted guilt across her heart. He was a good man, too good for her, and all she would ever do was bring him ruin. It sounds like a pleasant dream, she told him. But one day, if I thought to fall for such a fantasy, I'm sure I'd wake up and realize that's all it was. A dream. I'm not the woman for you. I can never be the kind of woman you yearn for. The door abruptly opened, revealing the Drekling servant who had first welcomed them. The king will see you now. Bryn hardened her heart. Love means nothing, she told him in a broken whisper, seeing again that sword rise as her sister Rota appeared behind her mother's back. You could promise me your heart 1,000 times and have it fall on deaf ears. She pushed away from him and headed toward the door. Give your love to someone else. I have no need of it. What took you so long? Håkon asked him tersely as Tormund slid into the hollow of snow at his side. Below them, the cave where Marduk was being kept yawned. Nothing stirred. The king questioned me for several hours. They don't call him Harold the Shrewd for no reason. He wants an audience with us tomorrow. I think we're going to have to speak against Solvig. Tormund scrubbed a tired hand over his face. No movement? Solvig hasn't been back, and her guards remain vigilant. Håkon's eyes narrowed. Are you sure that's the reason you were gone for so long? Sometimes, having a cousin who could see through you was like wearing a burr under your armor. No. I spent most of the day wooing Bryn, and then we fell into bed together and composed several sonnets. We're getting married in a month. Silence. I haven't seen you so interested in a woman before. Håkon returned his attention to the guards below them. Why her? Because she steals my breath every time I look at her, he replied simply, then rolled onto his back and stared up at the stars. Why Ardis? This time he could feel his cousin's eyes upon him. Because she is loyal and kind, and both frivolous and protective. She is furious when those she loves are threatened. She is stubborn and frustrating, and absolutely fucking magnificent when roused. I'm fairly certain those weren't the names you called her when you realized she'd feigned her death. Håkon sat up. Because when I am with her, the entire world ceases to exist. She is mine, and I am hers, until the day we depart this mortal coil. Because when I watched her spread her wings after so long beneath her mother's wretchedly cruel yoke, I felt my heart lift. Because of the way she smiles when I put a hand on her belly and promise to gift her a child. Tormund could just make out the Draco constellation glittering to the north. I remember the first time you saw her. You could barely take your eyes off her. I used to jest that she'd cast a spell upon you. But then I saw the way she looked at you too. If there was a spell, then you were both ensorcelled. The following words felt trapped in his mouth. I've wanted that my whole life, and the only time I've ever felt even the remotest hint of it was when Bryn strolled into my life and looked me dead in the eye. But it didn't feel as though I was bespelled. It felt as though she kicked me in the chest. It felt as though she stole my breath. It felt as though she slayed me with a single look, and somehow my body is still moving, talking, but it is no longer mine to command, but hers. But does she feel the same? No. The word was soft. She doesn't want my love. She'd made herself clear today. She betrayed us, Håkon pointed out. Perhaps it's for the best. And she helped us today, Tormund replied. Without her, I would never have gotten close to the king. And by her own tongue, she'd admitted that Solvig had promised her the world in exchange for delivery of Marduk. Bryn didn't have her confession yet. To go against the princess thusly was to risk the very thing she longed for the most. He had to believe it meant something. Håkon suddenly grabbed his arm. Below them the guards were stirring, all of them looking to the skies where a russet-coloured dreki circled. There was nothing about its size or shape that indicated seniority, but the guards lowered their weapons as it landed, and several of them exchanged glances. I think the king has sent his messenger, Tormund forced a smile, because it was the only way to hide his shattered heart. This should be fun. You have an odd sense of amusement. Håkon pushed to his feet. Let's return to town. I need a hot meal and a good night's sleep before we escort our precious prince safely home. You think tomorrow is going to go that easily? Håkon sighed. No, but if I say it loudly enough, perhaps one of the gods will be listening. 16. The herald rapped his staff on the floor of the audience chamber as hundreds of dreki gathered to hear the king's proclamation. Silence! Tormund leaned his back against the wall, watching from the sidelines, even though there was no sign of Bryn. He hadn't dared hope, but now his heart fluttered like a dying moth. She hadn't come. King Harold sank onto his massive throne, his dark eyes glittering as he surveyed the gathering. Two gorgeous women followed him to the throne and stood to each side of it, resting their hands on his shoulders. There were 3 daughters, Tormund vaguely recalled hearing, though they bore no resemblance to their sister, the war marshal. Beautiful, intelligent, and fierce. He could see it now. The blonde wore a radiant expression and an extravagant green gown that set off her beauty. She knew it too, her every movement designed to showcase her flawless figure. The redhead seemed more composed, though she kept glancing toward the far door, as though she expected a commotion at any second. Warier than her sister. Trying to read the room and perhaps her father too, as she glanced down at him. And while his gaze lingered on her hair, it was the colour of rust, not the bright orange flames that made his heart yearn. It seems there has been an interloper in our territory, King Harold called, reclining at ease. Bring forth the prince. Movement stirred. Whispers filled the court. There were far too many dreki in this chamber to fight their way free. The only hope they had was this, that the king would grant Marduk mercy. The crowd began to part as someone strode through them, and then Marduk appeared, clad in a gold coat with a straight collar and a pair of brown leather trousers. Someone had set a thin gold crown of leaves in his tousled hair, and more than one dreki woman glanced toward him as if wondering what he looked like beneath the clothes. Marduk knelt before the king. King Harold, the Zinni clan thanks you for your warm welcome and long friendship. The king's watchful eyes glinted between thin eyelids. The Sadu clan offers. The main doors to the audience chamber slammed open with a bang. The audience stirred. Solvig entered the court.
Her long raven-dark hair gathered loosely into a thong, and a hand resting on the hilt of the sword sheathed at her hip. Every inch of her was clad in black leather that rippled like the hide of a dreki's coat, and plates gilded in silver guarded her shoulders. A black cloak dripped to the floor, swirling around her ankles like a set of wings. "That looks like 150 pounds of pure arrogance, prepared to smite any and all who stand before her," Tormund muttered. Håkon rubbed his stubbled jaw. "This is not going to end well." "Dreki politics never do." Solveig strode toward Marduk's side, though she refused to look at him. "Father!" she called. "Daughter!" Not a hint of emotion crossed the king's face. "Wouldn't want to play cards with him," Tormund noted. But there was something about the king's eyes that made him want to lean forward for a closer look. The king didn't look entirely displeased with this situation. And as Tormund's gaze returned to the golden prince and the raven-clad woman kneeling before the king, he suffered a moment of premonition. "Oh, shit." "What?" Håkon's head whipped toward him. "No, nothing." He didn't want to say the words out loud here, where most of the court would hear him, but he had a private bet with himself all the same. "As I was saying, Prince Marduk, the Sadu clan offer warm welcome," the king called, which earned a slight twitch in Solveig's mouth. "I hope you have enjoyed the hospitality of my court and my dear daughter Solveig's greeting." Marduk pushed to his feet, looking as though he'd been invited here in good faith rather than kidnapped. "King Harald, my clan sends its greetings, and your daughter's welcome was quite warmer than expected. Our clans have long been friends, and the Zinni remember this fact. My brother, King Rurik, will thank you for your hospitality when I return home to him." "Return home?" King Harald asked. Silence fell. The first flicker of confusion darted through Marduk's eyes, but he recovered well, as though he couldn't quite see the trap closing around him. Yes, that was the intention." "So you are not here to fulfill the terms of the alliance that was long agreed upon between the Sadu and the Zinni?" "Alliance?" Håkon muttered under his breath. "What alliance?" Tormund looked from Marduk to Solveig, and then scrubbed his hand over his mouth. "Do you remember that story Marduk told us about the 3 daughters of Harald and the insult he laid upon Solveig?" Håkon blinked. "I think there's more to the story." "Shit," Håkon swore. If a dreki could be said to be sweating, Marduk was doing a fine impression of it. "Your Highness, I'm flattered, but—" "But?" The king looked mildly displeased. "I thought this was why you had arrived in my lands unannounced. You say you are not here to fulfill the contract your mother signed all those years ago? You say that you dared return to my lands after spitting in the face of the Sadu clan?" Solveig's smile could have brightened the world. Tormund glanced around the room for the exits, but there was an entire clan full of dreki between him and the doors. "When you came here 10 years ago, there was talk of an alliance between yourself and one of my daughters." The king pushed to his feet. "You were careless with your tongue, and as such earned the enmity of my eldest. But I forgave you. I allowed you to walk free, despite the insult to one of my kin. I allowed you to skirt talk of this alliance, for I felt it unwise to pursue such a course in such haste. I have given you 10 years, and now you stand here again, and you deny me twice?"
Marduk clearly tried to choose his words carefully. 10 years ago, I came here at the behest of my mother, though I was unaware she had made terms with your clan until the last moment. Matters being what they were between your eldest daughter and myself, I thought it best to leave in order to prevent any further conflict between both clans. And now, granted my mother's death, it is not my intention to deny you again. But I had assumed that the contract was void. The contract was signed. Not by me, Marduk told him through gritted teeth. Yes or no, Prince Marduk? The king's eyes narrowed. Will the Zinni clan uphold their original agreement, or does their queen, and now king's word, mean nothing? Marduk stiffened. Does my brother inherit my mother's debts? He does, the king said coldly. A dreki throne is never a mere gift. It comes with the burden of all its past liabilities, as does its royal family. Marduk wavered. I would never do anything to destroy my clan's honor, but the mating ceremony will take place tomorrow then. Harold waved an expansive hand. I have 3 daughters. I am generous enough to offer you a choice. Again, though this time I would urge you to wield caution in regards to your decision and your words. Solvik's focus snapped sharply to her father. That is most kind of you, Marduk choked out. You shall receive our hospitality for the night. King Harold bestowed a smile upon the court. There shall be wine and dancing and celebration. And by the looks of it, no chance for the prospective bridegroom to sneak away. Fuck, Tormund scrubbed at his beard. This complicates matters. Indeed. An expression of irritation crossed his cousin's face. The gods spit in our faces. Tormund clapped a hand on his shoulder. You'll be back by Ardas's side soon enough, I promise you. They just might have to kidnap a prince again, and break out of a dreki court, and finally track down a missing princess. Somehow. The herald rapped his staff on the floors again to close the council. No mating, the king said flatly. No alliance. This will mean a promise broken by the Zinni clan, and as such, war. You have until tomorrow to make your decision. He snapped his fingers. Guards, if you will escort our guest to his rooms, I think he has much to think upon. What now? Tormund demanded as Håkon shut the chamber door behind him. They'd both retreated to an inn in town to consider their next move. Getting close to Marduk had been impossible, though they'd both seen the frustrated look the dreki prince cast them. Get me out of here, it had said. I need to speak to Ardis, Håkon replied, moving toward the fire in the grate. This was unexpected, and we need to know more about this old treaty King Harold speaks of. Perhaps there is a way for King Rurik to overturn the agreement. With the mating bond between Håkon and Ardis, they would be able to communicate on a private level. But sitting here watching his cousin stare blankly into the fireplace felt a little intrusive, despite the fact he wouldn't hear a word of what was said. Tormund sighed and reached for his cloak. I shall take a walk then, I think. Where are you going? I need to clear my head, he told his cousin. And perhaps visit a certain flame-headed Valkyrie. No matter what he'd said, it wasn't over between him and Bryn, though perhaps she'd had a point. He had created an ideal of her in his mind, and he'd been intent on pursuing that ideal. He'd been so focused upon that he hadn't taken the chance to learn the real woman, with her guarded heart and scabbed over scars. Håkon looked at him sharply, but then he slowly nodded. Just don't drop your guard. Tormund grabbed his cloak and headed for the door. One of us has to, and I don't think it will be her. Tormund. He cast his cousin a smile. Fear not, I know what I'm doing. 17. Same tavern, same chair. Tormund hauled the chair out beside Bryn with a squeal and sank into it. I thought you'd be 40 miles to the north by now and riding your horse hard. The War Marshal owes me a signed confession, and she's been incredibly difficult to track down today. Bryn tapped her tankard, and the innkeeper bustled over to fill it. I thought you'd be flying over the northern seas. He gestured for a second tankard. The War Marshal's been busy. Apparently Marduk was sent here 10 years ago to fulfill an alliance between the Zinni and the Sadu clans. He was supposed to choose one of King Harold's daughters to mate with, but he slipped away in the dead of the night, never to be seen again. Until now. The memory stole a smile from him. King Harold has given him a night to make his choice. Bryn's eyebrows arched. It appears our kind War Marshal failed to mention that. Likewise, our dreki prince. A somewhat wolfish smile crossed her mouth. Ah, I wondered why Solvig seemed to bear such a grudge. Tormund winced. Apparently, he composed a song about her one night when he was in his copse. It's played in many a dreki court, I believe. And so now King Harold is going to make him pay. Bryn smirked into her ale. Justice seems to wield an iron hammer. The conversation stalled, as though they both realized they'd come to the end of any possible discussion about Marduk and Solvig's affairs. It's a wonder you're not enjoying the hospitality of the Sadu court tonight, if the mating ceremony will happen on the morrow. He met her gaze. I have some unfulfilled business here in town. She set her tankard down, her lashes half obscuring her eyes. I thought we'd finished it. I did as requested, Tormund. I got you into Harold's court. I've paid my dues. At considerable risk to your agreement with Solvig. Don't think I didn't notice that. The muscles in her throat shifted as she swallowed. Solvig gave her word by the goddess. She cannot renege. I think she could find a way if she wished to. He brushed his knuckles down her spine, enjoying the way she squirmed. And I'm not talking about dreki and betrayal. I'm talking about us. Bryn captured his wrist, heat flashing in her eyes. There is nothing between us. No. He considered her. No longer a legend, no longer Valkyrie, merely an angry, lonely woman who kept her shields up against the world. And if he was going to ever earn her heart, he would have to not only break through them, but shatter them. I want you, he told her. I've wanted you from the moment I first laid eyes upon you. And I know you feel it too. Bryn sucked in a sharp breath. I already told you, one night, you and I. And then tomorrow we walk away and we both forget this. He leaned closer, stroking the inside of her wrist. There will be no talk of the future. There is no future. Not for us, not tonight. Tonight we kiss, we fuck. And tomorrow we part with no ill thoughts between us. I can't help but think you plan on repaying me for the betrayal, and I've never been interested in playing the role of victim. Bryn moved to push away from him, but he set a hand on the bar, and she froze, trapped between him and the bar, their bodies mere inches apart. I'm not talking about punishment. Do you really think me such a man? If I had you in my arms, in my bed, then the only thing you would find would be pleasure." He stepped closer to her, feeling her breath on his lips as she tilted her chin to meet his gaze. "I would never hurt you. I would never lay a hand on you in anger, and I would never give you reason to shed a single tear. I promise you that, no matter what may fall between us." A considering look settled in her eyes, but it was the doubt there that slayed him. "No man makes me cry. Not my father, not even you. I would never let them." It was both confession and curse. The father that had put that doubt in her eyes deserved to be flayed. He would have to settle for this. One night to earn her trust and prove himself the man she wouldn't let herself believe in. "Then you have nothing to be afraid of, Bryn." Tormund's thumb settled in the indentation of her bottom lip. She bit him sharply as if in warning, then paused, her full mouth suckling at the tip of his thumb. Fuck. His balls tightened and blood rushed to his groin. "One night, then," she whispered. "One night for us to forget this madness, and then we're done. Truly done." Dangerous, lightning-lashed eyes met his. Bryn tipped the tankard to her lips and drained it, but she never looked away. Slowly, she set the tankard down. He wanted to give her a wolfish smile, but he was playing for more than merely one night, though she couldn't know that just yet. "Where's the key to your room?" Bryn slowly climbed the stairs to her room, feeling every inch of Tormund's looming presence behind her. She'd never been so aware of a man, and maybe that was why this already felt like a mistake. Because she didn't mix emotions with pleasure. She didn't stay longer than one night, and she never, ever let herself care. But in the niggling little hole where her heart had once lain, she could feel regret already building. It was already too late. She liked this rough-voiced giant. In another world, if she wasn't who she was, she might have even grown to like him a little too much. "Tormund," she whispered, pausing in front of her door. He must have sensed her doubt, for he swept her braid over her shoulder, revealing the expanse of her neck. Bryn shivered as gentle lips brushed against her sensitive skin. "Maybe we shouldn't do this." "No." The vibration of the word rumbled through her chest, and she felt hands caress down the sides of her waist before they slid up over the curve of her abdomen. They hovered there, just beneath her breasts, and Bryn bit her lip, waiting, desperately for them to move. "I don't know," she whispered. "Why not?" The stir of his breath made every inch of her skin prickle. His thumbs teased the soft underside of her breasts. "Give me one good reason why we shouldn't do this. You want it. I want it. Don't tell me you're afraid to let me touch you." He knew why she hesitated. Her heart beat faster. "Not afraid, no." "Touch me, please." She couldn't say the words, but he'd never taken more than she would give. Cursing herself for a fool, she let her head tilt to the side, a sign of unmistaken surrender. And his lips found the skin there, teeth raking down the corded muscle in the side of her throat. A moan escaped her. Her hands hit the door in front of her in a desperate attempt to hold firm against his sensual onslaught. But he paused there, waiting for her, his breath steaming the side of her throat. "Yes or no? Because your body's saying one thing, but your mouth is saying another. And I already told you, I'm not that kind of man." Bryn rested her forehead against the door, breathing hard. She didn't know why this was so difficult.
Maybe because you know this means something.
He must have sensed her hesitation, because he withdrew subtly, but she caught at his fingers until they were barely linked.
Yes, it's a yes.
Damn her for a fool, but she half thought it would always be a yes when it came to this man. Good, because it's too late to scare me away, sweetheart. His groin ground against her arse. It was too late for that the moment I laid eyes upon you. No regrets.
No regrets.
She exhaled on a shivery breath. His enormous hand slid up her abdomen, unashamedly cupping her breasts. His teeth raked over the back of her neck as he pressed her against the door. A spear of desire went through her nether regions, and a moan escaped her as every hot, hard inch of him pressed against her.
Frigg's breath. How was she to keep her head against this onslaught?
Those deft fingers pinched her nipple, and Bryn bit her lip. He knew exactly what he was doing to her, and her heart skipped a beat because she'd never felt so helpless in a man's embrace. She was the one in charge. She was the one who took what she wanted. But Tormund gave her no inch, no quarter. His cock ground against her arse, and then his fingers were sliding over the rounded curve of her abdomen and delving lower, stroking the edge of her trousers until she was breathless with anticipation. His other hand slid up her throat, and the rough burr of his stubble brushed against her ear.
"You're so fucking beautiful,"
he whispered, as his fingertips grazed the soft skin under her waistband.
"You're so soft and warm."
His fingers tiptoed down.
"And you're wet, aren't you, Bryn? Wet for me."
Bryn caught her breath as those fingers edged beneath her trousers. Then they were tracing her slickness, and it was all she could do not to moan again, to beg.
Fuck.
Her breath came in jagged rasps.
"It's all for you."
His wet fingers traced slippery trails up her abdomen, and then he was suckling them into his mouth and tasting her body's slickness on his tongue.
"Gods, you taste delicious. I want to drown myself between your thighs."
A rough laugh escaped him.
"I want to teach you just what a man with a beard can do."
And then he was grinding her against the door, his teeth sinking into the muscle between her shoulder and her neck.
"I love that I don't have to be gentle with you,"
he breathed, suckling her skin into his mouth.
"I love that you're woman enough to take all of me without complaint. I want to be patient, but I don't think I have it in me. Not with you. I want to fuck you, Bryn. I want you on your hands and knees begging me for more."
She moaned.
"Is that what you want?"
He grabbed a fistful of her hair, and her sex pulsed in response.
"Do you want me to be rough, Bryn? Or do you want me to be patient?"
She was always in control, but his words seemed to rouse some side of her she'd never felt before. She could see herself exactly as his words painted, begging him, screaming her pleasure, desperate for more.
"Rough,"
she whispered, and he growled under his breath, biting her earlobe.
"Good girl."
"Kiss me," she demanded, turning in his grip and sliding both arms around his neck. Sense fled. Doubt fled. There was only this. Desire. Need. An absolute desperation to get under his skin. His mouth crashed down upon hers, and they careened back against the door. Bryn tilted her mouth to his, drinking in the hot lash of his tongue. The man knew how to kiss. Every move was hard and aggressive, as though he knew the seconds were ticking down until dawn.
"Key,"
he demanded, his hot breath scoring her sensitive lips. Somehow she got the door open, and then they were staggering through it. Tormund slammed the door shut behind them, then caught her beneath the thighs and hauled her legs around his waist. The shock of the moment seared her nerves. She was used to being the aggressor in all her physical relationships, used to overpowering or even dwarfing most men. But Tormund was an enormous brute of a man, carved with thick, heavy muscle. Each of his hands could probably crush her skull. He strode toward the bed with her in his arms, as if she weighed nothing. Bryn fell back upon the blankets, the breath hissing from her lungs. Pressing one knee between her thighs, he leaned down, capturing her chin in one hand and driving the knuckles of his other hand into the mattress. The way he claimed her mouth chased all her last lingering doubts away. He kissed her as if he meant to devour her. Their tongues met and clashed, wet and slick. She'd never truly thought much of kissing, but somehow she found herself breathless. Somehow she was leaning into his mouth, desperate for more. "Tormund." "I know." His lips grazed her jaw, and then she was arching her spine as he kissed his way down. The rough curve of his palm found her breast, and he pushed it up until his tongue slid over the fleshy globe, barely shielded by her shirt. Teeth raked over her nipple through the linen, and then his fingers found the other one. Bryn moaned, rocking into him. She liked the edge of pain, liked the firmness of his hands. He pinched her hard until a whimper escaped her. She tugged at the buttons on her shirt, furious with need. The shirt vanished, and then he was tugging her bindings down, the hot cavern of his mouth enveloping her nipple. This was a man set upon conquering her, and curse fate, curse destiny, but tonight all she wanted was to submit to his claim. But submission was not in her nature. Bryn locked her thighs around his hips and rolled them, shoving him down onto the bed. The timber groaned as he splayed there for her perusal. "Like what you see, love?" Tormund demanded, tilting his head back arrogantly. "Strip," she demanded. He sat up, tugging roughly at the buttons on his shirt. Then he reached over his shoulder and hauled it over his head. Every inch of his chest was covered in thick, dark hair, but it was the scars there that caught her attention. One slicing dangerously close to his nipple, another glancing off his ribs. She'd seen him without his shirt many a time, but she'd never let her gaze linger long enough to see those little signs of mortality. A lump formed in her throat as she traced them. Her own skin was completely smooth, devoid of the brands that should have lingered there like ugly scars after her Valkyrie brethren burned her marks from her body. But this was merely another sign of the difference between them. He was mortal, while she had no true idea how long she would live. He would die one day, while she barely aged. And that thought struck her straight through the heart like an arrow, for she couldn't imagine this vital, rugged bear of a man lying still and breathless. She didn't want to imagine it. "Old wounds," he whispered, capturing her wrists. "Then let us not talk of it." Bryn traced her fingers across the broad slab of his shoulder. She closed her eyes, trying to fight down the brief surge of grief that threatened to steal her away from the moment. "When I said strip, I meant all of it." His fingers dropped to the buttons on his trousers, and then he was tugging them loose, peeling the oiled leather down his powerful thighs as she shifted from one knee to the other. Bryn kissed that dangerous mouth as he kicked his boots free. He tossed his pants aside and then lay back on the bed, looking for all the world as if he did this every day. And now? He challenged, running his hand down the flat plane of his abdomen and fisting the enormous jutting length of his cock. In answer, she knelt over him, sliding her palm up the hairy length of his shin. Freya's balls. The man was hung. At first I thought you nothing more than a braggart, but you were right. You are man enough for me. She skimmed his knees, leaving him breathless, and then kissed her way up his thighs. Every inch of him was corded with thick muscle, a warrior in every sense of the word, though it was the small imperfections, the scars here and there, that made her heart skip a beat. I didn't think you'd be this forgiving, she admitted. Oh, I haven't forgiven you yet, he whispered, still toying with the strands of her hair, though I could be so inclined. Now it's your turn. Clothes off. Bryn considered the statement, her gaze dropping to his cock. She tossed the remnants of her shirt behind her and hauled her linen bindings over her head. Getting her trousers undone required a bit of patience, and his eyes twinkled as if he could read her frustration. Finally, she was naked, and she could see the satisfaction in his eyes as his gaze traversed her lush figure. Hell of a woman, Bryn. You're so fucking beautiful. His shaft quivered with excitement, sloping up to the left, and as she watched, he pumped his hand up it, his thumb rasping over the satin-slick head of him. She took him in her mouth, suckling the swollen head. Fuck! Tormund's head fell back on the pillow, and she knew he could feel her mouth working every inch of him. He surrendered to her, completely and utterly. There was no consideration in his motions, only pure, absolute abandon, and it made her breath catch. Tormund trusted her. He gave himself to her so completely that there was no holding back. She loved the power of this moment. The sound of his gasped curses and the feel of his hands fisting in her hair. Working the shaft of his cock, she swallowed him whole, tracing her tongue around the tip of him until his hips jerked. Bryn, damn it! He tried to look down at her. I don't think... Good, she purred, lifting her head just long enough to meet his gaze. Don't think, Tormund. Just feel. Just surrender. And then she began to work his erection with hands and lips and mouth, drinking in every soft gasp he made and watching his desperate expression. The man writhed beneath her until his eyes suddenly shot open. Bryn! She suckled hard, desperate for his pleasure. His cock jerked in her mouth, his testicles pulsing, and then hot seed spilled into her mouth. Bryn swallowed it down, working him until he grabbed a fistful of her hair and hauled her up with a gasp. What's wrong? She whispered with a devilish smile, licking the last salty drop from her lips. Are you all undone? Did you beg me, Tormund? And maybe you weren't on your hands and knees, but I think I like you just like this, flat on your back and at my mercy. Sweat slicked his chest, and he lifted his head off the pillow to look at her before collapsing back down. Tormund fingered a silky piece of hair. Undone. He laughed under his breath. Oh, you're a devil of a woman. Surging upright, he caught her wrists and hauled her over his lap before she even realized what he was doing. But no, I'm not undone. Sated, perhaps. He slid his palm over her arse, and then he was nudging her forward onto her hands. Tolerably fucking pleased, but nowhere near undone. Or finished. My turn. He whispered, then forced her onto her elbows. Time to revere the beard. She wasn't prepared for it. But the second she opened her mouth to protest, his massive hands cupped her arse, pushing her knees wide, and then a hot-mouthed kiss was laid upon the dimples in the small of her back, a wicked tongue rasping over the sensitive skin there. Bryn froze. "Tormund." "Aye, lass. My cock i' the wonder, but you've not encountered the delights my tongue can yield yet." Pressing her thighs wide, he drove his face into her wetness from behind. The stroke of his tongue was like a velvet lash that flayed her raw. Bryn cried out, her fingers turning into claws in the pillow. "Oh, gods!" "Tormund," she breathed. But there was no stopping him. He licked and ate at her, his thumb settling to rest on her clitoris. Tracing slick circles with that thumb, he bit the curve of her arse before driving his tongue back into her. Frig's mercy. It was like being devoured. Bryn muffled a gasp in the pillow, her entire body shuddering. She couldn't hold herself up anymore, could barely breathe. Oh, gods, gods, it was too much. And then pleasure exploded through her. A scream tore from her throat, and she buckled and writhed beneath him, begging him for mercy until he finally let up. Every inch of her shook. The single stroke of his finger over her arse cheek made her shake her head desperately. She felt like bottled lightning, about to explode at the merest hint of a touch. Something round and firm brushed against her clitoris, and then he was using his cock to tease her. "This, Bryn? Do you want this?" "You know I do," she gasped, trying to turn so she could throw her arms around him and take what she wanted. A flat palm smacked across her arse, and she gasped. "No," he said, grasping her hips and forcing her to remain on her hands and knees. "In this room, you do what I want." If his hands weren't so damned good, she'd have protested. He wrapped an arm around her body, hauling her upright. Every inch of him melded to her, from shoulders to buttocks. The insistent press of his erection drove between her legs, gliding through her slick folds, but it was the hand trailing down her rounded abdomen that caught her attention. "Fuck, you're so sweet," he whispered in her ear. "You taste like honey, and I want to spend forever eating you." Tormund's fingers splayed her wide, and then he was sliding his entire hand between her legs, sliding it back, caressing her in slow, lingering touches that threatened to drive her mad. "Fuck me," she whispered. "Take me, now." His answer was a warm rumble through his chest, and it vibrated down her spine. "Do you think you make the rules here? You want me to take you? You want my cock inside you? Then beg me, Bryn. Beg for pleasure. Beg for my cock." "Never." But teeth sank into her shoulder as his fingers drove inside her, and suddenly defiance seemed like the stupidest thing she could do. She wanted this. She wanted him. And if he wanted her to submit, well, she could play along. But on her terms. "Give it to me," she whispered. "Fuck me, hard. Every time I move tomorrow, I want to feel the bruise of your possession. I want you inside me so badly. Please, Tormund." His fingers stroked and teased, momentarily distracting her. "Please." This time it sounded like a sob. "Give me everything." He pinched her clitoris, and then she was thrashing again, unable to prevent the wave of pleasure that swept through her. Bryn came with a cry, her back spasming and her thighs trying to wedge together. "Again," he demanded, wrapping one hand around her throat and bending her back into his embrace until her spine bowed. Fuck! She couldn't take any more. Trying to slide her hand between them, she found him hard and ready. Bryn manoeuvred his thick cock between her legs, her thighs trembling with the desire to beg him. Now! I want you now! As you wish, he growled in her ear, and then she felt the brush of his cock at her entrance before he drove inside her. Bryn cried out as Tormund sheathed himself inside her. She was so hot and wet, she was practically dripping, and every muscle in his abdomen flexed as pleasure shivered through him. Fuck. He'd planned to take his time, to torture her just as she'd done to him. But he didn't dare move. He was close enough to the edge that a single thrust might tip him over. I didn't hurt you, he whispered in her ear, because he was man enough to check. A throaty laugh shivered through the air as she reached behind her and caressed the back of his neck. You do think a great deal of yourself, big man. Then she hesitated, as if she'd sensed the concern behind his question. No, you didn't hurt me. As if to prove her point, she squeezed him internally, and it felt like a shock of lightning jolted through him. Another squeeze almost brought him to his metaphorical knees. He slid a hand between her thighs and thrust. A shiver rolled through her, but then she was squeezing again, and, curse the gods, but this wasn't going to end well. Just fast. Down, he insisted, forcing her onto her hands and knees. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, he hauled her back into his thrust. Every inch of her was hard muscle sheathed in soft, generous curves. She had thighs that could both break a man's neck or welcome him between their soft embrace, and the kind of arse he could sink his teeth into. He slapped it instead, his fingers splaying into soft flesh as she gasped. Little dimples etched into her generous flesh, and he wanted to kiss each and every one of them. Did you think you were in control? He growled, rubbing the mark he'd made. I think I could break you, she whispered. Tormund thrust hard, the slap of his flesh meeting hers loud in the dark. He lost himself to the feel of her, of hair in his fingers, and the tight squeeze as she tried to drive him to climax. The soft rasp of her breath sounded loudly in the room, but he wanted more than a gasp, more than an inhale. He wanted to tear a scream from her lips, to break through that cold, hard shield she wore around her heart and leave her wrecked and vulnerable. The thick shaft of his cock drove inside her, and she cried out as he filled every inch of her. Gods, it was bliss. Tormund threw his head back, biting his lower lip as he paused, hovering in the moment. Don't stop, she cried, her fingers curling into little claws in the pillow. Oh, gods, don't stop. I don't intend to. He drove himself into her hard, again and again, gritting his teeth as she begged and gasped. His fingers found her wet and slick, and he pushed her toward that edge, desperate to wring every last ounce of pleasure from her. Every inch of her tightened until his hips were barely flexing. He wanted more, wanted to last, wanted... He came with a hard grunt, his seed spilling inside her as Bryn squeezed so hard, he swore he saw stars. Tormund growled out an explosive breath, driving into her with slow, shuddering thrusts until there was nothing more left in him. And then they were collapsing on the bed in a tangle of arms and legs, breathing hard, her soft skin brushing against him and his semi-hard cock still inside her. Bryn shook in his arms, sweat slick on her skin. Tormund curled his arms around her, burying his face in the back of her neck. His chest heaved, and he didn't want to let go of her. A rough laugh echoed through her throat as she reached behind her and rubbed the back of his neck. That didn't feel like punishment, Tormund. He bit at her fingers. It was never meant to be punishment. No? Those lightning-kissed eyes met his as she half turned in his arms. Then what was it meant to be? He suckled the tips of her fingers into his mouth, tasting her musk on her skin. Their eyes met. Just the start, sweetheart. The start of forever if he could convince her to let him in. By the time morning arrives, you'll be wondering why you ever resisted. Bryn stroked the softness of his lower lip. I'm already wondering, big man. And then she turned in his arms, her mouth meeting his in a desperate kiss. Somehow, he found himself flat on his back, her thigh sliding over his hips. Bryn gave him a wicked look as she leaned down and kissed his chest. Let me beg for forgiveness again, then, since I know how much you like having me beg. He swallowed as she kissed her way lower. She might be intending to beg, but somehow it felt like he was the one on his knees. Bryn lay awake for long hours, trying to convince herself to leave. She'd promised him one night, and she'd delivered. And now it was time to slip from the warmth of the bed, leave the safe cocoon of his arms, and vanish into the early morning mist. Just one more minute. She closed her eyes. If she forgot everything, the past, her betrayal, her lies, then she could almost imagine this could be forever. She had everything she'd ever wanted. Solvig owed her a confession, and with it, she could clear her name and return to the gilded halls of her sisters. But for the first time, she couldn't force that image into her mind. She could barely even remember what the halls of Valhalla looked like. It had been so long, and her sisters' faces were skewed by time, leaving them mere foggy images. Images that evaporated as the soft rasp of Tormund's breath drew her back into the present and the embrace of the man who had shattered her over and over and over. Pleasure left her wrecked and broken, but it was the possessive nature of his embrace that threatened to do the most damage. Because a part of her wanted to stay there, forever. She had to get out of here. He was far more dangerous than she'd ever suspected. Bryn lay still, listening to his breathing soften. Then she began to ease his arm from around her waist, slipping from the warmth of his embrace. Instantly the chill of the room bit her skin, but she was almost there, almost to the edge of the bed, and an enormous arm clamped around her, hauling her back against his chest. You're not going anywhere. Bryn fell back into the nest she'd recently inhabited, cursing under her breath. You're awake. The rasp of stubble brushed against her nape, and then he was easing her thighs apart, slipping deft fingers between her legs and finding her still wet and slick with his seed. Fingertips brushed against her clitoris, and she shivered as her body practically melted into his embrace. One night, you said, he breathed, then bit the back of her neck as she cried out, and it's not morning yet, my love. 18. Morning brought with it the ache of last night's exertions. Teeth marks etched into his skin, and the languid softness of spent muscles, as Tormund slowly roused. Blinking awake, he reached for the warm armful of woman he'd been dreaming about, only to find the sheets empty and cold. Bryn? He lifted his head off the pillow, squinting at the slit of light that streamed through the curtains. There was no sign of her. Only loud footsteps outside the door, and a man's muffled curse. The door slammed open, and Tormund sprang to alertness, reaching for the sword that was not sheathed near the bed, nor was his cousin an intruder that needed to be defended against, despite the smug grin on the bastard's face. Mother of Jesus. Tormund collapsed back into the pillow, cursing under his breath as his cousin leaned a shoulder against the door jamb. "Enjoy yourself, did you?" Håkon asked, arching a perfect golden brow. "Until someone tried to fucking give me a heart seizure," he grumbled, swinging his legs over the bed and waiting for his racing heartbeat to subside. Tormund scrubbed at the growing bristle of his beard. She wasn't here. Indeed, there was no sign of her. Håkon strolled inside the room and yanked Tormund's shirt off the chest by the door. "Here," he said, tossing it towards Tormund. "Get dressed." He paused. "She's not here. I passed her on the stairs." "Who's not? Tall?" Håkon said, holding a hand up to his eyebrows. "About this high. Could kick a man's head off his shoulders, or eat him alive, judging by the look of you. Bad temper. Is any of this ringing any bells? Or you can continue to pretend you don't know what I'm talking about." "Fine." Tormund glared at him as he yanked his shirt over his head. "Maybe." Håkon shook his head. "She's trouble, Tormund. You're going to get your heart broken and nobody wants to see you sobbing in your ale of a night." Snatching at the trousers he found hanging on the end of the bed, he hauled them on. "There's nothing wrong with heartbreak, cousin. It means you're alive. And you should be one to speak. I never cried into my ale." "No?" He pushed to his feet, yanking his buttons together. "You never shed a tear when your wife vanished, and maybe that was the problem. You're ice, my friend, and I am fire. I was born to burn, and no matter whether she breaks my heart or not, at least it will be one hell of a story, one hell of a memory. Now, what brings you to my door so early in the fucking morning?" Håkon scowled. "We have a prince to rescue." "Again?" Tormund flashed him a grin. "Can this damsel not get out of his own way? And you never know, Marduk might enjoy being mated. Ardis says we need to protect the treaty between Rurik and Harald at all costs, but we also need to bring Marduk home." "Why?" Tormund slowed at his cousin's tone. "What's wrong?" "There's news." This time he wished he'd brought his damned sword. "What kind of news?" "You were right. There's trouble on the wind." Sirius arrived just in time. There was an attempted uprising within the court, and the dreki involved refused to surrender. They almost managed to get their hands on Marlin. Sirius's pretty little wife. "What happened?" "Sirius killed them," Håkon replied grimly. "All of them. But Ardis said one of them tried to kidnap her. He told her that the queen wanted to repay the debt she owed Ardis." Tormund stared at him stupidly. When he'd spoken to Sirius, he'd only been half convinced, but there was a trickle of ice running down his spine. "Amadea is alive?" Håkon raked a hand through his hair. "I don't know. We were all there when we saw her body burned. We all saw Sirius kill her. But somehow Ardis thinks she can sense chaos magic within the court, and if it's not coming from her..." The only other dreki who'd been able to control the dangerous magic had been the queen. Could she have used her magic to somehow linger in some sort of spirit form? He knew little enough about chaos magic, but he'd seen the dreki spirits haunt the horizon in flares of vivid greens and blues. "I don't know." "What are you going to do?" He knew his cousin. Håkon would be determined to return to Ardas's side to protect her. Håkon tipped his head. I'm going to insist you get dressed, and then we're going to fetch our precious prince, because I need someone who can fly me home. You have my payment? Bryn asked, one hand resting nonchalantly on the hilt of her sword as she stood in front of the dreki princess. Solveig tilted her head. Bold of you to demand such from me, when you betrayed me. Her eyes narrowed. I would almost admire the gall if I wasn't facing a difficult dilemma right now. I merely helped Tormund deliver a message to your father, Bryn replied. A simple job, like the one I performed for you, the one you promised would grant me a certain reward. Somehow Solveig managed to recline in a chair as if she was sitting on a golden throne studded with precious jewels, surrounded by a floor littered with the skulls of her enemies. It must be a dreki trait to be able to instantly command a room not your own. You argue like dreki, Solveig smiled and nodded toward a pouch. But I did give you my word. The rest of the gold is inside. I don't care about the gold, Bryn said. Solveig gestured to the small lacquered box beside the pouch with a mocking little twist of a smile. Bryn opened the box. Inside was a single sheaf of parchment, signed by her enemy's hand. Finally. Her greedy eyes traced the sloped letters, relief filling her as she realized the words were exactly as Solveig had promised. She couldn't quite hide the tremble in her hands, nor keep her lungs from catching. Everything was here. Everything. How did you manage it? Rota owed me a debt. This was how she was to repay it. It couldn't have been that easy. Rota covered her tracks well, and she had to know this confession could be used against her. Bryn met the princess's eyes. My sister is battle-spawned. Neither threat nor coercion would have worked, and she is no fool. Solveig's eyes grew distant, as if she pictured the past. A dreki is a patient foe, and your sister owned but one weakness, which was mine to exploit. Her smile grew dangerous. And so I did. A heart is a treacherous beast, betraying its owner at the most inopportune of times. A man, then. Bryn seized the precious piece of parchment. With this, she could clear her name and return to the golden halls of Valhalla. She would be able to return home. Finally home, where she could wash the misery of this mortal existence from her skin and forget it forever. Forget him. Her smile faltered, and her mind chose that moment to betray her, casting her back into a memory of the night before, of heated hands and devouring kisses, and afterward, the smooth, gentle stroke of his fingers tracing circles in her hair. Better to have no heart, she said more to herself, than to risk such weakness. Indeed, Solveig purred, running her long fingernails over the arm of the chair. And such is why I have summoned you. I have another little task for you. Bryn tucked the piece of parchment within her shirt. No, I'm done with such assignments. You haven't heard what it is. I don't need to. It has something to do with ensuring Prince Marduk doesn't choose you, doesn't it? Tormund told me all about it. The other female's eyes narrowed. He won't choose me. Are you really so certain? Bryn took a slight amount of amusement from the look of consternation that flashed across the implacable Solveig's face. The pair of you share a history, and while I've heard a hint of it from his lips, I'm fairly certain I haven't heard the full story, nor the truth. The prince values his balls, Solvig snarled. He won't choose me. And there's nothing more to say about the past than that it is dead and buried. Bryn cocked her head. It was the first time she'd ever seen Solvig so discomfited. No, she said, stepping away from the table. I am done. Whatever lies between the two of you, only a fool would step in the middle of it. Solvig's eyes narrowed to thin slits. There is nothing between us but vengeance and fury. Then why are you so afraid of his choice? Surely he will choose one of your sisters. Solvig's lips thinned, and she turned toward the window. Restlessness rode her. One would think so, yes. But I'm not the type of female who likes to dare fate, and Marduk has long been careless of my name. It wasn't what the princess meant to say. Bryn was sure of it. A heart is a treacherous beast, after all. And though she had no further inkling of all that lay between the princess and the Golden Prince, she could see the truth of some of it written over the princess's face. Nothing but a broken heart could produce quite that level of hatred. And though the princess may not have loved him, some part of her had yearned. I'm sorry, Bryn said quietly, for I cannot help you. Solvig's fingers tapped on the windowsill. It is of little matter, bright feather, she finally said, pasting a dark smile on her face as she turned. As you say, I am sure he would not be so foolish as to choose me, and if he does, then I shall make him regret it. Bryn paused outside the tavern, staring up at the sky as her elation slowly died. Redemption burned in her hand. Hope, but also a weight lingering on her shoulders. A distant reminder of the honor she'd once worn like a mantle. She had what she'd come for. She could demand entrance to Valhalla and thrust the proof of her innocence in the face of her sisters. She could look Rota in the eye as she finally managed to repay her sister's betrayal. And then what? Bryn looked down at the confession again, her hands starting to quiver. She would have her name back. She would have her place in the Golden Host back. But every day she would look herself in the mirror and know that whilst she had been innocent of the charges laid upon her, she had lost her sense of honor in this mortal realm. The job was finished, but her redemption was not complete. Tomorrow, Marduk would stand before the Sadu clan and pledge his troth to one of the daughters of King Harold. Tomorrow, if he chose the path Bryn thought he might, then Solvig would seek bloodied vengeance. And Tormund would be there. She knew it as well as she knew her own name. She'd seen him lift his axe many a time to intervene for the helpless. He wouldn't merely watch matters play out, he would try to stop it if he could. Bryn swallowed the lump in her throat, carefully folding the confession and tucking it into the small pouch hanging at her throat. Try as she might to bury the past between them, she knew in the depths of her heart that the pair of them weren't finished yet. Only when Tormund was safely clear of this entire mess could she tip her chin in farewell and walk away without a heavy heart. She owed him that. Which meant she was once more going to stand in Solvig's path. Fuck. 19. A choice between 3 daughters. Marduk bowed his head before the king. Tormund had caught his arm in the hallway outside and told him they needed time. And yet, he was running out of chances to escape. He needed to find Ishtar before it was too late, but it felt like fate stood before him, blocking his path at every turn.
Choose, Harold said, and there shall be no war between our clans. The knot in Marduk's gut tightened as he considered the 3 dreki princesses before him. Sweet Uslog, with her golden hair and the way she nibbled on her lip as she glanced at him from beneath her lashes. She smiled when she saw she'd caught his attention, and he knew he'd find welcome there. And a quiet demand. A mate who would insist upon his presence, one who would require more of him than he had to give. It made him a little queasy. Marduk's restless heart yearned to keep moving. He'd never been able to settle. More so now he knew what lay out there in the world. And yet Uslog bore the look of a woman who desired a hearth and home and little dreki babies. Lots of little dreki babies. His lungs clenched in his chest, as if the mere thought could suffocate him. To her left knelt fair Siv, who studiously avoided his gaze. Her red hair knotted into a tight braid. Tension limed her shoulders, but he caught the brief flicker of her gaze before her eyes darted away again. Not me, not me, not me, her very posture shouted. And right at the end, Solvig, raven of hair and heart, and glaring at him so fiercely he felt the dreki growl within him at the challenge he saw in her face. It had always been like that between them, a battle of wills. Defiance, neither of them able to step away from a challenge. It was what had made him leave in such a hurry, for their first encounter had left him wondering if she was going to kill him, or something else. He caught himself before he took a step toward her, but the king's eyes narrowed as he noted the shift of Marduk's weight. The brush of her mind slid over his like the flutter of faint wings. Marduk opened his psychic shields. Don't you dare look at me like that. If you choose me, I swear I shall spend the rest of my life making you regret it, Solvig growled. He couldn't help himself. Somewhat arrogant of you to presume I'd even look your way, and I already regret meeting you. Trust me, you know nothing of regret, yet. He returned his attention to Uslog. Sweet, willing, gentle, practically beaming under his perusal. His balls felt like they sucked up into his abdomen, and he couldn't help looking at Solvig again. I would break Uslog's heart. I will cut yours from your chest if you even think about it. I have another sister, who trembles at the mere thought of mating with me. Would you condemn them both to such a fate? 2 spots of fury ignited in her cheeks as Solvig stared straight ahead, seemingly ignoring him. Back to Uslog. The right choice, the perfect choice, if one was thinking in terms of an alliance. But when he opened his mouth, he couldn't speak her name. His treacherous gaze returned once more to Solvig. Don't you dare! She stood so stiffly she had to interpret his interest. Solvig would never make demands of him. She would never want his heart, unless it was on a stake. They could live separate lives, an alliance in name only. His gaze drifted just briefly to her thin lips. Hardly the sort of woman to inspire lustful thoughts. She was no beauty like her sisters, and yet there was something about her that drew his gaze. His restless dreki soul, which yearned to wander forever, twitched within him. Solvig's cheekbones cut like the sharp ledge of granite in a fjord, her eyes as dark and fierce as a falcon. She was a sheer force of nature, uncontainable, unconquerable, a never-ending challenge. He'd climbed the highest peaks in the world, far to the south, where the freezing winds cut his skin to the bone, flown over volcanoes deep within the South Pole, where fire whispered so deep within the surface he could barely hear it, thrown himself off a cliff in mortal form, the wind rushing past him as he plummeted toward the sharp rocks below, shifting shape at the last minute. Pushing, always pushing the boundaries of what was possible. It was the only time he ever felt true freedom. To be bound to another felt like a cage. And yet, a part of him suddenly wondered what it would be like to try and tame her. Solveig reminded him of a Moroccan dervish. The mere thought of being mated to her left him somewhat breathless, as if the oxygen was thinner here in the throne room. It was a horrible idea. They'd tear each other to pieces, spiral out of control, destroy everything in each other's paths. Marduk suddenly realized the room was silent, everyone watching as the pair of them stared at each other. "I have made my choice," he said softly, staring into her blazing eyes. He could sense her holding her breath. "Excellent," the king said with a clap of his hands. "I choose Solveig." The sudden sound of Princess Solveig's exhale echoed through the court, as if Marduk had driven a fist into her sternum. But there was no sign of it on her face, as King Harold looked her in the eye and lifted a hand toward her. Instead, her features merely smoothed into a mask of nothingness as she accepted his hand. Tormund couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. That was not the expression of a woman walking calmly to her doom. No, that was the mask of a woman who was plotting revenge. "Excellent," the king purred, offering his daughter's hand to Marduk. "Let us begin the ceremony." "Now?" both Marduk and the princess asked. "What better time?" Harold said smoothly, clapping a hand on Solveig's shoulder, as though he sought to stop her from fleeing. Marduk stared at Solveig's hand as though it was a dead rat, but he grudgingly accepted it. They both looked like they were sentenced to the gallows. "Eddas said to protect the treaty," Håkon muttered grimly, "but I'm not sure this is what she expected." "Eddas is a romantic. She'll be overjoyed her little brother is mated." "To the woman who tried to kill him?" "I don't think she tried that hard." Solveig didn't strike Tormund as the kind of woman who failed when she set her mind to something. "Relax, cousin. Enjoy the feast. These events always have a feast. We can let him play the dutiful son-in-law, then kidnap him and slip out the back door when everyone is deep in their cops and snoring." "Your plans always have a fatal flaw in them." "What flaw can you see?" he protested. Håkon looked across the room, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. "You didn't count upon a certain redhead showing up." Tormund's head whipped around. Bryn slipped through the crowd, her gaze locked on the unhappy couple. She still wore her hunting leathers, but her hair had been braided into a coronet for the occasion. She must have sensed his stare, for she suddenly stilled, and her head turned inexorably toward them. The world froze. The court dropped away, and he was right back there in bed with her, the taste of her skin under his tongue and the sound of her moans in his ear. "By fire I bind thee." The ancient lawmaster bound Solveig's and Marduk's hands together with a golden cord. Tormund's head whipped back to the couple on the dais. "What is she doing here?" he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. "Find out," Håkon said flatly, "if Solveig is up to something. In the goddess's name I name thee mates, and let no dreki strike thee asunder." The lawmaster snapped his fingers, and flames bloomed in the small pit beyond him. "May you seek forever in each other's arms." The distant rumble of thunder echoed through the hall, as though the dreki goddess heard the vows. But there was no fierce clap
the way there had been at Sirius's mating ceremony. No shiver through the air, as though the goddess personally blessed the union. It seemed he wasn't the only one who noticed. Dozens of dreki whispered behind their hands and looked around as the lawmaster sealed the bonds of the cord around their hands with wax. Marduk's lips thinned as he glanced down at Solvig, and he stepped forward, lowering his face toward hers dutifully. She stopped him with a firm palm to the chest. "This nonsense is done." "To the feasting hall!" The king roared and captured Solvig's other hand before bending down and whispering something sharply in her ear. Her face paled with fury, but she ceased trying to tear the cords from her wrist and accepted the fact that she was bound to Marduk's side until they... Oh, gods! Tormund winced. The mating bed. She's going to murder him. "Go talk to Bryn," Håkon told him. "I'll stand guard over our precious prince while they feast." Dreki streamed through the doors someone had opened at the end of the room. Flowers were flung from baskets, and some poor dreki tried to lift Solvig into the air to carry her alongside Marduk. One glare was enough to disabuse him of this notion, and he tucked tail and ran as Solvig walked beside her husband, who was being carried by several dreki. It looked ridiculous. It also looked planned. There were garlands everywhere upon second look. "King Harold plays a deep game," he muttered under his breath as he swam through the crowd. That smug old bastard had looked him in the eye the other day, nodded sincerely, and then went and plotted a mating ceremony. Ahead of him, a redhead appeared. Bryn pushed her way through the crowd, looking far prettier than she had any right to. His heart squeezed in his chest. She'd fit in his arms like she'd been made to fill them, and then she'd left. "I thought you'd be halfway to Oslo by now," he told her curtly. Bryn snatched at his wrist. "I need to talk to you." "Now?" He used his broad body to shield them from the room as his voice dropped. "There was plenty of time for talking before you stole from my bed." "Not about us, you idiot," she hissed, shooting a look over his shoulder. His gut dropped. Of course not. What had he been thinking? This was not a woman given to her emotions. "About what, then?" "Princess Solvig paid me for my role in this entire affair, but she also offered me another job. She wanted me to help prevent Marduk from taking her as a mate, at any cost." The words cut through the throb of anger that smouldered within him. "You think she expected this?" "I don't know what happened between them all those years ago, but yes, I think, despite her protests, that she feared this, and after I refused her..." She's not the sort of dreki to have only one escape plan in motion. No, Solvig was her father's warlord. She thought in circles. She prepared for any possibility. Precisely. Their eyes met. "She's going to kill the prince," he said. He'd only been joking when he said it earlier. Bryn wore a grim expression. "I think she's going to try." The second the bedchambers closed, Solvig turned on him with a hiss. "You ruinous, wretched beast!" Clawing fingers came for his face. Marduk was ready for her. Capturing her wrists, he avoided the snap of her elbow and managed to twist under the blow. Hauling her back against his chest, he tried to restrain the rage. It was like riding the winds of a hurricane. "Do you think I wanted this?" For a second he thought he had her contained. Then a foot swept out behind her, and he was falling. His back hitting the floor and a warm weight still in his arms. Solvig slammed on top of him, the breath driving out of her chest. Marduk slung his arm around her hips, but he could have sworn he was wrestling the Midgard serpent Jormungandr.
"Wanted this? Do you think I wanted this?"
He pinned her wrists to the floor, trying to use his weight against her. But then her legs flexed up, her thighs locking around his neck as she bent herself fair in half. A quick twist, and he was flat on his back again, still slightly breathless with the shock of finding his face buried between her thighs.
"You worm!"
she snarled. He captured her thighs, staring up the length of her body. Fuck. He was so close to her that he could almost smell the musk of her body, and he suddenly wanted to turn his face into her thigh and bite her. Solveig pinned him to the rug. Slamming his wrists to the floor, her thighs straddling his shoulders, her eyes flashed dreki gold, her teeth bared in a snarl. Every instinct demanded he roll them and slam her to the floor to conquer the challenge in her eyes. But there was also a part of him that was still dealing with the realization that he was between her thighs.
"You've ruined my life. Did you think to punish me? Was this revenge for capturing you?"
"It had nothing to do with you," he snapped.
"Nothing to—"
Her lips parted in shock.
"You chose me to be your mate."
"I couldn't pick Aslog. She'd be picturing little Dreki in her arms within the year, and imagining life by my side. And Siv is terrified of me. She wants nothing to do with me."
"I want nothing to do with you."
"Likewise," he snarled, "which makes you the perfect choice. You're not frightened of me. You don't desire anything from me. Your father demanded we mate. He said nothing about living together."
"That's what you intend? You plan to dump me here, mated by word, but not in truth, and continue on your merry way? You son of a dragon!"
And then they were both wrestling again. Sitting up, he tried to escape her grasp as she fell into his lap. But then she shifted, as if she saw the heat in his gaze, and her weight settled heavily over his groin. His cock, ever an opportunist, roused to the challenge as she leaned over him, her nails digging into his wrists. Marduk froze. "Don't you dare," he told his exuberant erection as Solveig's weight shifted atop him. "Anyone but her." It was having none of it. And why the hell would it? Solveig's shirt gaped, revealing the slight curves of her breasts, her dusky skin caressed by the thin stream of sunlight through the window. She was the sort of female who wouldn't lie meekly beneath him in bed. No, he'd feel the kiss of her claws in his back, the bite of her teeth in his throat. A constant challenge to be won. He could pin her, just as she was doing to him, and fuck his way into... Stop it. She's an evil, treacherous Sadu princess with a savage heart. Solveig gasped.
"What did you just call me?"
And he realized he was projecting the thoughts right through his shields. She sat up, releasing his wrists, her entire weight settling over his groin.
"Did you just call me a—"
The moment she realized his predicament was priceless. Solveig gasped, sounding so much like meek Aslog, he had to look twice. Red burned through her cheeks.
"What is wrong with you?"
"Product of our circumstances, I'm afraid."
"Product of our—"
His hands dropped to her thighs, and he tried to ease her weight from his aching cock. "Are you planning to get off me, or would you prefer to repeat everything I say?" She sat frozen, eyes bulging and her fingers tangled into claws in his shirt, as if she didn't dare move. What an absolute delight! He'd finally found something to shut her up. Fierce Solveig, with her tart mouth and narrow-eyed glares, couldn't cope with the sensation of his erection. Unless you want me to mate you in truth. He breathed, feeling an odd, perplexing twist of need deep in his abdomen. If he shifted half an inch, they'd be lined up perfectly. He could almost scent her arousal, her, "I would rather kiss a worm." But her heart was beating rapidly, and her eyes darted as if she didn't know what to do. "Really?" he purred. "Because you don't seem to be in any hurry to get off me." Solveig paused, her expression taking on a considering slant. Eyes narrowing, she put her face right next to his. "And here I thought fucking me would be akin to putting your cock in a bear trap." "I apologized for that," he growled. "I was drunk, and we'd spent all day arguing. It was a slip of the tongue when in my cups." "And every warrior in my court knows the entire cursed poem," she snarled. "I despise you. You're the most hateful, arrogant, worthless worm I've ever met. And you're akin to a harpy." His voice rose. "I don't know what your father was thinking. We'd kill each other within a month." "A month is a generous assessment," she snapped. "And I think he was thinking that he had signed a contract with your court and intended to honor it, despite the way you slunk off like a whipped cur last time." "Whipped cur?" His temper roused. "You threatened to kill me." "You deserved to die." His gaze dropped to her mouth, and lower, to where her breasts heaved against her shirt. His dreki fluttered within him, craving the taste of her mouth. "Don't you dare." "Nothing to say to that," she growled. "Perhaps you can't say anything because a lie can't cross your tongue. The Sadu clan have always honored their contracts, as I will do now, regardless of my feelings. While you're worthless—" Marduk grabbed a fistful of her hair and dragged her down. "What?" He kissed her. The second their mouths met, he realized his mistake. Solveig gasped, her claws sinking into his chest. Biting his lip, she growled deep in her throat. He bit back, and then her tongue was thrusting into his mouth, her hands tearing his shirt open. Marduk threw his head back, offering her the vulnerable flex of his throat as she bit at his chin. Sharp teeth grazed his throat. "Curse you!" she whispered. And then she was claiming his mouth again, her tongue lashing against his. Every inch of him fired with need. The dreki within him pushed against the cage of his flesh, demanding release. Sliding a hand down the flexible curve of her spine, Marduk grabbed a handful of her arse and drove her against him. This was what came of all those arguments. This was what happened when two storms drove against each other, battering and lashing at each other's defenses. There could be no surcease, no quarter, only the overriding urge to claim. Capturing her wrists, he flipped her onto her back and found himself in the chasm between her thighs. One of her hands slid up his spine, and then she was undulating beneath him, rocking into his touch and moaning. Gods! His mind went blank as her hand splayed across the back of his scalp. Solveig kissed as though she meant to stake her claim upon him, and the dreki within him liked it. It wanted to claim her in return, to finish what they'd started all those years ago. He caught a glint of gold out of the corner of his eye and saw the knife rising. Instinct surged. Marduk captured her wrist and rolled them, slamming her fist to the floor. The knife rang against the stone, but she didn't let go of it. A flick of her wrist, and then the blade was at his throat, though he gripped her firmly. And he saw now what he hadn't seen then. Rage mixed with desire. Fury undone by lust. She had never capitulated. She would never submit. But though she'd clearly plotted to drive the knife through his heart, she hadn't entirely counted upon the effect his physical presence would have upon her. Marduk bit her lower lip. "Trying to get rid of me so soon? Did you honestly think I would ever truly desire you?" He kissed his way along her jaw, his breath a whisper over her skin, even as the knife pressed against his carotid. The scent of desire was in the air, and it wasn't just coming from him. "I think you're lying to yourself," he breathed, his teeth skating over her chin. "I think maybe there's another reason you were so disappointed I fled. Did you miss me, Solveig? Did you remember that one time we almost kissed? Did you dream of it every night for the past 10 years, replaying it over and over in your mind? And did you let yourself touch your sweet wetness when you did think of it?" She had the knife to his throat, and yet he saw her hesitate. He felt it in the core of his bones. It went against every instinct to ignore the danger, but he kissed her again, hot and wet and open-mouthed. She hadn't feigned her earlier desire. Solveig the Fierce, who had claimed to despise him from the start. "I hate you," she panted as he traced his lips down her throat and slowly pushed the knife away. "I think you're lying." He bit her earlobe as he whispered her darkest secret into her ear. "Because I don't think you hate me at all." Their eyes met, and hers were full of dark flame. "You wanted me, didn't you?" He thrust against her, that delicious friction igniting the mating instinct deep within him. Marduk growled, turning her head to the side with his fist still clenched in her hair. He bit the soft muscle where her shoulder met her throat, and Solveig gasped, her spine arching to press her body closer to him. Well, now. From spitting hellcat to undulating kitten. "I always wondered why you claimed to despise me from the moment we met." Another kiss. This one gentle, as he worked his way down. His tongue lashed against the hollow indentation at the base of her throat, and he felt her still. "I came to this court with a gentle manner, but you were bared steel, and I tried to win your trust, for I've never met a challenge I couldn't surmount. But every time I tried to make you smile, it felt like crossing swords. And we would always end in an argument. Always two storms colliding against each other. And it's because of this, isn't it?" Sliding his hand down her shirt, he palmed her breast. "You want me." His whisper was one of dawning realization. "You've always wanted me." And she had hated him for it, despised him for this little chink in her armor. All these years, and it finally made sense. Solveig nipped at his wrist. "You arrogant fool. You think your pretty face and charming words could ever—" "Ever what?" One button surrendered beneath his deft fingers. "Two. Ever make you submit?" His lips chased his touch, finding the smooth curve of her breast. They were bound with a scrap of linen, but he tugged it lower and claimed the insistent thrust of her nipple with his mouth. "Fuck!" A reluctant moan was torn from her. "You son of a bitch!" But she didn't stop him, and he could sense that her attention was no longer on the knife. "Put the blade down," he told her, "and we'll finish this." "Never!" He bit her nipple and then suckled it into his mouth. Solveig moaned. "Oh, gods! Marduk!" One of her hands slid down his back, her nails raking into the skin beneath his shirt, and then her thighs locked around his hips. He fucked his hips against her slowly, feeling the heated core of her align perfectly with his throbbing cock. The dreki within him hissed, demanding more as she moaned his name and begged for more. "Let go of the knife, Solvig." There was a heated never in her eyes, and then she used her hips to roll them, coming up panting atop him, the knife trailing down his throat. Every inch of her demanded his capitulation. But he'd been playing these games since he was a lad, and sometimes surrender was nothing more than a means to control the board. Only for her would he allow himself to be flat on his back, his throat splayed bare for her to take it, if she desired. "Go ahead," he whispered. "You have me at your mercy." She liked that. Biting her lip, she rode his cock, the knife trailing down his collarbone and slicing through the thin material of his shirt. The tip of it paused over his sternum. "My heart." The muscles in his abdomen flexed, for he could see the indecision in her eyes. Digging his thumb into her thigh, he forced her to meet his gaze. "You'll never have it." Solvig leaned down. "What makes you think I want it, except bloody and locked in a chest?" He laughed and drove his erection against her. Shoving his hand beneath her waistband, he found her wet and slick, and then, hissing as she shoved at him. The sudden surge of fight in her startled him, until the door slammed open. Tormund, Bryn, and Håkon burst inside. "What the hell?" Marduk demanded, heat blazing through his eyes as the dreki within him turned to face a threat against its female. He was crouched over her, snarling, almost like some newly mated male. Håkon cleared his throat, averting his eyes. "We heard someone crying out." "Well, it wasn't me," he growled, and had the ridiculous notion he'd like to throw them out of the room and continue what he'd been about. A palm slammed against his chest. "Get off me!" Solvig snarled right in his head. She tried to sit up, dragging the remnants of her shirt closed. The knife was still in her hand. "Well," Tormund said, his eyebrows hitting the edge of his hairline. "'Tis a good thing we came to rescue you from this vicious, squalling hellcat." He cleared his throat. "It's time to go. Unless you'd care for us to come back later." "An excellent idea." "What?" "No." "Maybe an hour," Håkon suggested, rubbing at his not-quite-smothered smile. 2 minutes, Bryn coughed into her hand, by the looks of him. Marduk pushed to his feet as Solvig scrambled against the wall, her shirt gaping and her mouth bruised from his kisses. "You're leaving?" she blurted. "Now?" Marduk shot her an amused smile and gave her a courtly bow of his head that made her lips press firmly together. "Maybe we can pursue this interesting development at a later stage." "When Fenrir eats the sun," she spat psychically, which was much more like it. "Oh, Marduk, Marduk, please, right there." He replayed her words for her. Solvig lashed out, capturing a lacquered box on her bedside table and throwing it toward him with a scream of rage. He smashed it aside, and a half-dozen necklaces spilled from the broken box as it hit the floor. "Maybe not," he said, laughing as he headed for the doors. "Farewell, Fenmate. Dream of me." "Rot in Helheim!" she yelled as he shot her one last look. "This isn't over." He held the doors open, letting his gaze trail over her. None of this had been expected, and part of him still insisted it stay. The dreki practically lashed its tail. "No," he told her, This isn't over. One day the pair of us will have a reckoning. My word upon it. But I need to find my sister." He gave her a roguish wink, feeling utterly exhilarated by the turn of events. "And once I do, I will come for you, and we will finish this." "I will finish this," she promised. But Marduk made his escape. "Gone?" the king raged. Solveig stood with her head bowed, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. Of course he's gone. After all, what dreki would stick his cock in such a bear trap? She buried the small, blistering coal of hurt in her heart. He'd wanted her. He'd touched her. Surely he couldn't have feigned that. But here she stood, and in the eyes of the court, Marduk had fled the mating bed. You son of a worm. But the second she thought it, she couldn't help remembering the press of Marduk's body over hers, and the taste of his mouth, and... Stop it. Her fingers curled into tight little fists. He fled. On your mating night? Her father seemed perplexed, and Solveig cursed him for saying out loud what the entire court must be thinking. She couldn't bear to look at her father's warriors and see their smirks. The entire court shifted, and she swore she could hear a snigger. If he thinks he can make a fool of me, her father snarled, then he can think again. But it wasn't the king he'd made a fool of. Dream of me. Her blood boiled. I shall dream of your head on a spike. We are bound by our word, the king snapped. Our alliance with King Rurik stands. I shall not stoop to this honourless cur's level, but he shall be made to regret this decision. I shall... No, Solveig said coldly, finally lifting her head. Vengeance belongs to me. The hall fell quiet. Even her father turned in surprise. Solveig's hand dropped to the hilt of her sword. I invoke the right of Farah. Aslug and Siv gasped. To pledge her entire life to vengeance was no small decision, but she was so furious she could barely maintain her composure. Toy with me, ruin my cursed life, then bolt back home with your tail tucked between your legs? No. Yet it was the memory of Marduk's taunting farewell that scored the deepest. He laughed at me, at my desire. Unacceptable. She was Solveig the Fierce, and this blow to her reputation would not be withstood. The prince has played recklessly with my fate, she continued. It shall not be allowed to stand. I shall return with Marduk's heart, or not at all. Done. Thunder cracked above them, echoing through the hall as the great goddess accepted her pledge. When the sound finally died down, she found the entire hall of dreki staring at her in shock, including her father. Solveig, the king breathed. What have you done? She smiled. My mate will regret ever crossing my path. I swear it. Send your emissaries to Rurik, but be warned, I travel with them, and my intentions are not as pure. 20. Marduk paced the grove of birch trees after they'd finally fled the court. What do you mean we can't go after Ishtar? We need to return home, Håkon argued. Ardis was nearly kidnapped yesterday, and there was an attempted coup within the court. Your brother wants you home. My sister is out there alone. You said yourself that you can't currently sense her, Håkon told him. Are we supposed to sit here and twiddle our thumbs while we wait to see if she's going to return to the mortal plane? Tormund watched the back and forth with interest, stretching his legs out before him. Håkon was rarely outmaneuvered,
But he was dealing with dreki now, and it was clear Marduk shared Ardis's stubborn streak.
"Then we follow her tracks," Marduk said coldly, pointing to the ground. "Your man here can track her. I've watched him do it." "I can find her," Tormund said, "if her pattern continues as it has done." He glanced at the shallow prints in the snow and the heavier tread that echoed her path. "We're about 2 days behind her, by the look of it, and the keepers seem to be half a day behind her." So far, Ishtar seemed to be making small leaps in the landscape ahead. Though Marduk could sense her trail, and sometimes the princess herself, he wasn't much use in predicting where she was going. Tormund hadn't mentioned it yet, but he couldn't help thinking that Ishtar had a destination in mind. Though she shifted across the landscape in various directions, she always seemed to end up heading north, and she was moving in a straight direction as the crow flew. "I don't think Ishtar is the one in danger," Håkon replied. "She can clearly remove herself from the world if need be. But we don't know what is going on at the court, and my wife is there." His voice grew rough with his unspoken fear. "She needs me. Fly me home, and then you can return." "She is my sister." "And so is Ardis," Håkon replied grimly. "My wife can sense chaos magic, but she can't figure out where it's coming from. You can. You can hear its call. You said yourself that you can differentiate between your sister's magic and your mother's. If Amadea's spirit lingers, then you might be the only one who can find the source."
Marduk stared at him.
"What if I can't find Ishtar again?"
he asked in a broken voice.
"What if it's too late?"
Tormund sighed. "Damn it." He raised a hand.
"I'll do it," he said. "I'll keep tracking your sister. If those keepers get near her, I'll stop them."
Both men looked sharply at him.
"What?"
Håkon demanded. Marduk raked his hands through his hair.
"She's alone out there. She doesn't understand the world and how it works. She can't shift and she can't fly. And although she's worked out how to create a portal, I don't think she truly knows how to wield one just yet, or she'd have made one big jump. I can't just fly home and leave her. Anything could happen to her."
"True. Or
"We've been hunting her for over a week. So have both keepers. Despite our combined experience, she's managed to avoid all of us, and even gained ground on us by the look of it. She's creating portals to skip ahead," Marduk protested. "How are you even going to find her? You have no magic."
"I'm not going to track her," he explained patiently. "I'm going to hunt the keepers." It was easier to track them rather than Ishtar, but while Marduk owned a dreki's senses, he couldn't read a trail once the scent had faded. Dreki hunted the skies, but when your prey kept disappearing, there was nothing to search for. It was clear the keepers had decided to continue on foot and follow her trail of broken branches and bare footprints. Marduk shook his head.
"They're not the type of dreki you're used to, friend Tormund. They are fanatics, obsessed with protecting the world from the dangers of chaos magic. They will kill any who stand in their way. And you're no match for 2 dreki cultists by yourself," Håkon barked. "Do I look like an idiot?" His voice roughened. "I don't intend to confront them unless necessary. Marduk can fly you home and then come find me if need be. And I won't be alone."
They all looked at him. He turned his head toward Bryn, who'd been leaning against a tree and watching proceedings with a guarded expression.
"Oh no,"
she said, stepping back and shaking her hands. "My part in this is done. I helped you rescue your prince,
I owe you no further debt. This is where we part. You want your honor back? He told her. Then it starts here. A letter of confession isn't going to make up for the last 100 years. I never said I wanted my honor back, she said coldly. No, and yet you came back, he pointed out. You didn't have to do that. And I've heard you call yourself many things before, Bryn. Cold, honorless, a mercenary. You call yourself those names enough times to make me wonder who you're trying to convince. I came back because... Because? Her lips thinned. Because you were going to get yourself killed. And what about the princess? When they speak of the bright feather, they say she never left a woman unguarded. Bryn glared at him. That woman is dead. Then why do you want to return to her life? The question seemed to stun her. Bryn's eyes flared wide, her beautiful lips parting. Help me, he begged in a soft tone. Help me find Ishtar. Not for coin, not out of a sense of guilt. Just help me because I asked it of you. She backed away. No. No. 1,000 times no. You're out of your depths this time. Even I know better than to face the keepers. For once I agree with her, Håkon snapped. You're only human, Tor. And one who doesn't need his fucking hand held. I won't get too close to them then. I'll merely track them and keep my distance. Keep your distance? Bryn burst in. They will smell you coming for miles. And while they might consider you an insignificant gnat, they won't take any chances when it comes to Ishtar's freedom. That's not your concern, he told her bluntly. There's a princess out there in the snow, lost, bewildered, and probably frightened. I'm not going to leave her to the mercy of the elements or the so-called mercy of a pair of fanatics. And she trusts me. Me. I swear, you are the stupidest man I've ever met. They will flay you alive. They may, or I may save her. Damn it! She captured the hilt of her sword and strode 3 paces. I will help you. Not for coin, not for any debt. I will help you because otherwise you're going to get yourself killed, and I don't want that on my conscience. Thank God. I thought you were pretending you didn't have a conscience. She balled her fist, but he dodged the blow. Trouble turned her eyes stormy. I sometimes think you will be the end of me. Or perhaps I will be the one who can help you remake yourself. You're still the same person you always were, Bryn. And they say that once upon a time, you were the bravest of the Valkyrie. Your sisters didn't steal that away from you. It was you who turned your back on yourself. She didn't like that, he saw. But his words were the truth, and not even she could deny it. Bryn gave a short nod. I will come then, and I will help you find Ishtar, if for no other reason than the fact that without me, you're going to end up in an unmarked grave. Marduk's lips thinned. I'll return to court in order to hear my brother out. But if this madness within the court doesn't need my presence, then I will return as soon as I am able. This is ridiculous, Bryn muttered behind him as they strode through the darkening afternoon. I had to fall in with a madman who hunts dreki. I had to find someone who thinks every princess needs to be rescued. Why can't this princess rescue herself? I swear, if we finally catch her, I'm going to teach her to use a bloody sword. Had to find someone, he teased, or had to fall in love with someone. This is not love, Tormund. This is lust and friendship. And maybe pity, because you're going to get your head bitten off. I don't think you know what love is, he corrected mildly. You can admit that you care about me. The stars won't fall from the skies. I care about you, Bryn. I like you. A lot. There was a long, drawn-out silence. I think you are delusional, she finally said, which made him smile a bit. Oh, Bryn, your weaknesses are showing. Your shield is lowering. You hesitated. Lowering, but not yet lowered. Just so you know, you complain a lot, he called over his shoulder. Me? I complain a lot. All you have done this entire quest is complain. Your feet are cold. You hate the undead. You hate heights. You hate stairs. Your dinner is cold. Your cousin tricked you into coming with him, even though you just volunteered for this mission. He turned around. I'm sensing a little bit of resentment, and I only complain because Håkon is a stoic brooder, and I've grown used to talking to myself. Bryn dumped her bags from her shoulder, raking a hand through the strands of hair that tumbled from her messy braid. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I can't seem to walk away from you, no matter how hard I try. Tormund took 2 steps toward her. I do. It's, if you say love, I will kick your feet out from under you and bury you in the snow, she growled ferociously. Nobody will find your body, not even Håkon. He grinned. Prickly. I am not prickly. She glared at him so fiercely he couldn't stop a laugh from escaping him. Bryn's eyes widened. Are you laughing at me? No. You are. No, I'm not. I'm just thinking that maybe it's time we ate. You get a little murderous when you're hungry. You're like this wee little hedgehog that wants to set the world on fire if she doesn't get fed on time. Hedgehog? Hedgehog? Bryn stepped toward him, slamming her hands into his armoured midriff. He was actually forced to take a step backward, catching at her forearms for balance. I've finally worked out what sweet name I can call you, he said. My little hedgehog. If you call me a hedgehog, I will set your boots on fire. Better my boots than the world, I guess. She made a sound in her throat that he'd never heard before, like a captured scream. I swear to the gods that you are the most stubborn, frustrating, infuriating man I have ever met. She lifted her voice. I'll do it, Marduk. I'll rescue the princess. And I'll do it alone, because I don't think of the risks. I'm only mortal, but I act like there's immortal blood in my veins, and nothing will ever hurt me. It's okay, he whispered. You can admit that you like me, and you don't want me to get hurt. The others are gone now, so there are no witnesses. Just you and me. And I won't tell a soul. He tugged an apple from his pocket, and as she opened her mouth to reply, he shoved it in. Bryn's sharp teeth crunched into the apple, her eyes spitting sparks. She tugged it out, but she chewed thoughtfully. Is this meant to appease me? Tormund winked. If you married me, I would always see to it that your belly was full. I think that wouldn't be the only thing you'd see was full, she grumbled, crunching the apple. His eyes widened. She hadn't even reacted to the marriage comment. Your bed would always be warm, he pointed out. I'd give you head and foot rubs whenever you wanted them. We could spar in the mornings and fuck in the snow when things got a little heated. I'd let you beat me occasionally. Occasionally? He grinned. And then I'd spank your bottom when you got that look in your eyes. Tormund. She shot him a look filled with murderous promises and shook the half-eaten apple at him.
Don't ruin your good work. I've almost forgiven that hedgehog comment.
That one, he whispered, leaning close enough to brush a kiss against her lips. That look.
Bryn rolled her eyes to the skies. Why, blessed Freya? Is this part of my punishment? Am I being forced to endure this human out of some misguided lesson in humility? Or... He kissed her harder, capturing the words on her lips. And Bryn sighed and kissed him back, slinging her arms around his shoulders. She practically melted against him, her tongue stroking his and her hips tilting into his burgeoning erection. It was Tormund who drew back regretfully. Night is going to fall soon, and while I would love to accept the eloquent offer of your hips, I'd prefer to do it from the warmth of a bedroll. My bare ass doesn't like snow. Don't think I didn't notice that marriage comment, she whispered. The answer is no. It will always be no. Pushing away from him, she tossed the apple core to Seer and collected her bags. I have my destiny to fulfill. Damn it. His mouth twisted as though he'd tasted something vile. I will always be there for you, Bryn. But I don't think your Valkyrie sisters have even graced you with a visit, have they? She spun on her heel. I am trying to save you from a broken heart. Is that what you're afraid of? He held his arms wide. A broken heart? Because I'm not afraid to take that risk, Bryn. And if you gave your heart to me, I would move heaven and hell to see that I never made a single mark upon it. I would never hurt you, Bryn. Just as she moved to retort, thunder rumbled ominously to the east. The pair of them looked in that direction. While they'd been arguing, the sun had slunk behind a curtain of grey, and as he watched, lightning flickered in the distance. Yours? He asked. I don't control lightning. I'm not dreki, she said. I can occasionally hurl it when I am in battle, but it's the sort of weapon one saves for a crucial moment, as it can only be wielded once. His eyes narrowed. You hurl lightning. She flashed him a smile that was full of teeth. I told you I might set your boots on fire. I didn't say how I was going to do it. He looked into the oncoming storm. I have a suggestion. You're not going to like it. This sounds like one of Hawkins' plans. He always says that. Tormund sighed and hauled his bedroll over his shoulder as he set off to the right. There's a small village about 5 miles down this road. They'll shelter us for the night. There'll be food and wine and somewhere warm to sleep. You seem very certain of that, she called after him. He glanced back to find her standing in the middle of the road, staring after him somewhat forlornly. I am certain, he replied. It's the village I grew up in. It's my home, and my aunt and the rest of my cousins live there. Bryn backed away, her hands held in the air. I don't think it would be wise to visit your family. We're both cold and tired and on foot. Without a dreki prince to fly us, we're losing ground. And that rain will wash away any tracks, which means this storm will put us days behind if we don't come up with an alternative solution. My aunt has horses. She'll take us in for the night, feed us, and pack us enough supplies to last for 3 weeks. Tomorrow we'll ride out of there with a full belly and a renewed sense of purpose. Ishtar is heading north. She has been for days now. I think she finally knows where she's going, and I think we'll find her trail again if we have horses. Your plan makes a good deal of sense. Why do you sound so surprised? Bryn took a hesitant step toward him. Why do I feel like I'm walking into a trap? What haven't you told me? I forgot to mention that you're going to have 6 very curious women
wanting to know everything about you. I've never brought a woman home before. My cousins are going to assume certain things.
I would rather face an entire cohort of Valkyrie in battle.
He took her bag from her and slung it over his shoulder. Truth be told, so would I. You're not the only one who is going to be submerged with questions. But my aunt's lamb stew is almost enough to make the sacrifice worth it. Almost. And a part of him wanted to introduce her to his family. 21. They made the village with barely an hour to spare before true dark. Bryn's belly was twisted in knots as she hesitantly followed Tormund. This was definitely not in the plan. She was supposed to be keeping him at arm's length, and yet at every step she found herself sucked headlong into the maelstrom that seemed to surround him, hauling her even closer to the man himself. He was already a magnetic force, handsome, amusing, loyal and steadfast. Bryn closed her eyes, praying for strength. You're not for him, even if he seems like every one of your dreams breathed into life. Because she would be nothing more than a weight around his neck. And she had to keep reminding herself of that. Cows lowed in the valley, and a dog came sniffing around their heels. In the distance, iron rang on iron, and a curious woman glanced at them over the sheet she was pulling from a clothesline. It was a scene of such perfect domesticity that Bryn immediately felt her hackles lift. What was she doing here? This was madness. Every inch of her locked tight with tension. It was one thing for Tormund to say his family would want to meet her, another for them to actually realize what sort of woman she was. She'd seen the cool look in Hawkon's eyes whenever he glanced at her of late. That look told her she was not worthy of the man by her side, even though she already knew that. Tormund didn't know how lucky he was to have such good friends and family. That's Nora, Tormund told her under his breath, lifting his arm and waving at a face that peered through a window. The woman vanished, as if she hadn't expected to be seen. She's the eldest, and thinks her baby brother Håkon is a god made flesh. Whatever you do, do not disparage him. He shits gold krona, according to Nora. Tormund shifted the weight of his bag. And Leah is the one hanging washing on the line. You may have faced the boldest of the gods, but if you break my heart, she will come after you with a harpoon. Bryn shot him a shocked look. I'm not going to break your heart, because you're not going to give it to me. He shrugged. I'm just warning you. That wasn't a no. Tormund, she grabbed